from the high desert in the great American Southwest. I bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's time zones, each and every one covered like a blanket by this program, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. Great to be here. It's going to be a very, very good night tonight. There's Roswell, and then there's Rendlesham. Or maybe I should have said there's Rendlesham, and then there's Roswell, and then there's everything else. Tonight you'll meet the man who was the most involved at Rendlesham. So that'll be coming up. It's John Burroughs, and you're not going to want to miss it, trust me. All right, so the rules of the program, simple. No bad language, one call per show. That's it. Those are the rules. And White Crow, its coordinates, +1. Listen, everybody, I've got a new public page. Now, that is a kind of a pretty cool place because I can have more than 5,000 friends, associates, fellow travelers, whatever you call yourselves. And so you should immediately go to that. Now, you can get there by going to my regular Facebook page, and or I suppose you could look it up. It would come up as Art Bell 51. Pretty cool, actually, because that mirrors my Twitter account, Art Bell 51. Anyway, it's a new public page. It's going to be the center of a whole lot real soon. There will be information. So you want to get there. Go to my old page, click on one of the links, go to Art Bell 51, whatever. And don't forget, if you are not yet a time traveler with us, what in the world are you waiting for? It gives you the ability to listen to all the old programs, the ones we have done thus far, as well as each new one each night. So if you're stuck for a little time, you can download, the RSS feeds, download, boom, like that. If you've got even a half-decent internet, they are fast. And then you've got, minus commercials and all the music and everything, probably about 2 hours and 20 minutes of pure entertainment. So it's worth it from that point of view. And, of course, the wormhole lets you send messages during the program for me and or the guest. Well, the fallout from the debates is over. The apparent victor, Carly Fiorina. And so she has gone from being the apparent victor to the apparent recipient of money. That's how it works in politics, right? Money. If you are perceived as, ooh, you did well, maybe you're a winner, let's give that person money. And then we will have influence. Now, I don't say that just to Carly, but, it's true of all of them, right? Give me money and you will have influence. You heard about the big earthquake, right? Horrible and chilly. We still don't know really how horrible, but there are about 11 dead. Should have been a lot more for something this size, an 8+ earthquake. There were small tsunamis, fishing nets tangled in trees, and again, 11 dead. But, it should have been much worse. There was a very tiny amount of havoc, actually, for such a powerful quake. And a quick word about dolphins. This lady, researcher Susan Casey, who I really want to talk to, thinks that dolphins have a collective consciousness. Isn't that interesting? Now, dolphin brains are bigger than ours. They may, in fact, be more intelligent than human beings in certain ways, in ways that, of course, we don't necessarily understand. But I have always thought this of dolphins. Dolphins frequently save humans. They drive predators away from humans. That is a thought. I don't think that's an instinct. That is a thought. They care about human beings. The day will come, perhaps not while I am alive, but I promise you we will begin to form a new attitude toward animals, and we will treat them differently as we learn. Or maybe most of us will try and stay in blissful ignorance in favor of quarter pounders, which, by the way, I love. Pretty bad, huh? So, as I said at the beginning of the show, top of the show, there's Rendlesham, there's Roswell, and then there's like everything else. So, I guess the main character, the character most in the middle of everything, was John Burroughs. He's here tonight. He was born in Bloomington, Illinois, back in 1960, joined the U.S. Air Force right after high school graduation. Yay, Air Force. Received orders to go to RAF Bentwaters, England, arrived there in 1979, 18 months before the strange encounter in the Rendlesham Forest. That was between RAF Bentwaters and nearby RAF Woodbridge. During that time, John worked as an Air Force police officer, AP actually, says nothing strange ever happened, that is until midnight, December 26th of 1980. Now, John Burroughs' account of Rendlesham has been featured worldwide. It's been on a number of TV and radio networks. On December 26th and 28th of 1980, an account by John as the only witness involved with both nights of the investigation of a craft of unknown origin adjacent to the east gate of RAF Woodbridge. Mr. Burroughs will discuss the pursuit, investigation, findings, and aftermath of the report. This is indeed the military's best documented and most witnessed case in history. It's that simple. So coming up, John Burroughs, and this time we'll...
Taking you from today into tomorrow, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
All right, here we go. I've been waiting some time for this, actually. Welcome to the program, John Burroughs.
Thank you, Art.
I was also Air Force, so really happy to have you on the program, John. As I said, and I think I'm right, there's Rendlesham, there's Roswell, and then there's like everything else out there. So this is a monster of a case. I guess I would ask you to take me through it in detail, from your first awareness of it, or where you want to start, and through the entire affair so that everybody understands what really happened.
Sure, I'd be happy to. It started on early in the morning of December 26th. We came on duty at 11 o'clock, 2300 on the 25th, and about 0300 on the morning of the 26th was his Boxing Day in the UK of 1980. I was riding around with my supervisor who had met up with me about a half an hour prior, wanted to ride around and talk for a little bit. It was just, Christmas night into Boxing Day morning. As we were driving down to check the East Gate, which is, at the east end of the perimeter of Woodbridge Base, he saw something that he later said it didn't crash, it landed, come down out of the sky, and it appeared to land in the forest.
Okay, so you didn't actually see it land. He did.
Not at the beginning, no.
Okay,
I did not see it. And he got my attention, and he told me to look out, out in that direction. I'd been there, almost 2 years. He had just gotten there. So I'd been down there at night during alerts and other things, when it was dark like that and everything else. And first thing he wanted to know from me was, well, have you ever seen anything like that before? And, at that point, I could see something in the forest itself. Like it was kind of lit up, white lights. As I just tried to describe over the years, it almost looked like a Christmas light display, different coloring, lighting, and everything else that was down in the forest itself. So we went ahead and went down to the gate. He was a very conservative guy. So we kind of...
May I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Was that your boss?
Yeah, he was my boss.
He was your boss, right.
He was my supervisor.
What rank were you, John?
I was E3, Airman First Class, and he was an E5 Staff Sergeant.
What I was too, Airman First Class. All right, and he was Staff Sergeant. Okay, got it. Continue.
Right. So we decided, both of us, that there was something that wasn't right out there, but it was off base, And what do we want to do with it? So we came together and decided, well, we'll go down to the end of the road. So we're going to have to leave the base. We opened up the gate and we drove down to the end of the road before you would turn left to Bentwaters, or right would take you to one of the small towns down the road. So we went ahead and went down to the end of the road. There was a way you could turn the car back around, and he turned it around as such so we were starting to go back towards the road that led up to the gate. Right. I jumped out of the vehicle and I looked out into the forest. I don't know how to explain it other than it just didn't seem right. All of a sudden it was like we were vulnerable. We were sitting out there off base. The lights were there. At one point it almost looked like this all happened really quickly. Like maybe it was starting to come towards us. There was like a static electricity in the air, and it just didn't seem right. And here we were off the base, hadn't told anybody, and we didn't know what was going to happen next. So I jumped back in the vehicle and we took off back up to the gate, drove as fast as we could back up to the gate, went up, there's a gate shack up there, went up to the gate shack, parked the vehicle, and then we decided we better call it in. So went ahead and got on the phone. The phone went to the law enforcement desk. So I got the desk sergeant on the phone and I told him that there was something strange just outside the east gate, at Woodbridge, that was out in the forest and we can't explain it. We wanted to report it. And it was Christmas night and, to Boxing Day morning. I played practical jokes over the last year on the desk sergeant himself. He kind of didn't want to believe me. And we kind of went back and forth a little bit. Even Sergeant Steffens got on and told him there was something strange going on. And again, I pulled some jokes on him. So he was a little leery to bite for it. So what he did was transfer me to CSC, which is Central Security Control, which was the security side of the house, where they took care of the airplanes and stuff like that. And got the controller on the phone and told him that there was something strange out in the forest. We couldn't explain it. That we wanted to notify, the shift commander of what was going on. So they went ahead and they found him, started talking to him behind the scenes. And at the same time, they notified the security supervisor at Woodbridge, which would have been Sergeant Peniston, that he needed to respond down to the East Gate and to check out what we were dealing with.
At least by now they're buying your story.
Well, right. By that point I kept it going. So they had a funny feeling something was going on.
Mm-hmm.
So went ahead and Sergeant Peniston came down to the gate. When he got down to the gate, he met with Sergeant Steffens, who was the ranking law enforcement guy. He gave him a quick synopsis of what's going on. They could both still see the lights in the forest. They were still there. And
can you describe, John, what from that distance what they looked like? I mean, was it a soft glow you were seeing? Could you see distinct lights, or was it just sort of a blur? I mean, what were your eyes seeing?
It was like sometimes it was a soft glow, sometimes it was more the white light would get brighter. And at one point while we were standing at the gate, the white light itself seemed to almost come to the edge of the forest to where the road was. And within the white light, and it even looked a little like orangish or hueish, there was different colored lighting in it, which would have been red, blue, and green. And I always tried early on to describe it. It looked like some kind of Christmas light display. It was strange.
You said when you were close to it that you felt something like an electrostatic charge.
Yes, when we first went down and left the base, when I got out of the vehicle, the hair on the back of my head stood up and there was like an electric charge, and he could feel it inside the vehicle itself. In other words, immediately it was like, let's get out of here. Let's get back up here and report what's going on.
Yeah, it's a queasy feeling. It really is. It's like lightning about to strike or something high voltage about to happen. Yeah, I know the feeling.
Right.
So back you go.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
Sergeant Peniston got on the phone. By this time, the wheels were turning. They were starting to make contact because of the fact that Sergeant Steffens reported something up in the sky coming down. They immediately started contacting radar or RAPCON, which would have been on the base. This is some of the stuff I found out after the fact. You put the pieces together over the years. But they started reaching out to our base radar, which then they also reached out to Eastern Radar and to even Heathrow. So he gave a description of what was going on. They were able to verify through radar that something was up over in that area over the forest and disappeared on radar. So, and this has always been an interesting point that gets overlooked. It was off base. There was no immediate threat to the base itself.
Okay, well, once again, you're saying they observed it incoming, and they could tell, I don't know how well the radar pins it down, but I mean, that's very close to the radar, so they knew the distance, they knew how close it was to the base?
Right. Colonel Halt over the years has talked to the radar people, and they actually saw it streak across at one point and stuff like that. But what the data we got that evening was that they did observe something on radar just outside the base over the forest. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it was there, and then it disappeared like it went down. You know, it didn't disappear like it took off up into the sky. It looked like it went down into the forest
Out
itself.
of radar range.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Got it.
So, and that's what people need to understand. And it's kind of been a mispoint. There was no reason for us to go off base. Okay. It wasn't an immediate threat to the base. We could see it in the forest. There was no hostile threat. But here was the catch-all. Because they did notify the British police, they did notify the British Fire Department. But because it was close to the base, the fact that there had been radar contact, they felt that maybe something had crashed. Now, it wasn't being labeled as aliens or UFOs at that point, but there was some kind of object that may have went down and crashed into the forest area.
Well, look, it seems to me that if something came down that close to the base, it was observed on radar, then you almost, it seems to me, had a duty to find out what the hell it was.
No, I agree, but that's a catch-all point that people fail to kind of overlook. We didn't just go out there to go out there. There was something there that we, in other words, if all we saw was lights outside the perimeter fencing, they wouldn't have sent us out. But because there was radar contact, that was the defining point of why the shift commander authorized us to leave the base, to include contacting the command post, and certain people were notified of what was going on.
Gotcha.
There had to have been more than just the fact that we saw strange lights out there for us to go out into the forest in the first place.
Right. No, I'm with you all the way.
Right. So at that point, a decision was made that there would be three of us to go out there. Now, there were two security guys, Sergeant Peniston and his rider, and myself that ended up going out. Now, we left our weapons with Sergeant Steffens up at the gate because we were going off base.
Right.
You know, we went ahead and departed the gate. As we were going down the road, we got to the end of the road again, and we made a right. Okay, we could see the lighting in the forest. I mean, like I said, it played games with us. Sometimes it seemed like it was coming towards us. Sometimes it seemed like it moved back. Sometimes it was up in the trees a little bit. Sometimes it seemed to be low to the ground. So we tried to get into the forest, you know, find an area to get into the forest to get back towards where we thought it was. We went ahead and went down, and we found a track road, a forest road that led into the forest. We made a left, and we went down the road, okay, as far as we could go.
Right.
Now, there was a fence there that kept us from going any farther. The road was not a paved road. It was just, you know, a forest track road. It stopped us. At that point in time, we got out of the vehicle. We went up over the first fence, and we started going into the forest, deeper into the forest on foot. We spread out like in a line formation. Sergeant Peniston was to the front. I was more in the center, and Airman Kabansak was more behind me to my right, like almost in like a staggered line formation.
Okay.
We moved out to the forest. At points, it seemed like it was playing with this, whatever it was. We would seem like we were getting close to it, and then it was not there. But finally, we went, I can't tell you how far, but we went a little bit of a distance. And at that point, we came like up a berm and down. As we came down this berm into almost a small clearing. Now, there were still trees there and stuff, but there was a little bit of an opening in this tree area. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, there, whatever it was there. And there's a big difference in what Sergeant Peniston saw, what I saw, and what Airman Kabansak remembers.
Well, I've got you. You're the eyewitness. What
right.
did
well,
you?
Do you want me to go over?
I want to. First, I want to know what you saw.
Okay. What I saw was what I drew in my statement. Okay. It was like a red oval object. Okay. It had a hueish, orangish glow like around it. Okay. There was some blue light scattered within it, and then it was like a white light that was the bright light around it. And as we got close to it, the bright light lit up. We all hit the ground.
Yeah.
Okay. And then all I can remember after that was then it seemed to dim, it went up into the sky, and it shot back away from it.
Was there ever, John, anything that went beyond light? Was there ever any substance anybody could make or you could make out at all, or just light of varying?
Yes, there was. That's when I said that the three of us that were close to this all had a different interpretation of what we saw.
Okay.
Sergeant Peniston remembers this. He actually got up after we hit the ground, went towards it. As the lights dimmed, he saw a triangular object. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And within the triangular object, he was able to walk around it, and he was able to touch it, and there was glyphs on it. And when he touched the glyphs, he had some kind of download from it. So he remembers it as more in depth as far as it being a triangular object with glyphs and everything else.
You're aware of the recent statements that the code that was uploaded or downloaded to him is remembered bit for bit?
Yes. There was. He wrote out a certain amount of pages after the event, right after the event, and they did surface in 2010 from within his notebook, and they were deciphered, and there was a message, and there were some coordinate sites within it also.
Are you free to discuss the message and the coordinates?
I don't have it right in front of me, but it had to do with mankind itself.
Mm-hmm.
There were 7 locations, 3 of them in the western side of the world, 3 on the other side over in the European area, Egypt, China, and then Greece, and then the 3 in the northern hemisphere would be there'd be one in Central America, one in South America, and one in Arizona, in the southwest in Arizona.
John, do you recall his making that walk toward the object?
No, I have no memory from the time the lights got bright until they dimmed and the object went away.
No memory at all?
No memory of any of that, seeing any of him having any of that or any of that happening.
Do you have any thoughts on why so much time went by between the event and the notebook?
Well, I'll go into this, and it's something has just surfaced now in the last couple weeks or 3 weeks that kind of reinforced the fact that there was a notebook and some of this happened.
Sure.
The interesting thing was that after the event, after the 3 days, there was 3 nights of events. When I met with him on Sunday night, because we rode together to work, he talked about something was bugging him and he couldn't shake it, and it would be something that if he talked about it would get him in trouble. Mm-hmm. He also did some hypnosis in, I believe, the mid-90s, and in the hypnosis, it comes out that there was a binary download. It comes out under hypnosis.
Okay.
But the third piece of this puzzle that's kind of mind-blowing to me is that the CIA declassified some documents in 2000, but within these documents, there was a remote view done by Lynn Buchanan. And this remote view was done in 1986, prior to Jim and I going public. And very little had been said about the incident. And the part of it, some of it's missing. But
John, hold that thought.
Sure.
CIA, we'll come right back to it. My guest is John Burroughs. The only man there for each night of the event.
It's my world. It's your light. Painted girl. In the day, nothing matters. It's the night. Time to
Midnight in the Desert doesn't screen calls. We trust you. But remember, the NSA, well, you know. To call the show, please dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL-ART.
The subject is Rendlesham, probably the military's best documented, most witnessed case in all history. John Burroughs is here. He was there each night of the event, and we were talking about the actually the CIA when we left. And there is one quick question before we get back to that, John. When you approach something like that, and you have no memory past a certain point, and now I'm asking you, what I'm going to ask you is sort of if you can search your own mind and you can recall. I mean, is it like a wall suddenly came down in your mind? I'm sure you've thought of this a billion times, trying to figure out when your memory went and how it went, or was it a slow fade, or like that? What can you remember of the moment that you began not remembering? That's a hard question.
No, that's a fair question. I would say early on, I didn't spend much time on it.
Right.
We got debriefed. We got told to let it go. If there was anything more they needed from us, let it go. A lot of the stuff that's come up over the years, going back and trying to remember it, I don't remember, but I've never had a memory of any of other than getting close to it twice. I know the second time I got close to it, it really bothered me more than the first time, but the first time it didn't come clear to what happened with what Pennison remembered till later on when he came out and started talking about some of it, which I couldn't remember. But then you can go back to the third night when I was out there and got close to it again. The same exact thing happened to me on the third night, that the first night. I got close to it, the next thing you know, it was gone, whatever it was.
Okay, but you don't remember the moment of the blackout, essentially. It is a blackout, really. Have you ever thought of doing hypnosis yourself?
Oh, yeah. There's been hypnosis done, and there's a lot of stuff that comes out under hypnosis.
Oh?
Yes, a lot of stuff.
Like what?
Well, there definitely was an interaction that, I mean, it would take at least a half an hour to go into all of it. Do you want to go into that now, or do you want to finish the CIA stuff first?
Well, let's finish that, and then let's not forget to come back to it, because I really do want to hear it. I want to hear what else hypnosis brought out. You bet.
Okay. All right. Well, where I was at was that the interesting part, and I totally understand why people question the Notebook, some of the stuff that Jim's talked about.
Right.
I mean, it didn't come out. The Notebook itself, the first time I heard of it was, I think, right around 2000. That would have been the 20-year anniversary. And he did a sci-fi piece with Brian Gumbel, and the Notebook came out, the glyphs came out, okay? Then 10 years after that, when we were getting ready to do the 30th anniversary, the codes showed up. But here's something that you can't discredit, okay? In 1986, a remote view was done by Lynn Buchanan, and Ed Dames was the facilitator of it, okay? And there was follow-up remote views done afterwards, too. The report that was released by the CIA, when I say CIA, was declassified in a bunch of documents, but this was found within these documents. A lot of what he talks about in that remote view in 1986, way before Pennison talked about any of this, or even some of the stuff that I talked about hadn't come out. I hadn't gone public yet either. He confirms it in the remote view. Now, how is that possible?
When you say confirms it, what kind of detail?
What he remember, he actually saw an object or a craft. He actually could go around it. He saw the glyphs, the raised things. He touched the glyphs. There appeared to be some kind of like communications that would happen between the glyphs and him. The actual object itself, how it felt, the smoothness, what Pennison describes after, years later, smooth, black, and everything else. Now, this is a remote view that was done, by Lynn Buchanan way before any of this stuff was on the public domain.
Interesting. Well,
now, how could that be?
How could it be? I have no idea.
That's my whole point. This just throws another wrench in the whole Rendlesham case because they were doing this. Matter of fact, a piece of the report disappeared. He admitted to that. There was part of it's not there. He at one point felt there was ET presence there, but it wasn't in the crap, but it was from somewhere else, which is what Colonel Halt has said.
Right.
Okay. So, and this was in 1986, and he did this way before any of this became public knowledge.
Right. I have no clue. But I have you. And
right.
I am particularly interested in what under hypnosis has come out that obviously you say your conscious memory went gone.
Right.
So let's talk about hypnosis.
Sure. And I always like to make this clear, okay? There's a difference between what I remember and hypnosis, and I'm not saying I don't believe in hypnosis, but there's a lot of people out there to discredit it. So I want to make it clear. I've told you what I remember getting up to it close the first time. Now I will tell you what hypnosis is.
Under what circumstances did you agree to hypnosis?
Well, that's another whole crazy story in itself. Do you remember back in the 90s when they were going to do that UFO cover-up live show?
Yes.
Okay, I was asked, I just gotten out of active duty, and I was asked by the producer of the show and executive producer, Kurt Brubaker, to maybe go on the show. So I met with him. Then this whole thing came up about, not the first night, because that hadn't come out yet, but what happened on the third night when I was running towards it with Adrian Bastinza. So we finally got around to the point where they convinced me, why not go into hypnosis just to see if anything comes out?
Not on camera. Not on camera.
Right. No,
okay.
Well, it was recorded, yes.
Yeah,
the whole thing was recorded.
All right.
Okay. So I reluctantly agreed to it. Find out later on Bob Emenegger was behind this and that whole group of that, and actually ended up getting shopped around to the intelligence agencies to include some other people in SRI. But ultimately, I go under hypnosis, and I remember going into it, that it was actually the life form itself.
Going into it, you mean?
Going into the life form, whatever it is.
Going into the life form.
Yes. The actual energy field or whatever it was that we got close to was the life form itself.
Okay, got you.
And it was able to communicate with us telepathically, to include the fact that when I met up with Colonel Halt before Adrian and I went forward, that there was a telepathic communications between Colonel Halt and whatever this was. And the fact was that it actually Halt felt that I needed to go out there because it wanted me to go out there to meet back up with it for the second time.
Huh.
This all comes out in hypnosis. And I reiterate, this was hypnosis now.
Okay. No, that's fine. I really want to know what came out. Did you, by the way, when you were hypnotized, did you really feel you were under? Do you recall the experience?
Oh, that's the thing. The whole thing's taped, but I went out. They couldn't get me under at first, and this guy did something that finally put me under, and I was out cold. And there was a communications. This is where it gets really crazy, but it was like channeling, where at one point we were back there and communicating with whatever it was. And I don't remember any of this. And when I came out of the hypnosis, it did nothing to my memory to make me remember anymore. I didn't remember it afterwards. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. I do.
Now I know. That didn't happen.
I do. So, did they inquire of the nature of the communication? I would imagine.
Yeah, it was there to observe us. It will be back. That there are things going on in this earth that are very dangerous, and down the line, when certain things happen, they will be back, and then they'll go forward from there. That's basically the communications.
So, dangerous things for the earth.
Right, and it was strange because you would think right away everybody hopped on the nuclear part of it, and whatever this was says, it's way past the nuclear part.
It probably is.
Nuclear weapons are not a concern of theirs. whatever we're doing is the concern that we'll get to that point where they'll have to come in and do something about it.
Well, I'm personally a little concerned about nuclear weapons, but beyond that, I can see that there would be danger for those of us living on this earth and not very far down the line, either at the rate we're going. So that part of it certainly makes sense.
Well, I hate to say this, but based off the hypnosis, which was done in '88, we're coming into that time frame right now.
It feels like it.
Right.
I
can't disagree with that, but it's the fact. Okay, and the other fact that's very, very, very confusing or disturbing to me was things came up at that point in '88, like Mars was brought into the picture, some of this other stuff was brought into the picture, and back in '88, people rolled their eyes, little green men and Mars. Well, now look at all the data that's coming out.
Yes.
That could tie into Mars and some other stuff. And at the time in '88, everybody was looking. But the interesting thing was I was involved with some people that were in engineering. And it appeared to me on the surface at the time, and I've confirmed it later, they were definitely interested in whatever it was for the technical part of it. Mm-hmm. And they were working hard to understand it and to be able to use it. And one of the questions was the ability, how much time would it take or whatever. I can't remember exactly. It's been a while since I watched it. But it was the travel time between Mars and Earth. And when they asked this thing, it gave the exact data correctly. They were blown away by it and they confirmed it. But that was the point when I was channeling. I was able to give them the exact travel time it would take to get from Mars.
When you were able to see this video later and you heard yourself give that answer and knew it was a confirmed correct answer, it must have blown you away.
Well, yeah, it did. And not only that, when I came out of it, everybody was looking at me like I don't know how to explain it, but they were almost like scared of me.
Now, should we kneel down before him or run?
Something along those lines. And the other scary part about it was that whatever it was going to be coming back from me for a reason. It didn't give the reason, but I would be at some point in time in the future, it would be back for me directly. This is all that came out in hypnosis, Art.
All right. Well, some people turn their heads away from what's going on Earth, but right now, the Arctic waters are melting. We're beginning to enter into a new Cold War phase with Russia, which is going to dominate those Arctic waters. There is going to be new navigation that will make the Panama Canal no longer so important. The world is changing really, really quickly. These are not changes that you expect to see in one lifetime. These are changes that, I don't know, somehow we think of as occurring over many hundreds of years, thousands of years. But it's happening very fast, John. So maybe their warnings were spot on.
It could very well be. And then I want to go, because all this stuff is surfaced over the years. But then when you start finding these declassified documents, it's to support some of this. Mm-hmm. And like I said, now the remote view just surfaced. There's a lot of stuff that over the years that I've worked on that support the hypnosis, support some of what Sergeant Peniston said. And not only that, but even the fact that I just recently was awarded a settlement from the VA that I was injured in the line of duty in Rendlesham Forest by whatever we encountered.
Yeah, this is one hell of a story all by itself, right?
Yes, it is.
How this progressed. After all of this happened, were you treated medically?
No, none of us were. And there's not just me that's had some medical issues either. There's been some other people that have had different problems also that I'm trying to help right now. So it wasn't just me that had medical issues.
Right, but your medical issues are so interesting because it bears on the whole event.
Yeah, it does. And what exactly caused my problems surfaced through the CIA. And they actually helped keep me alive, if you can believe that or not.
I can believe it. So, not everybody in the CIA is bad. It's full of good people doing a tough job.
Right.
All right, so let's go down the health road for a bit here.
Okay.
What happened to your health?
Right after the incident, I didn't feel good. I mean, and it wasn't something that I connected immediately to the incident, because first of all, people have to understand, I was an E3, airman first class. I was at the low end of the totem pole on the food chain. Mm-hmm. There was a lot of high-ranking people that were out there, and I was told to let it go, and I let it go. But right afterwards, I started having throat, eyes, my gums actually turned white, and then a few months later, when I didn't feel right, it was a civilian doctor that found it, because I was home back in the States on my time off, and I got so sick, I went into the emergency room because I had to, because I couldn't get back to the base in time, and they found a heart murmur. And the interesting thing is the fact that I could never have joined the Air Force if I had a heart murmur.
Of course.
And they found it, I mean, within months after the incident, they found this heart murmur, which then leads down, years later.
Did you at that time mention to the medical people that it might be connected to what happened?
Absolutely not. I was told over there, in no uncertain circumstances, to not talk about it.
Not talk about it, yeah.
Not to let it go. And I'm not even going to tell you that I totally put this together. There was things that happened after that, like when I went in, when my eyes started acting up, and the first thing the doctor asked me was, have you been exposed to radiation?
Right.
And I'm looking at him like, well, not that I'm really aware of. Mm-hmm. But, it was years after that all the pieces came together to bring us back to that what we were exposed to caused these difficulties.
When did you learn what you were exposed to?
Well, as much as I can tell you, it appears to be terahertz radiation. I learned it right before I was near death, is what it came down to. My valve was, the civilian doctors, to go back in time a little bit, the civilian doctors, when I got sick, started having AFib and congestive heart failure, couldn't understand why I was having that problem. There just wasn't anything there. There was no heart disease or anything else, other than the murmur was there. But what they were looking at, and the data, the medical data that supports it, doesn't support the extreme problems that I was having. So they asked me to contact the military to get my medical records so they could look at it when I first started having the problem.
Sure.
And that's when everything got crazy, because it came down to the fact they wouldn't give them to me. I went to Senator Kyle's office. They inquired for my medical and service records. They got told they weren't where they belonged. Then she went back and told me to file for disability. This is before I got really sick. And they would then inquire, because she felt my medical records were classified. And this is all in writing. So when people come back and say, I can't support this, I can.
I'm sorry, the initial reaction was they could not find them?
Well, first they said they weren't where they belonged.
That's called lost.
Okay, well, yeah, but what it came down to was she was smart enough to know, because she had dealt with stuff with Agent Orange and stuff, that isn't what was really the case. What they were they were classified.
Right.
So what she did was force their hand, when I filed disability, to have them start admitting to what was going on. Well, they were stalling her because Kyle was getting ready to retire. So I got a letter from her. Well, actually, I met with her first, and she told me that she knows something happened to me. I probably will never find out what happened to me, but that they were going to give me the medical care that I deserved. Well, they stalled them long enough that Kyle retired, so they kicked it over to Senator McCain's office. And that's where it really got interesting, as far as the whole thing, even to the point where they altered my DD Form 214. They actually altered my DD Form 214 and said I wasn't in the Air Force in 1979.
Excuse me?
Yes.
In what? All right, we're going to pick up right there.
That's why I figured I'd give you a second, because I saw the time.
Yeah.
So I got to go into this story. This is amazing what happened with that.
Altering a DD-214. Oh, my. All right, hold tight. Holy mackerel. John Burroughs is my guest.
All our times have come, here but now they're gone. Please don't fear the reaper, nor do you win the sun.
Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Never misses, right? At least once. All right, John Burroughs is my guest, and John, last we talked to him, just a couple of minutes ago, was talking about his DD-214, and he claimed they altered his DD-214 to show he was not in the Air Force at that time. That is a very, very serious offense, altering a 214. My goodness.
Yeah, no, yes, it is. And here's the story behind it. When they handed it off to McCain's office, you know, they got the paperwork, they looked at it. It was as typical, they looked at it like, and I want to be clear on Senator Kyle and Senator McCain's office. They took a chance on this because they had the background on what I was exposed to, what was going on. They had the halt memo, they had official documents showing something happened to us, but they took the case, and it was a risk in their part because of the fact that the ramifications going back to, where it could lead.
Of course.
But at the same time, they were looking at this with a little bit of an eye like, well, there's got to be an explanation to all this, right? So, all right, so it goes to McCain. McCain, this was when the VA was having trouble in Phoenix anyway, so I hadn't got an appointment. They got me expedited. They got me looked at. When I went in to see the doctor, she started asking me questions, and I started answering them. She looked at me strange, and she says, well, there's a problem here. And I says, well, what's that? She goes, you weren't in the service in 79. We have no medical records for you during that time frame, so therefore what you're telling me can't be true. Well, I pulled out, I had my little briefcase. I pulled out a bunch of pay records and everything else. I showed them to her. Her eyes got real big, and I says, so how are we going to handle this now? She goes, well, this is above my pay grade. I can only give them my recommendation based on what I can look at. I said, fine. I left the office. I told McCain's office this. They were still like, okay, well, let's see what happens.
Well, I wonder what McCain, excuse me, when she reported this to McCain, I sure would have liked to have been a fly on that wall. I mean, she obviously went back to McCain and said, look, on one hand, they say he wasn't in the service, but on the other hand, I just saw evidence that he was.
Well, no, she didn't report to McCain. I'll tell you how McCain found out about this. This is when it got really crazy. Okay. A citizens hearing happened with Steve Bassett. We went up there when we addressed this to the six people that were in Congress. First of all, they didn't even know there was a classified records section. They didn't even know that. Most of them did. They even took a break and made some phone calls, and they came back, and a couple of them got some inside information that there might be. But they actually put together a letter. They sent it to the President Obama himself, and to the head of the VA, asking them to intercede and help me. Okay. Right after that, the CIA guy shows up, and we had an attorney working with us. He shows up and meets with the attorney and starts getting involved. Now, we go along a couple more months, and I get a denial letter in the mail from the VA. And their denial was based solely on two factors. Number one, my DD Form 214 showed I didn't come in until 1982. So therefore, what I'm claiming could not have happened because I wasn't in the Air Force in 1979.
Yes.
And there were no medical records to support my issue either. Okay. McCain's office goes nuts on this. They go, we've got more than enough evidence to show you he was in.
Right.
They went as far as going to AFRPC on this. AFRPC told him I wasn't in. We got an email from him saying I couldn't have been in. I wasn't in. Well, I actually got around this by going to retirements because I was retired, and I talked to a girl on the phone, and I says, well, I'm calling to confirm I'm not retired. When I explained the whole thing to her, she got into my files and got some stuff out that got back to McCain's office, and finally, after almost 2 months of going back and forth, they grudgingly then changed my DD Form 214 back to the fact that I joined the service.
Good Lord. With or without an explanation?
No explanation whatsoever. Matter of fact, McCain, that senior staffer from McCain's office told me this. It was a yeoman's job behind the scenes for us to get this taken care of. But you're not going to know how he did it or how it was done. And the next step is to get you medically taken care of, but you'll probably never have any answers to what exactly happened to you. It's so deep. All right. So
it's so deep.
Right. It's very deep. I don't know how much they found out, but it was clear from the aide in Senator Kyle's office and these people now, that whatever happened to us was still classified, was buried very deeply, and that there was no headway on, they weren't going to get any answers of what went on.
You'd think, though, there would be better ways that they could go at this to keep a lid on it rather than to try to actually change it to 14 and a date you were in the military. That's just ridiculous because, of course, ultimately you can prove.
Well, right, but even when we proved it, they at first said no.
I understand.
And that's when Senator McCain's office basically through him said, you better start changing your tune or we're going to open up a full investigation into what happened over there.
And that's when the 214 tune changed.
Well, I think that had something to do with it, but they still weren't going to do anything for me medically. That was still a big holdup.
Okay, that's the next step. I mean, once they admit that at least you were in the military at the time you said you were, the next step is, of course, to try to get the medical records that are now relevant to a life-threatening problem.
Correct, but they weren't going to release them. So along comes a CIA doctor, writes a letter, goes to my attorney. His attorney-doctor-client privilege, okay? But I was authorized to release it to the VA that was starting to look at me. As soon as they got that letter, everything changed. They immediately started treating me differently. Matter of fact, they brought in a DOD doctor. And what ended up being was what they found out, and there's medical proof to back this up too, because this type of radiation can affect the valve. But what the civilian doctors were missing, and now because they had the type of radiation the DOD got in the middle of it, they realized that there's two leaflets within your valve. Front and back is what I call it. The front one showed some damage, but it wasn't enough damage to cause the symptoms I was having. They've never had a case where the back leaflet was damaged. Well, mine wasn't just damaged, it was shredded. It was shredded by this radiation.
Okay. How did they determine the amount of radiation that you had received? I mean,
I've never got a straight answer on how much radiation I got. And matter of fact, I never got a straight answer from them on even it was terahertz. It was a CIA guy that identified that type of radiation, which is highly classified. It's being used extensively in military operations and weapons and stuff. There is a little bit of it being used in some of those scanners in the airports.
Right.
But it's a highly classified radiation. But that opened the door for them. But then I was handled completely differently then. I was actually being screened. Everything went through this DOD doctor. Even the surgeon answered to him for the whole surgery and everything else.
All right, so who actually got hold of, or did anybody ever get hold of your medical records?
Well, I'll finish it now.
Okay, sure.
I got the surgery. Okay, now the next step was to get disability because my heart was damaged so badly that right now a fracture rate's usually between 55 and 60. Mine's in the low 30s now, but it was down to 10 at one point and then in the 20s. So we were now working on disability, and there was a whole rigmarole about that. They were going to do something, then somebody up high pulled it, and an IG complaint went in, and McCain had to step in again. Finally, they granted me disability, but here was the deal. They granted me disability on the fact that I was on duty in Rendlesham Forest. I was injured by whatever we encountered. That was why my heart was severely injured. But they are not going to release my medical records. They're not going to answer any FOIAs on it. They're not going to tell me where my records are. They're not going to release my medical records, and that I'm being handled by certain doctors that have the clearance to work with me on
this. So they're not going to answer any FOIAs?
Nope. They blew FOIAs. They blew FOIAs to McCain's office. They got caught holding back stuff. They got caught. They wouldn't answer my FOIAs. They wouldn't even answer whether or not the VA ever did get an explanation from the Special Operations Unit that handles.
You know, medical records are a little bit of a different situation, but certainly you would have the right to file a FOIA for your own medical information.
I did, and they won't release them to me.
What specifically did they say?
This is where it gets real shady. They basically leave it as the fact that we've treated you, we've taken care of you, and we're not going to deal with you anymore. And so basically what this was going to come down to is I'd have to file a lawsuit to actually ask where my records were and pursue it from that point.
Wow.
Because they're classified. I mean, McCain's office said it. Kyle's office said it. Do I have it in writing from the VA? No, they won't answer that question. But ultimately, and I even tried to get some of my stuff. I tried to pull a little fast one. I did get a little bit of it before the rest of it got locked down. But it's also, what's interesting is that it's all computerized now. It's in the VISTA system, but the VISTA system is a direct link between the VA and the Department of Defense. And all my stuff that relates to my heart, even a couple of my lower level doctors can't get at it. They've even admitted it to me. They said, we don't have the clearance to look at your records.
What about
to move me up to a higher level doctor when my heart was
What
involved.
about the others that were subjected to the same radiation?
That's something I'm working with some of them right now, trying to get some stuff done. And Senator McCain's office, again, is going to help with this. Because now it's real easy. They understand, and they're willing to step up and help these guys.
So there are others with effects.
Yes, there's others that have had radiation, appeared to be radiation symptoms. One guy actually, it was interesting, had some issues with his thyroid, and the civilian doctor said the only way this could have happened to your thyroid was exposure to radiation.
That's what it would affect for sure.
And that affects your mind because the thyroid goes up to a gland, and he was having issues with anger and everything else, and heart issues too. So he's had some of the same issues also.
All right. Whether it's yourself or others that were involved at Rendlesham, at any point or at what point do you feel like you were being perhaps monitored?
Monitored by who?
Monitored perhaps by military authorities, whether it be medical or otherwise.
For me personally, medically, that's part of the speculation on why my records are classified, because I didn't know it at the time, but the symptoms I had were looked at by the military. Matter of fact, the heart issue went to right pat. Now, I find out through the grapevine later on, well, you know why they went to right pat? No, not really. Well, where do they did all the work on this stuff? Oh, okay. So along the lines with the eyes, the heart, and everything else, at the time I didn't know it, but it appears that was partly what was going on. They were monitoring that and keeping track of it.
Well, that would imply they knew pretty much exactly what you had been exposed to.
Yeah, and it goes even deeper than that. It appears to me, and I can go into Condign a little bit, which is declassified documents from the British MOD, that it's clear that the governments of the world are aware of whatever we encountered. It's called UFO UAP, but they're clear about it. They're studying it. They're working on it. They're weaponizing it. And there's a good possibility, yes, they were monitoring us to see how we were affected by it, to include that when this became public, the whole health issues, there was actually some testing that was requested. They wanted to look at our DNA and also some other testing that they wanted to do that would have been reaction to what we encountered.
I wonder if they did look at your DNA. Of course, I guess you don't know, do you?
Well, I can tell you this. I denied it, the first part of it. I said no. But after I had my surgery, the DOD doctor came up and wanted to look at my immune system. And the tests, the blood that he took got sent away from the VA and was sent to a site. And what I've been able to learn, because a lot of it's locked down, I couldn't even get at it, but what little I did get of it was they were clearly looking at my immune system, which leads to my DNA.
All right. Hold tight, John. John Burroughs, Rendlesham Forest is what we're talking about. Holy mackerel, what a story.
You get a shiver in the dark, it's raining in the park, but meantime. South of the river, you stop and you hold everything.
Yeah.
What is the good for?
Absolutely.
Nothing.
Say it again, y'all.
Whoa.
Look out.
What is it good for?
Absolutely. Now listen to
Want
me.
to take a ride? Your conductor, Art Bell, will punch your ticket when you call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Well, all right, John Burroughs is here. We're discussing Rendlesham, and boy, when first what is it? Something about a web and deceit, right? John, welcome back.
Thanks.
All right, so in your opinion, do you feel that your memories have been blocked, or that you've had false memories implanted somehow or another? And of course, the next question is going to be by whom? But first, obviously, there's a memory block because you were able to say all sorts of things under hypnosis, right?
Correct. And there's another piece to the puzzle. It's Project Condign, which was a report that was done by the British government on UFOs, UAPs. And when you go into the report, and it's like over 400 pages long, but when you go into the report, it goes into the details of this phenomenon. It has the ability, when you get close to it, to see things, may cause different people to see different things. It can block your memory, your long-term, your short-term memory. It can cause all kinds of issues. There's a radiation involved with it. And there's a lot of stuff within it, just like any other reports that, it's like doublespeak or whatever you want to talk about it. But if you go through the report and you break it down, it does go into a lot of things that not only what we were dealing with, but what other people have had, experiences that people have had that have had some kind of encounter.
All right. False memories, that's something else altogether, or injected memories. In other words, could there have been a period of time where the military said, oh, my God, this thing has happened. We're going to have to control it. And the only way we're going to control it, apparently, besides manipulating 214s later, is to give somebody memories that tells them different sort of story that I don't know.
That's a valid question, and you can take it for this. Different people remember being interrogated. Matter of fact, Peniston in Hypnosis said they used sodium pentothal on him, or a lot of people say it would have been amethol, but Hypnosis says pentothal. But when you take Condign and you take all this other stuff that's now surfaced, and it's been over 30 years, so stuff starts getting declassified and stuff. You have to wonder if the military itself was perplexed by it. They couldn't really understand it.
Right.
They were in the infancy stages of what we were dealing with at that point. If you know the base where we were at, right outside the gate was some of the most technical equipment, the best equipment we had, both British and American, that were outside, that were being worked on. And there were special access programs going on at that time. And Rendlesham itself, and this has gone on way before our incident and after, to this day, they have weird things that go on that forest. And one of the things that was uncovered was there was a scientific team down in the area right when that incident happened. They were already doing investigative work on that area and the phenomenon itself.
Well, look, I get one night, maybe even two, but 3 nights in a row. At that point, there should have been a very, very, very serious, deep investigation. There should have been people everywhere. It should have been, by the 3rd night, gigantic, right?
Well, they did. They brought in the team. I think the first night, and I honestly, I can only tell you this based on the research I've done. I don't think the base overall knew what was going on. As a matter of fact, I would say probably nobody on the base had a really good idea, even the general in charge.
Wow.
But at the same time, some of the stuff was going on the base itself, and was going on at Marsham Heath, which was an attachment to the base. But I think quickly afterwards, General Williams was read into a lot of this stuff. Matter of fact, when I met with him with these declassified documents, he was blown away. He could not believe those documents did get declassified, and that they actually admitted to that Rendlesham was in the documents itself. It said that we were that we were exposed to radiation within these documents, he couldn't believe that part came out, or the frequencies, or the fact that within these documents that even says that wing commanders, the people that are in the flying wings, are briefed on this because there is interaction between pilots and this phenomenon itself.
All right, John, it's a period of 3 days. You mentioned radar once.
Right.
Obviously, over 3 days, unless this thing was on the ground all the time, there would have been additional radar sightings. Were you able to learn, or could FOIAs be filed which learned the totality of what radar knew about all this?
Well, the interesting thing with that is it's kind of like with my medical records. The memo that was put out, the dates were wrong. The Colonel Hall put out in the first place. They had the dates wrong. So they went back and they tried to recover the radar stuff.
Right.
And the dates that they asked for, they said those dates have been erased already. And then when they went back later, they got the same answer, that the data that they should have kept anyway was erased. But that goes even deeper into all the missing files that the British admitted they don't have, and the fact that they're still holding 18 files after they'd said they'd already released everything.
And
but,
doggone, John, they lost all the Roswell records too. It is.
I know. I understand. And that's just it. When the British government said they were being transparent, and I think a lot of people followed this, when they got to the Rendlesham part, there was a huge gap between. There was missing files through the DIS. Their answer was, well, they got destroyed. Accidentally got destroyed. Well, okay. Well, don't you have procedures in place? Well, Nick Pope said, well, number one, they weren't supposed to be destroyed. Number two, if they were destroyed, it should have been who authorized and why. All of that was not there. So there's a huge gap in the missing files. Well, I asked Nick, and he wouldn't give me a straight answer, but I don't think they're missing at all. I think they're still classified at top secret, which is a way to cover this, because if you say I'm releasing everything we have and everything we're releasing secret or below, well, and then we said we're missing files, if they came out and said, well, there's still stuff being classified, there'd be a huge row. But if they just say we lost them, they'll take the heat on that. Now, it goes deeper because of Condyne, and I did a bunch of FOIA, and I slipped some stuff in, and I caught, I think, this guy off guard, because it went from him to the very top. I started getting responses back from the defense secretary himself that they actually admitted they slipped up, even though they admitted earlier on. Remember how they released every file they had?
Admitted they slipped up in what manner?
They said, oops, we're still holding 18 files. And 6 of those files are policy files.
Policy files.
Yes. And it gets even more intriguing. They're in a bind for 2 reasons. Number one, most people don't follow this closely enough. Even these files that have been released, they're still redacted. And Art, you know what that means.
I do.
Their stuff's still classified. Now, when they come back and say, well, here's everything we got, well, that's not true, because yes, they're releasing documents, but they're still holding stuff that's classified, and that goes right over most people's head, including the mainstream news. And in this particular case, in Condyne and these 18 files, a lot of that stuff is still classified. Now, how can you say it's not a defense significance?
Have you ever actually put your hands on any of these files? In other words, did they release in part something along with a lot of blacked out redacted stuff?
No, not yet on the 18 files. Matter of fact, they're in a bind. When they admitted it to me, I kept quiet for a while. And then I did a press release. And they finally did a short announcement that they were holding more files. And then it got quiet again. Finally, somebody in the House of Lords took it to the MOD twice, and they finally said, well, down the road, we're gonna release these files.
Down the road.
Down the road, yeah. I think they finally got a date of sometime in 16. Now, my inquiry started in 13, and in 14 they admitted it. So they're holding files that they didn't have in the first place for 2 more years minimum. And when they come out, yeah, Condyne had a bunch of redacted stuff, and that's what led me to the redacted stuff, which I held in my hand, and I started asking questions about that, and I slipped in a couple of questions, and the guy slipped up and admitted within the redacted stuff there were still files being held from Condyne.
Remarkable.
And they were 18 files.
Absolutely remarkable. I guess they figure if they can hold out long enough, we die. I don't know.
Well, that, and I also think 16 is an important time to release them. What's going to be on everybody's mind in the spring going into the summer of 2016 in the United States?
The spring going into the summer?
Yeah.
I don't know what.
The elections.
Well, I guess more toward the fall.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a big item and all this stuff going on. So if they casually release these files in the UK, and then they and somebody just says, well, that they got caught, but here's the rest of them. There's nothing to them, which they have people that they hire to do that. It's not going to make the kind of headway it would in the States that if there was no election or anything like that going on.
Yeah, I suppose the election could probably cover up the news cycle a bit.
Right.
But they've really messed up here, severely messed up. And I kind of wonder whether we'll ever know. I mean, you must have days like that as well, John. Whether they'll just come up to the date and then somehow it'll be another date. It'll be further down the line.
Well, that's what they've done with this twice now. Yeah.
Well, there you have it. Yeah. All right. Hold on, John. We'll be right back.
Wherever you go, whatever you do, you know these reckless thoughts of mine are following you.
It's not radio, but it is what's next, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network, Midnight in the Desert, with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Oh, we are indeed what's next. Rendlesham Forest, my guest, is John Burroughs. And it seems to me, I was in the Air Force too, A1C as a matter of fact, and it seems I know how things work. And, one day I could imagine John was out there and John wouldn't be out there on any other day. Not the way the Air Force works. If it's a big deal, the low ranks get abandoned quickly. So the fact that you were brought back, that the colonel felt that whatever it was wanted you back and brought you back, means to me you're at the very center of all this, John. Does that seem right?
Well, okay, there's a couple of things to consider. Number one, I went back out there on the third night on my own. I was off duty. Hypnosis is what that came out.
Right. And Elizabeth writes, she sends me a computer message here, wormhole message, saying, I'm getting lost. Did he finish describing what happened as perceived under hypnosis? I'm not sure we did, really. You said some of it, but is there more?
Just basically that definitely there was an interaction that it was communicating with us, and
that you actually entered this being, or...
Yeah, well, that's not just from hypnosis. Actually, Sergeant Peniston said he saw me go into it on the first night, and Adrian Bestenza on the third night saw me go in and disappear. And there was missing time on the first night, 45 minutes, where they couldn't account for us.
Wow. All right. Did you come back with a clear message yourself under hypnosis?
Just that they were monitoring us, that there were things that we were doing that concerned them, and it didn't seem like at that point, but they'd come back to monitor from that point going forward, where there's going to be something that happens that they're going to try to figure out at that point, going to that point, how or what they can do maybe to keep it from happening or what caused it to happen. That's the best I can tell you.
John, is there anything over the years that has occurred to you or that you thought of that you have not made public?
Yeah, there's several, quite a bit.
Okay. Proceed.
Well, that's why I haven't talked about it. I mean, I'll kind of sum it up this way, Art. When I started this in 10, so much has changed since 2010, 2009 timeframe. When all I really wanted to do, this is before I got really sick, was simply to get us all together, to try to get us to talk about it, which it's funny when some of us now we start to remember things and things start to fall into place.
Yes.
And it's clear there's an influence within that doesn't want us to get together. And when this binary stuff came up, which we talked about way early on, that was a mind blower. And all the stuff in between, just the sites, the possibilities, my hypnosis, how things are starting to fall into place for my hypnosis, which it's kind of hard to accept. There's all kinds of things that go through your mind and stuff that you think about and wonder about, or you see in the news and stuff that you're not going to go out and publicly talk about or make a big deal about, because that's where people are going to start to think you belong somewhere in some hospital or something.
Well, you sound sane to me. You obviously belonged in a hospital for a while, not the kind you were thinking of, and were in a hospital for a while, I'm sure. Almost died.
Right.
But if you can relate to me anything that has occurred to you after these years that you haven't made public, I'd be very appreciative.
Well, I would say this much. Based on the research I've done, and there's one thing I want to add to this before I tell you this other part. You'd asked me earlier if there was a document I was holding. I am holding the document.
Oh.
I got sectioned once I got this document. And in this document from the MOD, they've admitted that they've developed a weapon off of what we encountered.
Really?
Yes. And that's when they sectioned me. And the interesting thing was the weapon they developed doesn't belong directly to the MOD, and it's mostly all blacked out because it's involving defense contractors that are working on it for the MOD. And it has to do with time and everything else that's going on. That, as you've noticed in the news, and that's why I'm leading up to this, have you noticed in the last few months how all of a sudden now they're talking about warp drive? They're talking about what I would call impulse power.
It's everywhere now, John. Yes, everywhere.
Right. Well, that's the stuff that I've kept quiet on because I've had some interaction with some government people, some stuff. I know some of the people that are working on this projects, and I know where this is going. And the scary part is it's one thing to be told something, but then to see it actually coming out in mainstream news is pretty mind-blowing.
Let's go back to where you were told something.
Just the warp drive, and the phenomenon itself ties into interstellar travel, warp drive, and everything else.
So are you telling me it was imparted to you by this alien? I think it's fair to call it an alien. That there was going to be, or that there existed a warp drive, or that we were on the way to developing a warp drive, or what? Not
directly from my hypnosis, but they weren't concerned about the nuclear stuff. They were concerned about frequencies and what we're doing, which is right where we're at this particular moment in history.
It sure is.
And I could tell you one other thing that stunned me the other day, and unfortunately I didn't save it. I'm going to go back and get it. But did you ever see the movie Final Countdown?
Oh, absolutely.
Now, think about this. The movie was done in 1980. They only went back 40 years in time. And look at the ramifications of technology advancements from 40 to 80. The communications problems they had. So all the stuff that went on.
Uh-huh.
And what that one ship could do, it would have changed history in 1940. One ship.
So there definitely was something about time.
Right. And now you get into this thing with Peniston and time travelers. Well, he did say under hypnosis 40,000 years. I think he meant 40 years. And when I say that because he really grasped for that time frame. Well, it just came out in mainstream news. There is a craft, an unmanned drone it's in the final stages that's going to be operational between now and 2020 that we have. That looks a lot like exactly what he drew back in 1980.
All right. Well, there's a lot here. I want to open the phone lines and allow people to ask you questions. So our public number, by the way, is 1-952-225-5278. Opportunity of a lifetime to ask a question. You never know what you might hear in response. and of course the Skype connections as well. Having said that, there was a moment, wasn't there, where laser beams were seen shining to the ground by whatever this thing was, and it seemed to be doing some sort of search.
Yes, there were two things that came out that, and it's on Colonel Halt's tape, and you can hear it in his voice. And I love how people try to say, well, that was a fake tape. Listen to that segment right there where it comes at him and it beams a beam of light down at their feet. Listen to the quiver in his voice and everything. But there was clearly something that was sent down. He has actually said over the time frame, was it a warning? Was it a message? What was going on? And then also one of the other guys out there with him at the time said whatever was up in the sky appeared to be doing some kind of search or grid pattern.
A grid pattern search.
Right.
I wonder what they would have been looking for.
Maybe whatever we encountered the first night, that's been some speculation.
Did you ever come to terms in your own mind, John, with regard to what you encountered and where it was from, as well as what it wanted or what it was concerned with?
That's part of when you asked me if there's things I haven't discussed.
Good.
It clearly upset me, and it upset the people that were in the room that day, that it was coming back for me at some point. That was definitive. There was no doubt that there was some point in time in the future that it was coming back for me.
So it's you feel this is yet to occur.
Yeah, and it's not only that. It's the interest that's happened to me over the years from within the government, different technology people, and even I don't want to go too deep into this, but I've had some people within the tribes themselves that have actually made contact with me, and I've been able to go up to some of their sacred sites and do some stuff. And it all seems a lot of people believe whatever we encountered and whatever happened is vital to the future of mankind. And that's kind of a hard thing to accept.
But very important to know about. Really important to know about.
Well, I don't disagree. I mean, that's why you can go into the message that Peniston said he received. The sites are all ancient sites. The fact that one of them is the Temple of Apollo, which sits right next to the island of Patmos, and we all know what was written at Patmos.
Yes. So, all right. Well, let's go to some of the folks, and maybe they'll jog your memory a little bit. Knoxville, Tennessee. Hello there. You're on the air.
Hey, thank you for taking my call. I'm Joe. Are you aware that the 29th, the next day after the 28th, same month, same year, that Betty Cash and Vicki Lander had an incident in Dayton, Texas, a light in the sky thing, and they were exposed to radiation like he was. Also, there was some Chinook helicopters that showed up during all this. I was wondering, have you heard of the aircraft reactor propulsion systems that they experimented in the 50s and later on led to the molten salt reactor experiments at Oak Ridge? And then about that time after the 60s it was shut down. Is this part of your black ops that you're wondering about? Is part of this as a carryover from the aircraft reactor experiments?
Well, I am aware of the Cash Lander incident. There has been quite a few people that have tried to look at our case and that case, and they think there's a tie-in because of the time frame where what happened, the dates and the timing it happened, and that there was radiation involved. And I can't say that is impossible. Matter of fact, that's on my next thing to look at. I just haven't had the time yet. But there's a lot of people that have looked at that and feel there's something related to it. And what's also interesting, prior to our incident, there was another incident in the UK that involved a British policeman. And then prior to that, Albuquerque had a major incident that followed the same parameters of what happened at our incident. But I'm not so sure about the reactors and stuff. I think what our incident had to do more with radar frequencies and everything else and less to do with nuclear reactors. That's just my take so far.
All right, caller?
Do you think,
all right.
do you say on Okay, there's those large triangles that I think you saw Art.
Oh, I sure did.
Okay, well, they're powered by something. I believe they're ours. And what's got me was, you mentioned the 80s, and based on the molten salt reactors experiments at Oak Ridge, and which was based off the aircraft reactor experiments, could this be and like I said, we're talking heavy radiation possibilities. What I'm trying to say is this part of the black ops later on that powered these things?
I honestly couldn't give you an answer on that. What I believe the black ops had to do and the SAP programs had to do more with frequencies and the radars and all that and the EM fields, which under my hypnosis, that does come up, that what we're doing to the EM fields, which affect the Earth itself and, outside the Earth parameters, I think that had more to do with it than the actual, what you're talking about. But anything's possible. And, if you have any information, down the line that you can tie that in, I'd be interested to know about it.
All right. Lewis on Skype, you're on the air with Mike. Yes,
Airman Burroughs. Thank you, Mr. Bell. If I can, I'll ask two questions. I think I'm going to just focus on a current rumor that I've heard, and I want to either quash it so that it doesn't grow or say what you will. On a show on Dark Matter Radio Network, another guest claimed that Sergeant Peniston made a deal to get his medical records and in return he would shut up. Does that sound plausible to you?
Well, that I can tell you. I'm glad you brought that up. Okay. It was Congressman. There was a congressman that was at the hearings, and he did a.
Yes.
He actually talked to him. I've just recently talked to him.
That's the source of the rumor.
He asked me what happened to Sergeant Peniston in this, and I gave him this answer. And this is coming from me now because Jim and I did go to the hearings. We did testify in front of these guys, these mock hearings. He was all on board, and you can see the hearings online, that he had health issues, that he was involved, that he wanted something done. After the hearings happened, and this CIA guy showed up, and the actual Steve Bassett actually was trying to make headway to get us in front of a real Congress. Jim backed off. And when I said he backed off, he actually did post a statement at one point saying the fact that he was threatened, and he wouldn't elaborate, and that he actually had some records he turned over to the VA and he was now being taken care of and he wanted to drop it all. Now, it got kind of blown out of proportion that who threatened him, which he never said, number one, and number two, he did drop out of this. And the only question I had on all this was, why would you go in front of these people and say you had health issues and we were going to take care of it, and then later say you had records that took care of all the problem? That just didn't add up. But he did drop out of all of this once the CIA doctor got into it, and and there was an actual possibility that we could go in front of Congress. That's the best I can tell you.
If I may get a second question in, my dogs always try and blackmail me that they're going to bark if I don't pay attention to them when I'm on the phone. I take it was a large base. Rendlesham was a large base. I'll make up a number, 10,000 airmen. Wouldn't there be a lot of witnesses, and is there some way to get a name of all the people on the base at the time and start trying to get more people to come out of the shadows and explain what they saw? Many, many people must have seen the orchestra in the sky that night, not just the handful that have come forward and are in the spotlight.
Well, first of all, it was the largest TAC fighter wing in the Air Force. Okay. So it was a joint base. It was the largest TAC fighter wing in the Air Force. So it was a large base. Over the years, different people have come forward, talked about it, and then they disappear. I mean, we have come up with numerous people that we've got recorded that have talked about different things, and then they just seem to fade away. And there's been other people recently that are starting to come forward. That I'm hoping somehow, some way, that eventually a bunch of us can have a reunion somewhere and all get together. And I think that would solve a lot of the issues.
Maybe that's a book for me to write, to track down all these folks. But thank you for your time, Mr. Bell.
It's certainly a book for somebody to write. Thank you. And to get it all straightened out. I guess straightened out is a pretty good word for it. Let's go here to the phone lines and say, hi, you're on the air. Hello.
Baritone in Richmond, Virginia, listening on WTWW shortwave 5085 kilohertz.
Yes.
John, I really want to thank you for doing this show. I think you and Art, I wanted to thank you both for your service to the Air Force. But John, you in particular, I think, deserve a Purple Heart for the injuries that you received in service to your country, and I hope that you've been properly awarded that. If not, I think there'd be a lot of people pushing for that to happen. Now, I have taken the moniker, you can see on Midnight Fans, which is one of our Bell's fan sites, of plasmon polariton for a very good reason. Plasmon polariton is the kind of physics that's activated by these terahertz waves that can produce the kind of energy that you need to do a warp drive. And what a plasmon polariton is it's a photon of, in this case, it would be terahertz light photons that are crawling along a dielectric plane with the electromagnetic field, the electric field pinned to the dielectric and the magnetic field free to move perpendicular to that. This is the kind of physics that's going to allow all kinds of new technologies for warp drives, very fast transfer of spaceships to Mars and nearby planets. So,
well, he certainly said that was exactly what's involved, right?
Yeah, and I think that I have written some stuff over at the Midnight Fan site that you might want to look at, John, that talks about this just a few days ago.
All right, I'm going to have to cut it short there. If there's something in print, though, everybody can go look at it if they wish. All right. We'll be back. I'm Art Bell. My guest, John Burroughs. Stay right there.
We had to get out before the magic got away.
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Well, all right. I get a sense about these things, and I have a sense that while John has told us a great deal, that there are things that he has not mentioned publicly. Are there things, John, that really are so out there that you would be afraid of what people would think of you?
Yeah, somewhat, and also the fact that one of the things, because I really didn't spend most of my life in this, but the things that concern me the most is people coming out and making these predictions and all this stuff, and it gets people worked up and nervous. And one of the things that I try, and I'm doing my best not to do, is to go too deep into stuff, because honestly, the stuff that came out in '88 just was so hard for me to stomach and believe in the first place, and so much of it's coming true. But I don't want to be somebody that's out there
adding to it.
Yes, adding to it. I do believe, I'll say this much, I do believe these next 4 years are critical to mankind's survival. And what I mean is, do I mean we'll be wiped off the face of the earth? No. But I think where we'll end up in the next 4 years will have a big say in how we evolve over the next 100 to 200 years.
Hopefully we do continue to evolve. All right, let's go to Jeremy on Skype. Hi.
Hi, John.
Hello.
Hey, John, I was wondering, this life force you encountered, could it possibly be looking forward to, for when you encountered it, to what's going to happen next Wednesday when they turn on CERNs and possibly engage a frequency we shouldn't be messing with?
Well, yeah, I've been following the CERN stuff, and there's no doubt that there is some concern there. I mean, it's not just me, but a lot of people, have written about it and stuff. CERN is a very interesting project, and it goes to the God particle. And when you start messing with that, I think you saw the movie Angels and Demons and stuff. It's something that, it's basically science trying to outdo faith, and that's not a good thing. So do I think that the world's going to end next week or the week after? No. Do I think it could affect something that could affect mankind? That's possible, but I don't in my magic ball, as if you want to call it, I don't think the world's going to end anytime soon. I just don't think maybe we're going to live quite as comfortably as we have over the last 40 or 50 years.
Okay, then my second part, I know Art's acknowledged it, and a caller before acknowledged the triangle sightings over Arizona and other places. What do you make of the Air Force trying to tell us that it was flares being dropped from A-10? We've all seen flares dropped.
Okay,
that's one of the things I've kept quiet over the years. I was actually in Arizona when that happened.
Really?
Yes, I was.
Were you a witness, actually?
I didn't really see anything that night, but what I will tell you is this, okay? The flares came way after. I know that, that stuff wasn't in the sky at the time when the first stuff happened. I had a friend who was very reliable that saw something come out from the Tucson area up over Ahwatukee and head out towards Luke. I passed this on to James Fox a few years ago that something landed at Luke that night that came in and went down and landed at Luke, was there for a short time. And I correlate that from the fact that my friend saw it come over the mountain. The guys out there at the base, I wasn't on duty that night, but they talked to me about it afterwards, obviously because of my background with stuff that's happened in the first place. They couldn't wait to tell me about it. And then it was confirmed later when they said it left. There was a truck driver that saw something leave and go over I-10 south towards Gila Bend. So you're asking me what I think based on technology and everything else. I think it was something we were involved with, and I think there's a good possibility there was something else going on at the same time.
Thanks for your time, gentlemen.
All right, thank you. Do you think that our military, or the British military, or military anywhere has, I don't know, I hate to say made a deal with, but communicated with these beings? Is it your view that that's where this new technology that we seem to be right on the edge of, I mean really on the edge of, is coming from? From contact?
Okay, here's the $60,000 question. I do not know for sure what we dealt with. I've never tried to say that. People have said it was ET. People have said it's time travelers and such. I do know that it's in Condign, which is declassified documents from the British. They were secret, which is a big deal. And they've admitted in these documents that all these countries, the major countries, Russia, China, us, France, they all are aware of this phenomenon. Mm-hmm. They're all working on this phenomenon. They're trying to weaponize it and use the technology. I've been in contact with scientists that admitted to this. And the other factor in all of this is, yes, I mean, you have to look at the weaponry, the advancement in technology. And yes, I do believe, and I have also talked to Dr. Edgar Mitchell about this, who was on these committees, and in Condign it says they brought astronauts in to study this, that they're studying what we dealt with and what other people dealt with, and what's the first thing mankind wants to do with it? Weaponize it. And they want to use it against each other and on each other, their own countries.
Yes, so, it may well be, John, that what we're talking about here, if weaponized, would make nuclear weapons look like firecrackers. And
well, there's been speculation, if you go back, that this was mainstream. That remember how Israel was so upset about 2 years ago about the Iran nuclear deal, and then all of a sudden one day there was a meeting, they backed off.
I remember.
A lot of people speculated that they were told that the nuclear weapons don't matter anymore, that we can counter that. Now, does that mean that we could stop everything? Probably not. But does that mean we could probably stop the launching of missiles and do different things like that? That was the speculation that went on that day. And it wouldn't surprise me based on this technology I've seen when I was still on active duty. I was on active duty after 9/11. So, yeah, we made huge advancements in technology. And based on these documents, you can't help but tie it into the study of whatever we dealt with.
All right. Let's go to Florida somewhere. You're on the air with John Burroughs. Hi.
Hey, Art. This is Tom from Florida. Hey, John, how are you, sir? Thank you for your service, both of you. My question is your opinion of this possibly being a test to see how the actual your base would react to something like this. But deeper than that, what if this is actually coming from 40 years in the future because of the drone you said that they were designing based on this technology? I mean, it could actually be the drone that they developed sent back to that time, so it all would happen.
Well, the test part, if you mean, do I believe that for 3 nights they had us running around in the forest in a foreign country and all this stuff going on within the WSA? No, I don't believe that was the test. Now, up until a few years ago, time travel was just science fiction. Mm-hmm. But in the last 5 or 6 years, it's no longer science fiction. And what Peniston said was they were coming from the future back. So could it be something from the future coming back? I can't argue that point now, especially with all the stuff that's coming to light in the last few months or the last year. Now the question would be, are they coming back by accident or what? That's another whole, Pandora's box.
Well, you know how you said that they were developing a drone that was actually based on what it is that you all encountered that evening?
Well, I said I saw pictures of a drone that's getting ready to go into active duty that looks a lot like what Sergeant Peniston drew in 1980, yes.
Right, and what I'm saying is, do you think it's possible that it's that actual drone going back to you guys in 1980?
It could be very well, and the interesting thing is, if that's why I brought up the movie Final Countdown, if in fact something happened, and there's a lot of speculation between 18 and 22 that a lot of bad things are going to happen, financially, militarily, and everything else. Let's just say this becomes operational, or there's a good chance it already is operational, if you know how the military works. Then something happens here in the future, a year, 2, 3, 4 years from now, it could kick all the way back to 80, because one of the speculations of time travel is it can only go back as far as when it was first developed.
Right. Yeah. That just sounds like that could be a very interesting possibility.
If you'd have told me that 5 years ago, I'd have laughed at you. Not anymore.
Well, thank you, sir, and thank you, Art.
Right. Thank you very much for the call. And let's go here. You're on the air with John Burroughs.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hi. I have a couple of questions for John. I would like to know, John, do you have any idea where these people came from that were in contact with you, or who they might represent? And also, one additional question. You said that you were under the impression they were going to contact you again. Was there any timeline given for that?
The first part, no, not really. The guy that was doing hypnosis seemed to have some insight, and I can't remember exactly where he thought they were coming from, but I never really speculated. In fact, it's typical my personality. When he said a certain thing, I said it in the hypnosis that what you're saying is wrong, it's not possible, and it was left at that. Now, the part of when they're coming back, it appears they didn't give a direct date, but it does appear the way they described it, we very well could be coming into that time frame right now.
Gee, so you could be getting a visit pretty soon.
Under hypnosis, yes, it's possible, I guess.
How do you feel about that? I mean, is that scary to you, or have you come to terms with it, or how do you feel about it?
Well, okay. First of all, for it to come out in hypnosis back in 88 was mind-blowing and all the stuff around it, okay? But as the years have evolved, it's become more and more clear that what seemed so crazy in 1988 now could be possible. The only question I have is why would they come back for me? Why did they make that so clear?
They obviously had.
I don't understand.
Yeah, they obviously had intense interest in you, or you wouldn't have been going back.
That I can't argue, and that's been talked about, and that's some of the things I don't like to talk a lot about, because just think about it. I'm just a good old boy from the Midwest out there doing my job. Next thing you know, over a 3-night period, I have some kind of contact twice. There's missing time. I get injured by it. And then under hypnosis, it goes into more detail, which seems to be playing out now. And not only that, they're coming back. So, I mean, that's a lot to handle.
It sure is. DD 214 changed. Yep. Medical records classified. Yep. My goodness. Hold tight right there. 952-225-5278, or in North America, MITV 51.
Have you seen my mate? I tell me when the boys there. You're still on a clock and I wanna rock. Wanna get a belly full of beer.
Wanna take a ride? Your conductor, Art Bell, will punch your ticket when you call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Very easy number. John Burroughs is here. He was at Rendlesham when all this happened, 3 nights. The only one there, 3 nights. Apparently a message was imparted. Some of it has come back through hypnosis. Probably not all of it. He was key in some way to all of this and to them. Or in my opinion, he would not have come back even that second night. So, what a great mystery it is. John, I'm sure you've rolled this over in your head 1,000,000 times, right?
Right. And on the break, I just did check. I know there's a lot of interest from you in my hypnosis and stuff.
Yes.
There is a 10-minute clip of it on YouTube.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's a 10-minute clip of it that was used at one point, and it's on there. So if anybody wanted to go and look at it, they can. And the interesting thing about it was one of the biggest skeptics and debunkers of the Rendlesham case looked at it and said he believed it. So I don't know what to do with that.
And this will come up under your name. A search.
Just put name. John Burroughs Hypnosis, and it comes up.
Really?
Yep.
How long were you under? Do you recall that?
If I remember right, because I don't have at least 3 hours for that
3 hours, really?
I've been under a couple other times, too, that were very, very disturbing. So.
Really?
Yeah.
So other things came out?
Well, this is the whole thing that's just hard to explain. A few years later, this would have been probably around 2009-10, there was a hypnotherapist that got involved. There was some stuff that was done through Stanford and everything, and she actually wanted to take a look. And the weird thing about it was when I went under, there's certain things that started with interesting things like went to a door, I saw pie, and then tried to take me back, and all of a sudden, and it's really bizarre. It was out at one point, but I think it's not on the line anymore. But my whole body almost lifts off the chair, and I'm shaking. When I tried it, there was like this opening, like a vortex or something appeared, and I was trying to go through it, and the blue lights and something else interfered and wouldn't let me go down and go back in time again. And
wow.
And she wasn't like, people say, well, these hypnosis people. She was actually a therapist certified, and she did a lot of work, and even she couldn't explain it. There seems to be a block, even now under hypnosis, that I can't get to where it used to after that one time.
I understand. All right, let's go to a call. Hello there, you're on the air, wherever you are.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
John? My name is Mike, and we met in Eureka Springs, Arkansas at the UFO conference. It was Linda Howe, it was you, Jim Mars, and I believe Richard Dolan was floating around. We were at a cocktail party in a little hotel in Eureka Springs, and I came up to you and I said, John, I've had the same experience, 100%. And we started talking, and you were surrounded by all kinds of people. And then Linda walked by, and I told her, and she wanted to know about my dreams, but the same thing, the party was breaking up, and she was kind of ushered off. And I've been trying to contact you for, I think, 6 years.
Yeah, I can remember that. That was a good conference. Yeah, I remember that.
Do you remember me, though? I
remember the conversation. Yes, I do.
Okay, in 1975, I was stationed in Erzkirchen in Kirchgürns, Germany. And in the middle of the night, I had a flat down on the street. I had a girlfriend, and I'd go home, and my job every day was to walk 12 Ks around the post with an M16 with blanks in it, pretending like we were fighting in the Vietnam triangle formation. I was 3rd Squad, 3rd Platoon. One night, they came to my house, 2 guys, Hilger and Russo, that's all I know of them, with their M16s, and they said, Harris, or Mike, you got to come with us right now. This is like 2 in the morning. And I went, whoa. So we went back to the post. They each gave us a box of 20 rounds of M16s and said, put it in your ammo pack. And usually I had to drag around the 90, but that night they just gave me the 16, and we went out the gate. And we started to do our patrol. About 4 hours into it, because it took all day. 4 hours into it, Sergeant Johnson came over and said, okay, you guys, take 10, and we have your rations, the old-fashioned rations with the cans. Sit down and eat them. So Hilger and I and Russo sat down on this perch, and on the right side was the base, and on the left side was my flat, my little German apartment. And we were laughing because we were real close, but it was still about 2 hours hike, and we had to go through a swamp and then load our blanks and all that kind of stuff. So I opened up a can of scrambled eggs and ham. I know it, and I had a P-38, which is a can opener. And Russo said, throw it to me. I will use my last name, Mike. So I threw it to him. And all of a sudden, I swear to God, John, and I was telling Linda, I got to tell somebody about this. I wrote an 85,000 word book.
Okay, let's go back. All of a sudden, what?
Oh, all of a sudden, we hear the whole company. The whole company was out. The whole company, in the middle of the night, first time ever. I was there 15 months, first time ever, with live rounds, not loaded, but in our backpack. All of a sudden, I threw my P-38, and as soon as I did that, John, as soon as I did that, the whole company was in the swamp. There was a back road and a little trail you had to go down, and the place where you unload your blanks, and you're kind of in the swampy area. Anyway, that's about an hour and a half hike in formation. And
I have to take that out. You're going to have to get to the point of your story, sir.
We lost an hour and a half. I came back down the hill. They said they sent a platoon looking for us, and that we crawled under a bush. I said, no, that didn't happen. I ended up in this room with at least 15 brass, and they all had, the smallest one was a captain, and the guys on the right of me had these portfolios, and they kind of all looked the same, and I had a colonel there, and the other 2 guys, and I don't know who they are really, except for nicknames. They just pleaded that they didn't know what happened. They got off, and I wouldn't do it. I said, no, there was no way that we could have been asleep. They said, we sent a platoon after you, my platoon, and you weren't there. I said, there's no way. So eventually they kept saying, you have to sign this statement that I went under a bush, and I wouldn't do it. They said, you can be court-martialed. I said, buddy, I didn't do it.
Okay, I get it. So you had missing time. And you also had missing time, right, John? Quite substantial amount of missing time.
Well, the first night, 45 minuld and when we came back in, our watches were 45 minutes slow, but they actually they could not account for where we were with radio contact or anything for 45 minutes.
Whew. Just gone.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess you have to look at it from that standpoint. We went out in the forest, and for 45 minutes, they couldn't raise us on the radio, and they didn't know what happened to us.
All right, on Skype, Benson, you're on the air with John Burles. Hello.
I said, hey, what's up, Art?
You're up.
I just wanted to ask John a question. I've been listening in and on and off tonight and kind of working around the house and whatnot, but I was wondering if he ever recalled, like, what beings he encountered or what he encountered out there.
We've been describing that all evening. The only thing you recalled consciously were lights, right?
Correct. It was lights. It was like an oval, orangey-shaped light, with other lights within it. And Yeah, I never saw a craft or could describe a craft, but 2 other people that were with me actually did, yes.
And under hypnosis, you then recalled actually... That's the part where I wish we had that tape. I wish we could actually listen to it. I'm sure you've listened to it many times, right?
Well, yeah, that 10-minute clip, I've listened to it several times, yes. The whole tape a few times, but the 10-minute clip, it's very moving, and it goes into the part with the interaction with Colonel Halt and the telepathic lights and everything else.
Mm-hmm. You say you want to get back together again with the others involved in this. You really want to do that? Think it's important?
I just think it would be really good for all of us and anyone else that was on the fringes, like that one guy asked that saw something or knows something.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it would be really nice to get us all together and sit down and go over everything.
Are there things that you would discuss with them that you're unable to discuss in a forum like this on the air?
Oh, yeah, I would definitely, depending on how the conversation went and stuff, I would be more open probably with certain people than others, yes.
I see. I wonder what I could do to get you to tell us what you have not yet told us. I can feel it. There are any number of things that you haven't told us. All right, John, hold tight. Our public number, 952-225-5278. Otherwise... Skype on in.
No call screening, no waiting on hold, no requirement to kiss Art's ring, just good talk. Join Art by calling 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Art.
We're talking about the Rendlesham incident, and our guest is John Burroughs, the only one who was there all 3 days of that incident. He feels that he's going to see them again. It's quite an interview. If you have a question for John, area code 952-225-5278, and, of course, Skype. There's something I want you to hear a little bit of because it's really odd sounding. Really is odd sounding. It's John under hypnosis, and I want to make sure to ask, John, you don't mind if I play a little of this, do you?
No, go right ahead.
Okay, good. This would be John under hypnosis. It's wild. Listen.
Instead of being nervous, we were like going, what are we getting into? I don't know. What's going on? We don't know. The radio keeps coming back. They can't reach us for a while. We can't reach them. We're getting real nervous. We're getting scared. We can't get on the radio. We can't go much farther if they don't hear us on the radio no more because we don't like what's going on. Sean Tennyson, what do you think? I don't know. Stop right now. Let's try to reach him on the radio. Okay, we've got him. Yeah, it's still there. It seems to be in the clearing. It seems to be in that clearing up ahead. Can we go farther? Yes, go on farther. Find out what's going on. Let's go, guys. Look at that. There it is. Hit the ground. I run. I die. Shoot, John, shoot. I can't. I don't have my gun. Who's telling you to shoot? Sergeant Tennyson. I don't have my gun. They told me not to bring it. Yes, they did. They told you at the last minute to bring it.
Describe what it is he wants you to shoot at.
Light. A weird oval-shaped light. It's hovering. It's strobing.
Flashing back and forth, flashing on it.
It's white, but there's lights below it. There's little lights below it. There's the orange lights. There's the red lights. It's like the sun, but it's not shaped like the sun. It's like an oval-shaped thing, and it's pulsating.
How far away is it?
10 feet, maybe 15.
How big is it?
I don't know. It keeps changing. The lights are pulsating. It's hard to judge. It's there now, it's moving back, it's moving back.
Away from you?
It's moving away, it's up in the air, it's moving back, it's up through the trees, it's moving back, not to the distance, but it's there, it's down low again. How did he get through the trees? I don't know. Well, we'll follow it. Tell him, we're going to follow it. We got to follow it. I can't reach him on the radio. The hell with the radio. Put it down. We don't need it. Put it in your pocket. Let's go. We don't care what they say. We've got to find out. Something's there. We've got to find out. Let's go. Spread out more. Okay, let's go. Okay, move. Okay, be careful.
Wow.
I feel weird. I feel tingly. We all feel tingly. We all gotta know. We gotta know. Is it a UFO, John? I don't know. What is a UFO? What is it? I don't know. It's not real. It's light. It's not an object. It does not appear to be a solid, total object. It just appears like it could be an object because it gives the impression of an object, but it's mostly light. It's all light. It seems like light to me.
A shape made of light.
Yes, a shape made of light.
All right, so I'm going to stop there. People can listen to it on their own further than that if they like, but man, that was odd stuff, John. Your voice sounds almost, I don't know what the right word is, manic, very, very different.
Well, yeah, no doubt. I mean, yeah.
Manic is, and you were told to shoot at it, you said.
Well, there was a little discrepancy. That's when I said the three of us have different memories. I guess at one point there was a discussion that I wasn't involved with where I was supposedly going to be cleared to take my sidearm with me. Peniston knew about it, but I wasn't briefed. Now, the interesting thing was that came under hypnosis. Now, Kabansak has said, and he's done an interview, he said when we got close to it, I actually drew my weapon, and then we all blacked out. So, I don't remember taking my weapon with me, but that's what I'm saying. There's some things that just you can't account for. You can't make sense of.
The pace and the tone of your voice in that was just incredible to me. Just incredible. Let's go to the phones. I think Omaha, Nebraska.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, great show, Art.
Yes,
and
thank
John.
you.
Yeah, question regarding kind of future happenings and stuff. Out of curiosity, does polar shift fit into the future stuff, John?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what.
He asked about if a pole shift is in the offing, as if you maybe you know.
It really didn't say under my hypnosis. It didn't say that, but it did make it clear that whatever we're doing, which is nothing to do with nuclear weapons, but it had to do with EM fields and frequencies, would affect mankind. So when you say a pole shift, I mean, I suppose if we did something bad enough to the frequencies, it could affect the poles itself, which I know that there's a lot of speculation out there that they're shifting as we talk.
Yeah, because did you see that documentary Chasing Ice by any chance?
No, I didn't.
Actually, the pole is drifting towards Siberia. The magnetic north is drifting. We know that.
Yeah. What happened in this documentary, they showed it, they caught it, but there was a chunk the size of Manhattan Island that slipped. It had broke off and it slipped, but they showed, comparatively speaking, it was the size of Manhattan Island.
I wonder, there are a lot of people right now feeling a sort of a mass, what's the right word for it? There's been this building thing, for example, about this month, September, John, and masses of people are worried about extinction-level events and all kinds of things. I wonder if somehow it's all related. We go through these cycles every now and then when a lot of people seem to get disturbed about something they feel is coming. This is one of those times. We're certainly in it right now. There really are. I know people, John, packing their wives and their children up in cars and taking off to areas that they feel are safe.
Right. There's no doubt that something's going on. You can go back to, 2012 when everybody was concern then.
This feels even bigger than that.
I can't argue that there is even a bigger shift going on. That's when you ask me, like, there's so much that I've learned, that I've had given to me, that I've come across, and I honestly, and this is the one time, all this doomsdayers, if it happens, we're all screwed. I just don't think this is the moment in time where a lot of that could happen. Do I have a feeling that something's going on? Yes. Do I think that things are going to change? I do, but I can't put my finger on that. I think this is the month where everything falls completely apart.
Okay, well, here is a question for you then. Maybe you can answer an overall question. In other words, do you feel that these entities, these creatures, these aliens, whatever they were, are basically here to help us, here to investigate us, or here to do something not so good to us?
Well, I want to reiterate, this is hypnosis now, not what I remember. Two things stood out in it. They were here to monitor us. They were going to do their best not to interfere. But if it came at a certain point, I think I could only tell you what it appears to be on the hypnosis tape. They had an idea of what went on and what went wrong in the future.
Yes.
That brought them back to this time frame to go forward, then to alter what happens to keep it from affecting the future like it did. That's the best I can tell you. So it appears that whatever they're trying to do is to not destroy mankind, but to help mankind.
Okay, boy, I hope you're right about that. Let's go to Newburgh, New York on the phone. Hello.
Hey there, Art. Glad to hear you back on the air.
Yes, glad to be back on the air. Thank you.
Oh, indeed. Love your show. John, you'll be delighted to know this in a certain respect, is that on December 26, 1980, I was stationed at your, and you know this base, RAF Chicksands.
Yep, Chicksands where the DIA was located at.
That is correct. And I worked for an ART, this base where I was stationed was a top secret facility, and this is what I wanted to say to John, is that everything you are saying makes 100% sense, because I was working that evening, midnight shift. I was off for Christmas. 3 years I spent TDY in England. I did not have to work Christmas. I remember this very clearly. That evening we had incredible activity, amazing activity.
Really?
And yes, it was unbelievable. And
what kind of activity?
Without disclosing top secret information, obviously, it's as John has been mentioning. He said the danger, our frequency, radio frequency, and all that good stuff. Well, that was part of our job to do that in that realm. So he is correct in the sense that what we are doing in the, with messing with frequencies and whatnot, electronic frequency, yes, it is disturbing the, however you want to call it, our well-being for the future. And it's very complicated and it's very hard to try to explain. But he is correct. He is very correct. That evening was buzzing with activity. Activity meaning electronic surveillance, and activity was very, very, very busy, very acute.
You were working the elephant cage that night, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Yes, I was. All right. Not an SP. Now you're AFS.
No, I know exactly, but the elephant cage is what they had there. It was in San Vito and some other places, and eventually it went from that size down to just a little radar.
That is correct. That is correct. Yes, and what you are saying, the two things you are saying about how we, in fact, messing the air with frequencies and whatnot, bringing about problems. And secondly, the fact that Art asked you, well, are these guys really, maybe are they devious? Are they going to hurt us or they want to help us?
Yes.
It's pretty much Arctic curious, as John. It's a curiosity, like John said. Like if we got so advanced, like Interstellar, the movie, if we got so advanced, another, say, 1,000 years from now, we were able to do these things, we would be curious, kind of hide and seek with them and trying to find out about them. And I think that's basically what they're trying to do. They really don't want to hurt us, but they know something's up. And last thing I'll say is that today, NASA just announced that this was the warmest summer in world history, and by a far wider margin than any time in history. The change is beginning, and it's beginning. It's exponential now. It's out of control. So John is correct when he said 2018 to 22. That is about right.
You know, that's interesting. I had not heard that proclamation from NASA, but I'm not surprised. We've been getting warmest records. Yep. So this is just yet another one. And I wonder how close to the break point we are.
It's now irreversible. Sadly, I wish I did not say it because I have 3 grandchildren. But my goodness,
that's quite a statement to make. How do you know it's irreversible? Even I worry that could be the case. I'm just wondering how you know.
I have a friend who's at the National Weather Service. He's a meteorologist there for many, many years. This fella not only predicted Katrina, but he keeps sending me emails. This is going to happen. That's going to happen. And he's never been wrong. And I'm saying, wait a minute. Whoa, don't my grandkids have a chance here? Give me some good news. His bottom line is that because of the record-breaking volcanic activity for the past 2 years, man-made emissions are not cutting back, and some are trying, but not enough, and so on and so forth. He said it's just overwhelming now that it will be irreversible. But then what will happen is it will then level out. But by 2050, it will peak, and then it'll start to level out. But the damage by 2050, 2060, he said, will be horrific, absolutely horrific. And that's not good, because that upsets me personally because of my family.
Upsets me for the same reason.
Yeah.
Does that sort of resonate, John?
Yeah, it does, Art. And the interesting thing, what he talked about, there was Cobra Mist was out there before, and it got shut down because of inland interference. So there was also some stuff going on with that. But Art, I don't know if you remember this, but years ago I used to listen to your show at night. You had a guy come on, and it had to do with your movie. He was a scientist that said this was all going to happen.
Oh, yes.
And eventually we're going to go into an ice age.
Well, I don't know. The climate is under rapid change. I'm sure what the caller said is correct. NASA probably made some kind of proclamation about the warmest ever on record. We've heard so many of those. But yeah, that prediction was made, and it is all coming true. And I am very concerned for the same reason I guess we all are. I have a daughter.
I don't think, though, it has to do that much with mankind itself. I think it has to do with where we're going through the Great Rift right now. And some of the things that's happened in history before, where we heat up and then it cools back off again. So do I think that mankind's expedited it? Probably, because of what we've done. But we've gone through this same thing before in history where we didn't have this kind of emissions from mankind too. So
it's true. Well, look, we're getting now near the end of the program. We're almost done. There must be something you would like to say to everybody, John. It's an honor, first of all, to have you on the air. Big honor. But is there anything you want to leave people with?
Well, yeah, a couple of things. First of all, I do believe we're going through some rough times, and I do believe things are going to get hard for us. I do think mankind still has the ability to turn it around, but we're going to have to do it collectively, not divide and conquer. Also, Art, you asked me about certain things. Well, I've been kicking around doing a book that's science fiction in nature, but it'll be based on a true story with the names changed and some stuff. So I may put something out sooner than later that'll maybe help understand some things. But the interesting thing is just in the last 5 months, stuff that I thought I was going to have to really try to go deep into science fiction-wise is actually starting to happen.
So when you write a book, if you write a book and it's science fiction, we should read carefully between the lines for what you may know that you're putting in.
Not only that, but also the names and stuff that'll be changed. I have to protect certain people that have came forward to me.
All right, my friend. Well, look, thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me on again, Art.
Take care.
Take care, you too.
I wanted the real thing on Rendlesham, and so there you have it from John Burroughs. There all 3 nights. Okay, well, listen, if I didn't say it earlier, I say it again. I'm going to take the night off tomorrow night. There'll be a repeat. Spend a 3-day weekend with my family. All of you have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Friday and weekend. And I'll see you on Monday from the high desert.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest. I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever the case may be, wherever you are. All the time zones around the world covered like a blanket by this program, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell. And there are only 2 rules for this radio program. No bad language, don't need it, and only 1 call per show. Other than that, no rules. I would like to officially welcome KFRH Radio, 100 kilowatts in Las Vegas at 104.3. Now, 100 kilowatts on a 9,000-foot mountain, let me tell you, really goes and goes and goes. It covers parts of 4 states. And also KBET, their sister, 790 AM in Las Vegas. Now, let me tell you a story, all right? It's a story of Internet woes. And a guy who worries way too much. That would be me. Last night, beginning at 8:36 p.m. Now, at 8:36 p.m., I come over here about 8 o'clock. And it's here in my guest house. That's where I've got the studio, by the way. And I start getting ready for the program. You know, I look around at what's new, what's going on. And it was at 8:36 p.m. the Internet died. Now, I'm not going to go into details because I don't want to encourage any trouble, but they came, the Internet company, at about 5 o'clock this afternoon, and, of course, there was no Internet in here at all, so they went out to a box that is located outside somewhere, and they found a wire ripped off and shorted to another wire. Now, I'm not saying somebody yanked on it, but it's entirely possible. And so they put it back, but there's something else going on. So if I begin to sound blippy or unusual to you, that will mean it's not completely fixed. So, yeah, I mean, somebody could have yanked on it, or I suppose, it's only a few months old, I suppose, you know, the warming sun and the cooling could have done something, but wasn't exactly like that. So at 8:36, I realized, guess what? I don't have any Internet. Well, I use Internet for my phones to get the signal from here to there, and then to you. I mean, it's all Internet, right? And then, of course, the computers, Skype, whatever, it's all Internet. Every last little bit of it, we are in that age, the Internet age. So last night was, you know, I want to say beyond miserable for me, if you can imagine. My daughter, poor Asia, has hand, mouth, and foot virus. It's like an outbreak in her school. And the 2 little girls next door also are down with it, and it is miserable for a child, and I guess really horrible for an adult, so I'm trying really hard not to get it. But, I mean, last night was just bad, because here I was off the air, which I don't like being. I wanted to be here, of course. And so I was miserable about being off the air and wondering what the heck happened. And then on top of that, poor Asia's down. I'm feeling really poorly about her. My wife is the main caregiver for Asia right now, so that I don't get this. Rarely do adults get it, but they can. So, no kisses and hugs in the house. Let's see. Off the air, wire yanked. No kisses, no hugs. But I'm up anyway because my body clock says, Art, you will be on the air, and you will do the program between 9 and midnight, and then you will probably not go to sleep for 3 or 4 hours after that. So it was a miserable night last night, and I hope it's fixed, but, with the Internet, who knows? Now, the good news is, and I was going to come on last night, and I was going to joke. I was going to joke with you, and I was going to say, sadly, this may be my last program. Because here in this time zone, we've still got 2 hours to be hit by the asteroid the Internet predicted, right? Told you it was ridiculous, but they predicted it. And guess what? I have heard that since we did not get wiped out last night, these guys on the Internet and gals have moved the date to the 28th. So Earth is not going to be now smashed until the 28th. They have to keep setting new dates. Okay, so what else is new? The Pope plunged into the middle of New York. And boy, that is a melting pot in New York, isn't it? And I worried every second. I don't know about you, but the Pope in New York, the Pope even in Washington's bad enough, but in New York, among those crowds, it's just scary, and I worried for him every moment. A duckboat tour vehicle and a charter bus carrying foreign students to a college orientation event collided on a busy Seattle bridge on Thursday. 4 people dead. Dozens went to the hospital. Bad. Bad. Just awful. President of Mexico told families of 43 students who disappeared a year ago. You know about this, right? In southern Mexico during a meeting on Thursday that he would create a special new prosecutor and try to find out what has happened to all of these children. And now this. I think I have found something on Mars before Richard. Could that possibly be true? Well, all right. Probably not. Probably he knows. And I'm just on the air first. If not, then I want you to know. I want you to go to artbell.com because on Mars right now, somebody actually has found what looks like Stonehenge on Mars. I wouldn't kid you, and I wouldn't put it up if it didn't look spectacular and I should use words like torsion field and physics, and there is a kind of physics to concentric circles. Look at these rocks. This is virtually Stonehenge on Mars. So if you want to see it for yourself, it's at artbell.com. I'm sure Richard will be all over this when he gets to air tonight. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. And I don't really see how it could be. And you take a look at the photograph and you let me know what you think. All right, so coming up next is one of my favorite people in all the world. He is Dr. Jacobs, Dr. David Jacobs, professor, actually. And the reason that I find him so fascinating is that unlike everybody else nearly in the world that I would interview, the professor does not necessarily feel that the aliens that most of us think are visiting us are good guys. You may remember this from years past. Dr. Michael Jacobs is a retired professor of history at Temple University in Philadelphia. He also has been a UFO researcher since 1966. Long time, right? In 1973, he completed his doctoral dissertation in the field of intellectual history at the University of Wisconsin-Madison on the controversy over unidentified flying objects in America. This was only the second PhD degree granted with a dissertation involving a UFO-related theme, so it's very rare. He has written and delivered many articles, papers, and addresses on the subject of UFOs and abductions. He's been a consultant to the major UFO organizations. From 1977 to 2011, he taught the country's only regular curriculum university course on UFOs and abductions. UFOs, an American Society. Pretty cool title, huh? UFOs and American Society. Since the early 1980s, he has specialized in the UFO abduction phenomenon. He has investigated, in fact, over 1,150 abductions
with 150 different individuals. So coming up in a moment, Dr. David Jacob. And we're going to hope the ones and zeros stay in place tonight. I'm Art Bell. This song is dedicated to me, by the way.
I can see for miles and miles and miles and miles and miles.
Want to take a ride? Your conductor, Art Bell, will punch your ticket when you call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Well, all right, everybody. We're monitoring the situation with the Internet, and it may or may not be okay. So, having said that, I'm going to introduce you to Dr. Jacobs. Professor Jacobs, welcome to the program, Professor.
Thank you, Art. I appreciate it.
Good to have you. And the reason I have always... How long has it been since we talked, anyway?
Oh, hours and hours ago.
Yeah, more like a decade or something.
Something like that,
yeah. Long time, yeah.
Hours.
And the reason that I have always enjoyed you so much is because I have always said that these things, these creatures, these entities, whatever they are, coming to Earth, are, in my opinion, not at all necessarily our friends. And I know that you have, in fact, written a book on that subject, and that you probably agree with that. And you're about the only one, frankly. Everybody else thinks it's kumbaya time, and they come down to advise us every now and then on our poor ecological maintenance of the planet.
Yeah, to me, it's just... Well, it's unfortunate. I just never get that. I never have gotten it, and even Bud Hopkins didn't get that. He might have gotten it a couple of times, but the majority of the times he never got that. And it's all a matter of the agenda that one has going into the session. It's all a matter of the questions that are asked, and the ability for the person who's doing the questioning to analyze what those questions mean, as opposed to just accepting them at face value. And it's really a struggle for me, because I come across this all the time, and I just know it doesn't make any logical sense whatsoever. It makes no sense in terms of what people tell me.
Well, I don't know how many legitimate cases of abduction and messaging do you think there have been? I interviewed Travis Walton not long ago. That's a very well witnessed case.
Oh yeah, good case.
A good case, but he doesn't remember much. They didn't have much of a message for him. How many?
The problem is, he only remembered about 20 minutes of a 5-day event, and he didn't undergo hypnosis to find out really what happened.
That's right. So, how many cases have you studied, Doctor, in which, there has been a substantial message given and that you feel the case is pretty good?
None. There's no such thing as a message, in my opinion. People don't come from a trillion zillion miles away to give somebody a message that they will immediately forget, because that's what the abduction phenomenon is all about. Logically, see, the message concept came from the contactees of the 1950s, who basically were charlatans. The major ones, George Adamski and Truman Bethroom, and people who the audience probably never heard of. But they were all the rage in the 1950s, and they got on flying saucers, and they took trips to the various planets. One guy, Howard Menger, took a trip to the moon. He got out on the moon's surface. The air was just like the air you and I breathe. He had dinner with the king of the moon, And other ones go to Venus, and it's wonderful, it's great. It's a paradise on Venus, so sort of forgetting to talk about the fact that it's 800 degrees on Venus. There's and they were always left with a message. And the message was, we come in peace, it's great, and we all have to get together and stop atomic bombs and kill communists.
Now, that might be one area where you're making a point that needs to be contested. We did have UFOs over missile silos, and they actually turned off the ability to launch. That's pretty good evidence of that. And then the Russians had a very similar incident. And other than that, you're right, but I mean, those two are standouts.
Yeah, but those aren't necessarily messages. We don't know what happened there. It could be that their very presence in some way screwed up the electronics, like car stoppages, which for UFO sighters is just, there's thousands of those. People say that their car will slow down and stop, and after when they see one of the UFOs in its proximity.
Yeah, but they weren't hovering over high-emission Volkswagen factories. They were hovering over ICBMs.
Right. But still, we can extrapolate that as a message because but there's still so many other things it could be that the message just fits into one of many. For the messages of today, generally speaking, the messages that people have, I've read about, that they're personal messages to the person that deals with the problems of the earth, ecology and right. Climate and things like that, all sort of current stuff. And it's not a concept in the UFO abduction phenomenon. It's nonsensical. You have to understand that the abduction phenomenon begins in infancy and goes with great frequency all the way into old age. It stops somewhere in old age. We're not sure when, but so people have hundreds and hundreds, and I know that sounds crazy, hundreds of abduction events. Almost all abductees have that number of abduction events. And the concept of the message just is not there. The setup is not for a message. The people are not special to be able to carry forth a message. Now, you do get people who say they have messages. A lot of these people, I'm not going to name any names, but let's just say I'm extremely dubious of their accounts.
Okay, I'm going to back up a little bit and actually ask you, I think, if you believe that these people who claim they were abducted, in at least some cases, actually were.
Oh, people who claim they were abducted actually were?
Yes.
Oh, yes. You have to remember that the people I see fill out a questionnaire for me, talk to me for a couple of hours, and have all sorts of other contacting and messaging, so to speak, with me before I let them into my office. So I know by the time they walk into my office, I know for the most part, there's a couple of exceptions in my life, but for the most part, I know that these people are serious people who might be psychiatrists, psychologists, university professors, PhDs, MDs, LLDs, or people who dropped out of school in the 12th grade, and everybody in between. But it doesn't matter because they all say the same thing. They all have the same experiences. It's all been going on all their lives, and generally speaking, their mother or their father was an abductee beforehand, and their grandmother or grandfather on one side or the other was an abductee. And so this is a phenomenon that goes back probably to the latter part of the 19th century. You can date it back with a degree of certainty to 1917, and with a lot of certainty to the 1920s. But when you have a person who's abducted 400 times, which sounds insane,
it does,
but is actually not unusual at all, they're not going to give this person a message. They got other things that this person has been doing for them all their lives.
All right, but let's stop there. So you do believe, certainly, in the abduction phenomenon. No question about that. I wanted to establish that. In almost every case, when there is a message given, as I pointed out, it's you're ruining Earth, you need to, reestablish yourself with Earth, and you need to clean things up, and the planet's going to die, and it's almost always that, isn't it?
That's au courant. That's new stuff. They didn't say that in the 40s and 50s.
Well, we didn't think about things like that in the 40s and 50s.
No, they thought about nuclear war in those days. So
That's right.
Most of the messages that the charlatans came forward with were nuclear stuff and communism and all that sort of stuff. It's culture dependent. Here's the situation. When a person is first abducted, let's just say in childhood, or maybe even in infancy, they're abducted not once. They're abducted, let's just say 5 times a year. I have never, ever worked with a person who is only abducted 5 times a year. That is a fantasy. But let's just say that it's 5 times a year. Most abductees will give their right arm for 5 times a year only. Now they're 40 years old. That's 200 abductions.
That's right.
If it's 10 times a year, which is ridiculously small number of abductions from what people tell me, it goes on over and over and over again, that's 400. Having 400 abductions a year means nothing to me. It's standard stuff. Same thing with abductees who are real abductees. They know they've been abducted throughout the course of their lives. They only may remember maybe 20 events or maybe 30, and I have one woman who I worked with on a daily basis almost, who we talked about 100 different events that had happened to her, but she was being abducted a couple of times a week. All these people want it to stop. All these people don't like it. They want to get rid of it.
Professor, I've got to say, if I was being abducted 400 times a year, I'm not sure.
A lifetime,
in a lifetime, 400 times. I'm not sure I could maintain my sanity, which probably is in doubt when you claim abduction anyway. I'm actually not.
They don't remember any of them. And the ones that I see or other serious researchers see are the people who have bleed-through memories and remember some events happening to them and don't know what those events were, and they want to find out. They've been thinking about it for years, and they just need to find out what happened that time when they were driving along the highway and they were in one spot, and then it was 2 hours later, and they were in the same spot. And they think about that, and they think about that, and they want to clear it up. They want to find out. Generally speaking, with the questionnaire I have on my website, they've undergone a whole lot of other things that they don't attach to abductions. But abductees answer these kinds of questions in huge percentages, and non-abductees usually just say no. And so it's a clandestine phenomenon. And when you're secretive, the first thing that you have to do to maintain secrecy is prevent the person who's being abducted from remembering it. That's why it's so difficult to do, and why you have to have hypnosis, and why more people aren't coming forward, although there's thousands and thousands and thousands who've already come forward. So getting a message and remembering the message, like I said, it makes no sense.
Well, all right. Then I'm taking it that you generally put a person under hypnosis, and that's the only way they remember what happened, right?
Sometimes people remember what happens in a single event. They don't remember other events, but they remember one thing, and they consciously remember what happened to them. Now, here's another problem, and my next book is going to be how to do hypnosis with abductees, because it's a tangled mystery. When they consciously remember the events that took place during their abduction, which might have been 5 years ago, might have been last night, whatever it is, they're notoriously inaccurate. Most people think, well, if a person remembers it just straight out, it's got to be real, it's got to be accurate, they've got to know it and all that. And the answer is no, that is not what experience tells us. It's notoriously
inaccurate. But even under hypnosis, you're saying it's notoriously...
No. This is just conscious memory.
Oh, I see. Okay. And so, under hypnosis, how would you qualify the percentage of accuracy relayed to you?
The first session, I'd say 60% accurate, 40% not so accurate. Second session, 70-30. Third session, maybe 80-20. By the time you get to the fourth session, you're in the 90th and above percentile. As people get used to it, because the questioning that I use, anyway, is just straight chronological and logical.
All right, but does it become so chronological that as you go through the series of hypnotic sessions with them, they build on their own story?
No. We do a different session, a different event each session. Unless we left off in the middle of one for some reason or other, we'll continue on with that one until the end. But I try to do a different event each time. And the one that they consciously remember, which might have happened 20 years ago, for example, that's an important one for their life because they've been thinking about that for 20 years. So I don't like to do it until the fourth or fifth session when they get used to the remembering process, they get used to being relaxed and focused, and then I do that session.
All right. Hold on, Professor. Hold it right there. We'll be back.
We don't need no education. We don't need no source.
In that darkest time, between dusk and dawn, from the high desert, it's Art Bell's Midnight in the Desert. Now, here's Art.
Professor David Jacobs is my guest, and he's a very unique individual. He's the only one I know that kind of agrees with me that these are not necessarily good guys. And for a moment there, I thought that he was about to tell me that abductions don't actually happen. But that's not the case at all. In fact, he very much confirms the fact that they happen again and again and again to certain individuals. So we're going to discuss the nature of them a little bit. So, Doctor, when you get these people under hypnosis, what typically, if there is a typical, what typically do you find out?
Well, basically they all say the same thing in terms of procedures that are done to them. We used to concentrate on table procedures. They're put on a table, they are under control. They can't run, they can't scream, they can't swing, they can't kick.
Right.
They just, besides that, it's been going on all their lives, and they know the routine. They're close removed in an empty room if it's a large UFO, or just if it's a small UFO, just in the one room that they have. And they're placed on a table, and sperm is taken from men, eggs are taken from women. There's a touching process, which appears to be some sort of an examination of the person's body, but the examination, in my opinion, is a neurological examination. It's looking through the sympathetic and parasympathetic nerve endings and all that, and the neurological system there. The neural system, I should say. And that's my best guess. But I've just heard hundreds and hundreds of these things, and I always wondered what they were doing, and that's my best guess.
And it usually involves sperm and eggs with the respective sexes.
We've known this since the very, very beginning of our knowledge of abductions. In the Antonio Villas-Boas case in Brazil of 1957, the guy who was abducted said that he was forced to have sexual intercourse with a human-looking female, and he couldn't control himself. He just had to do that. And then she allegedly, I'm not sure of this, but she allegedly pointed to her body and then pointed up and he said that he felt like he was being used as a stallion to improve their stock. And the odd thing about that sentence in 1957 was that there's a certain prescience to it. I mean, it does figure into the reproductive program that they have. Then in the next one that we heard about, which was in 1961, the Barney and Betty Hill case, they took sperm from Barney, who found it to be such an embarrassing event that when John Fuller wrote the book Interrupted Journey about their experiences, he had Fuller take that part out of the book,
wow.
which was actually a gift to humanity, because nobody could then claim that other guys that said they were taking sperm from me, they just picked it up from the Barney and Betty Hill story. They couldn't say that.
Well, if you look at, for example, Whitley Strieber, something very embarrassing happened there as well, and Whitley is such an honest, straightforward guy that he talks about it, and it's not easy for him, Dr. Jacobs. Not easy at all. He's very emotional, very about it, very upset about it, but he tells the truth, and he takes a lot of heat. A lot of heat.
Well, but for Barney Hill, the Barney Hill story was Betty and Barney made into a movie in 1975, a TV movie, and a best-selling. Of course, Willie's book Communion was a best-selling book too.
That's right.
But before Whitley, nobody could blame it on Barney in terms of their memories were confused because they saw the TV movie or whatever it was. It just wasn't there.
I see.
And with Betty Hill, they stuck a needle in her navel, and she said that they told her that it was a pregnancy test. Now, in my estimation, that was confabulation, and they probably did not say that because it still remains a unique sentence that they had that no other abductee has ever said. However, the procedure of sticking a needle in a woman's navel is extremely common. And my best guess is, and Bud Hopkins' best guess was also at the time, is that they're angling the needle towards the ovary and just pulling out follicles from the ovary that way. So we knew that it had this reproductive aspect very, very early on, and it still has it, even now, even as we speak. They're just not letting up on that. And that's important.
I think it's potentially very important because, of course, we're looking toward motive on their part, and one can imagine any number of things that they're trying to perhaps refresh their own genetic pool that might be getting somehow stale, if genetics can get stale, or they might be trying to reproduce some sort of hybrid or something, or they might be checking on us because they originally designed us.
Well, I'm going to go for number 2. That's my answer. The thing is that baby fetuses are then, after a while, are inserted into women's uteruses and in other parts of their body there, and then they're removed after about 9 or 11 weeks when the woman begins to sort of show, or even earlier if they're put in a slightly different position. And then abductees see babies floating or fetuses floating in nutrient tanks. Then eventually they see them as babies, and they have to hold the babies, and they see them as toddlers. They have to play with the toddlers and deal with the toddlers. They see them as young children. The same thing applies there, playing with them. They see them as older children. They see them as as adolescents. They see them as young adults. They see them as adults, and they don't see them as older adults.
So
now they have to be older adults by that time themselves, obviously, but they don't describe them as like being a 70-year-old hybrid.
Right.
Then there's the hybrid, and all these babies look like crosses between humans and aliens, but there is a gradation. Some look quite alien, some look quite human.
Well, that's the way it works out. I mean, if you mix a Chinese a woman and an American male, sometimes you get very Chinese-looking children. In fact, more often than not, frankly, they have very strong genes, and then sometimes more American. So that's kind of normal, right?
Well, you would think. However, in recent years, what we have seen is, in my second book on the subject called The Threat, which came out in 1998, I talked about hybrids quite a bit. And what the gray aliens would say from time to time is that soon there was going to be a change. Soon everyone was going to be happy. Soon everybody would know his place, and it was going to be wonderful. It was going to be great, and the change was coming soon. And I knew that soon in some way meant an introduction into the society by human-looking hybrids. I tried to get the abductees to tell me what soon meant. You know, did it mean 1 million years? Did it mean 5 million years? Did it mean tomorrow?
May I stop you for a moment?
Yes.
Originally you said that they're not really giving us messages.
Correct.
And yet this would appear to be a message.
Well, it's not a message telling us to do anything or that there's something about the Earth.
Right.
No, that's the way most messages are these days. Or giving them the chemical analysis, how to do a chemical analysis of some bizarre something or other, or physical or astronomical. This is just soon we're all going to be together, you know.
Okay.
And a lot of abductees have reported this. But you can't really take it as a message. It's just something that is said. But we never knew what soon meant. Well, in the book that I just published a couple of weeks ago, Walking Among Us, I think that that we're in the change now, and it started when I don't know when it started, but I first started hearing accounts starting in 2003 that I had never heard before. Now, I've looked at 1,150 different incidents with people.
Right.
And most of them are pretty much the same. In fact, I sit on a chair, and there's a little day couch or day bed in off my office here in my home office, and I will ask these questions, and what's happening next, and what do they do next, and they're talking to me and talking to me and talking to me, and I'm listening, and I'm listening really, really hard, and I'm really hard. I'm really listening hard,
sure.
And I realize I'm listening so hard I'm dreaming. I have fallen asleep. I've heard these stories hundreds of times. It's soporific. And people have asked me, "Are you asleep?" And I say, "Oh, no, not me. Oh, not me. No. What happens next?" You know, and oh, God.
All right, so it is your contention that these hybrids now walk among us.
Right. Well, the point is that soporific aspect of these of the accounts is extremely important, because everybody, no matter who they are, oh gosh, I'm going to have to. I hear
it. You're getting a phone call, right?
Okay, I don't know, unknown name and an unknown number, and I'm going to pull this thing out. It's 1 o'clock in the morning almost. Somebody's calling.
Yes.
Anyway, so you have to have that constant sense of people having the same experiences over and over and over again, no matter who they are. That's very important because it validates everybody. In 2003, I began to hear something I never heard before.
And
that's unusual. And what it was a guy who I had talked with. I had 4 sessions with him, I think it was. His name was Bernard, and he told me that he had just remembered that he had a friend, and this was a really good friend of his named Eric, and Eric was a great friend of his. It was his best friend. And he just never remembered him before, but yeah, Eric, yeah, and and he didn't know what Eric's last name was, and he didn't know where Eric was from, or whether he was married, or whether he worked, or anything like that. But he'd known Eric, and Eric was really a good friend of his. And so, which of course makes no sense whatsoever. It's senseless. You can't have your best friend and not know his last name.
Right.
So we did a session on that, and we did various sessions. He got on fishing trips with this guy. They've been to restaurants. They've been visiting here and there. They've been in other countries together. This is not evidence. All these accounts from Bernard are not evidence unless somebody else begins to say the same thing without knowing about what Bernard was saying. And then somebody else did fairly quickly.
Really?
Then another person did, then another person, then another person, then another person, then another person, then another person.
Wow.
And I realized one person I worked with since 1993, I'd worked with for 10 years, one person I worked with since 1987. And they began to tell me these stories about going places with hybrids and teaching them how to dress and this and that. And I knew this was the change. It was on us now. This is it.
Okay, a number of questions popped to mind. For example, if you were staring at a hybrid, would you know it?
No, you would not know it. And if you knew it, that person wouldn't be there.
Well, then that would suggest a more subtle merging of the species, if you want to put it that way, because they certainly look more human than they do anything else, right?
I call them hybrids. They are bred to look human, and not just human, but average human that will not stand out, that blends in, period. If they're too tall, not a chance of coming down here. If they got too big a nose, not going to happen. If their eyes are too big, nope. They have to look absolutely average.
Normal.
Now, here's the thing. All gray aliens and all hybrids and all hybrids and all other beings on board the object have one interesting trait. They can control people's minds neurologically and make them do or think or see anything that they want them to do or see or think or see. And we can't do that to them. That is an astoundingly huge difference.
It is.
It's a difference between species. It makes us a second-class species and them a first-class species. It's not like they're just kissing cousins who live off and somewhere else and they're coming to visit us and all the rest of that stuff. That's not what this is about. You got to remember, this is a global phenomenon. This goes around the world. It does not matter where a person is born or what their life was like or what their educational level is or what their intelligence level is or their geographic area or anything. They all say the same things in terms of the abduction phenomenon.
All right. These are remarkable allegations you're making. Now, I've got a zillion questions. Hybrids. Okay, we'll call them that. Hybrids. Humans with the ability to control others' minds, are they aware of that ability?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, because they rely on abductees to teach them how to live in society. They rely on them on board the object when they're young, and when they get ready to move into apartments, they rely on them to teach them how to furnish the apartment, to teach them how to go shopping, to teach them how to drive, to teach them about relationships, to teach them everything. And so, and abductees do that, and then they forget immediately, just like an abduction, what has happened, and they're completely controlled. They can't say, "I'll be back in a minute. Just hang on there for a second," and then come out of a closet carrying a 9mm Glock. They can't do that. So,
all right, that's a gigantic difference between human beings and hybrids, as you call them. Is there any other difference that you're aware of?
No. They are human, except their neurological abilities are impossible to imagine, and they are completely controlling of humans.
Well, that would make them essentially a master race.
You said it. I didn't.
I did. I'm not afraid to say it. If you have a group of people able to control the minds and the thoughts and even the visions of others, that is a super race.
Exactly right. I just don't see a wonderful, fulfilling phenomenon that is happening to us that we're begging to hurry up and come here. I just don't see that. It's not what people tell me. Okay, I'll take it. That's not what people tell me. I've run little experiments with people. I tell them, now, I don't want you to tell me anything bad. I don't want to hear anything bad. I don't want to hear anything that I don't like. You understand?
Professor,
do not
hold on.
tell me anything bad, I will say to them, and do hypnosis,
right.
And they just couldn't care less.
Hold on, Professor. Hold on. We've got a break. We'll be right back. This is Art Bell and Midnight.
Love is good. Love to be strong. We gotta get right back. Wearing white as you're walking down the street of that road. You take my self-control.
Midnight in the Desert spans the world. To call us from outside the U.S. and Canada only, use Skype with a headset mic if on a computer and call MITD 55. That's MITD 55.
That was not an internet problem. That was my once-a-night problem with Ross. At least that one wasn't. All right, what we're hearing tonight is astounding from Professor Jacobs, Professor David Jacobs, and is just, it's scary. It's astounding and it's scary. I mean, what have we got here? What are we talking about? We're talking about, if you listen very carefully, we're talking about a master race of people who look just like us, who are fully aware, he calls them hybrids, fully aware they have the ability to control others' minds. So we not only have a master race, but we have an invasion. And that's what it is, Professor. Again, my word, it's an invasion.
Well, I use the word takeover. I use the word invasion. I guess I use those words in the book as well. You know, the book's title is Walking Among Us, and I explain in the book that when people asked me some years back, do you think they're walking among us, that was my favorite question to answer. I love that question because I got to say, absolutely not. There's not. That's ridiculous. Nobody's walking among us. That's just not happening. And I felt good then because I could say no, you know what I mean, and I was sane and all that. Then after a while, I realized it was my least favorite question. I began to hate that question because I had to say, well, I had to beat around the bush. Well, maybe it's possible, you know, anything can happen. And now I just say yes.
Well, I mean, we have to immediately find these people, tie them to a 2x4, put kindling at their feet, and burn them.
Well, that's one way of dealing with it. Now, the
I'm being facetious, folks.
Oh, I know, so am I. But the problem is that since they can control other humans, if you come towards them with your rope and you know, all you're going to do is say, "Oh, this is a really good person. I'll just put this rope around myself and put some lighter fluid out, and I'll just burn myself up." You know,
that's a good point.
It's a difficult situation all the way around, and what this book is about is the processes and the procedures and the bureaucracy involved with settling people down on Earth and letting them blend in. And how do they do that? And what do they do? And how is that accomplished? And it's a whole world unto itself.
Okay, these are amazing things you're saying, and so I've got to ask you, how do you know that these abilities you speak of are for real? How do you know this?
Well, like I said, one woman who I've known who I've been working with since 1987. I've known her for decades practically,
right.
and she's a a wonderful person. She's just honest. She's an honest person. Everybody I've worked with who's in this book has been an absolutely rigorously honest person. And here's something else and that people have to understand. People come to me who are high-functioning people who I mentioned before, university professors and psychiatrists and psychologists and medical professionals and all that. And they're coming to me to examine their abduction experiences, knowing full well that if anybody finds out about this, it would destroy their careers. Absolutely, positively, without question. Mm-hmm. All a psychiatrist has to say is, I've been abducted by little gray men from another planet. That's all they got to say if they don't ever want to work in the mental health field again.
That's right.
And so, therefore, there's no reason whatsoever to come to me at all and take the chance that I myself am some sort of goofball who's gonna use their real names and send it right to the New York Times or something like that. But they're taking that chance because they desperately will want to know what has been happening to them throughout the course of their entire lives, and they can't figure it out, and they need to have help by a person who can help them figure it out. There's no reason to do that if they're faking it. They never tell anybody afterwards. They never write a letter, an article saying, see, I faked it, it's great. See, this guy Jacobs, he's a jerk, he fell for it. That just doesn't happen. Now,
all right, but let me be, again, I want to be straight on this. So you're basing your claims on the fact that you have been told this by person after person after person under hypnosis that has been abducted or complains that they were abducted, right?
They were abductees, and they've been abductees in childhood, yes.
All right. Am I to assume that, for example, there was a minor, I guess what we would consider a minor genetic modification made to what turned out to be these hybrids with this ability that we've been talking about, to control thoughts?
Well, there is a spectrum of hybridization. It's probably a smooth curve, but what I've done is bifurcated it into different types, just to sort of get a handle on it. Like, for example, hybrids who look half alien and half human and really look weird, they have specific tasks on board a UFO. They usually take care of babies and very small children, for example. Mm-hmm. And there's other ones that have tasks as well, who would not be able to fit in here, and they're just part of the program. What we're looking at is a massive global program of hybridization that's going on. The ones that are moving in, though, are the culmination of the program, of the actual physiology of the program. Now comes the social context, which is moving in. The thing about the hybrids is that they are 100% loyal to the ones above, as they call them, which means the ones who are calling the shots, who are, in fact, and here comes controversy, the insect-looking ones. I call them insectolents. They are the ones who are in control and calling the shots. They're the ones who tell other people what to do. They give orders. They don't take orders.
All right. I might as well stick my neck out and ask, since you've determined all of this, have you determined what their motivation is, what they intend to do with these hybrids?
No. How's that?
Well, it's a good flat answer.
Right. We don't know the motivation. In other words, we don't know the ultimate why question. Why are... Now, I'm projecting this ahead. I'm calling this global acquisition. I hate to say it, but you have to remember, this is a global phenomenon. It's not happening. If I found it in my corner of southeastern Pennsylvania, it's not possible that this is where they were setting down the first hybrids to blend into the society. It's just not possible. If I found it here, it's happening everywhere. And so, I mean, the chances are so much against it. So it's happening everywhere, and that includes Pakistan and Japan and Korea and all through Latin America and all through Europe, of course. And that's what that means. I think. It seems to me. I'm extrapolating here. So the question is, well, why are they doing this? What is this all about? If I call it global acquisition, maybe I'm wrong. Why are they doing this? And we don't know the answer to that. Now, the interesting thing about not knowing the answer is that this is a phenomenon. The abduction phenomenon is either psychological or it's happening. There's nothing in the middle. With UFO sightings, there's plenty of middle. You see something up there, everybody sees something up there, and it's not a UFO. They think it's a UFO, they report it, their investigation, and it's not a UFO, it's a plane, it's a blimp, it's a cloud, it's whatever.
Yeah.
And with this phenomenon, it's either psychological or it's happening. There's no way you can explain it in another way. It's not sexual abuse in childhood, which is nonsensical, and has no science behind it whatsoever. Mm-hmm. But the fact is, though, that if this were psychological, they would make up the why, just like they're making everything else up. What's to stop them from making up why? Because they want to, play bowling ball with the planets or something like that, or because they're protecting us from ourselves, and it's around the world, and they have to do it because they're going to wreck other planets or whatever, And so, but the insect-like ones simply do not tell their motivations. And when sometimes people ask hybrids, why are you here? What's the point of all this? They'll say, my job, my task is to live here. That's all I know. That's all they know. They don't know, in other words.
God. What you have said is so astounding. A master race that is capable of mind control. We don't yet know their motives, but they're probably ultimately not good. I mean, they've got something they want to do. I have not yet seen the hybrids, as it were, improve our lives in any way.
Well, I think it's still fairly early on, and before we begin to understand that something else is going on. But here's one generalization you can make about the aliens, and this is a large generalization, but it's probably accurate. Doing this, planetary acquisition as I call it, in some way benefits them.
Sure.
It's got to be good for them. It can't be bad for them. They wouldn't be putting in almost a century's worth of time and energy into this.
For nothing.
It was for nothing, right. That brings me to another point. Time. How old are these insectolins? How old are they? How do they age, Now, we have things, our ages are relatively short-lived. I mean, they're not like some, grasshoppers or whatever that live for one day. They fly up in the air and they 12 hours of lifespan. But we have trees that are 3,000 years old, 5,000 years old, and some people say that bacteria can last that long and even longer. But for let's just say 100 years long for a human, I wish. That's not very long. It's possible that they have very, very, very long lifespans, and therefore time is relatively meaningless for them. So they can continue on kind of like forever and ever doing this until they have judged that that's enough, and then now they can control the planet or do whatever they want to do. I don't think that that's the case, but I do think that time is on their side, and so we might still have a long wait before there's any kind of serious sense that something amiss in this society. But once again, this is speculative. It's guesswork, and the reason it's guesswork is because abductees don't know.
Okay, well, I'm going to try to back up and try to, for example, do you have any proof, or have you seen
hybrids control the thoughts of others.
Oh, yes. Yeah, no, I have accounts of that. Yeah, I have simple accounts of that in the book. For example, now I'm going to say something crazy. Everything else I said wasn't crazy. Now I'm going to say something crazy.
Okay.
Bernard took his hybrid to a baseball game. That was one of the things he told me. He took a hybrid to he's a huge Baltimore Orioles fan, and he would drive down from New Jersey all the way down to Baltimore to see his dear and beloved Orioles. And he always went with one of his children at season tickets, and so not for every game, but weekends or whatever. And he told me that he decided he came for a session, and he told me that he down at a game a couple of weeks ago, and he went down alone this time. I said, alone? Oh, so you didn't go down with one of your kids? And he hedged a little bit about that, trying to remember, and he said, no, he didn't think he did. I said, well, do you still have your extra ticket? No, he doesn't have the ticket. I said, well, do you remember what you did with the ticket? They just stand out in front of the stadium saying, ticket here,
yeah.
got a ticket, he couldn't remember whether he did that or not. Now, this was only 2 weeks ago. I said, this is what's called logical questioning. I said, well, was there somebody sitting in the seat next to you, or was it empty?
Right.
When you got there? He couldn't remember that either.
Wow.
So we did a session on this. Now, this is a guy in his 50s who's a businessman. We did a session on. He owned his own company. We did a session on this, and he was driving down, and he went off onto off 95, the major highway here on the East Coast, and stopped on a side street, and there was his friend Eric waiting for him. I got in the car. And the first thing and they were going to the ball game. And the first thing he noticed was that Eric was wearing a jacket, I guess it was, that said Toronto Blue Jays on it. And so Bernard said, well, you can't do that because we're going to an Orioles game, and you got to get with the spirit of the crowd and so forth. And so they decided, when they got to Camden Yard, they went into a store that sold Orioles paraphernalia, and he went in, the hybrid, the Eric, and he picked out a shirt that said Orioles on it, and he walked past held the shirt in his hand or whatever it was. He walked past the cashier, who he nodded to, and she nodded to him with a smile, and he walked out of the store with the shirt.
A knowing smile, no doubt.
Yeah, but he paid nothing for it, and
right.
She didn't say, hey, wait a minute.
I understand. Yes.
He had her controlled.
Yes.
And the other people in the store, too, who might have seen it.
All right. Professor, do you have any way of even guessing at how many of these hybrids walk among us?
I don't, but I know it's one hell of a lot. The thing is, we know that there's thousands and thousands and thousands and tens of thousands and maybe hundreds of thousands and almost certainly millions of people who are hybrids in the United States. I'm sorry, who are abductees in the United States. We know this roughly from our Roper poll, and both Hopkins and I have gotten thousands and thousands of letters and emails from abductees. I get them every day of my life from around the country and around the world. And so there's a lot of them. But when hybrids come down and are attached to an abductee to help them move in and say that, you have to have towels and a shower and stuff like that, that they're also seeing other abductees. It's not like they're waiting a couple of days for things to settle down or whatever. They're seeing other abductees as well. So each hybrid has a group of abductees who help them, and we know therefore that there's a lot of abductees, but there's also one hell of a lot of hybrids being put into place. One of my people showed me, took a photograph of an apartment complex where they were moving in, a place near Stanton, Pennsylvania. I drove up there and drove around, and all I got was very suspicious looks from the locals who lived there. It was not exactly in a high crime area, but it was not a palatial mansion area either, and I couldn't tell. I had it in my mind that one of these days I'd get some political paraphernalia, and I'd knock on people's doors handing out pamphlets for local candidates somewhere, and I'd have a hidden camera on my body, and they'd open the door and they'd say, "No, I don't know what that is, go away," but I'd have a picture of each person and maybe get the abductee to identify, but that sort of never came to fruition.
All right, well, some of these, Professor, may be my words, but when you begin talking about hubris, creatures that are only part human, the part we see mostly, that are capable of wait a minute, that are capable of mind control.
Yep.
All this orchestrated by an insect-like race of aliens,
right?
That are creating a master race and are conducting an invasion of Earth. And, it's nothing short of that, what you're saying. You may not use the words. It may be me that used the words, but I'm just putting together what you're saying. You're going to scare the holy you-know-what out of people.
I've already done that to myself. I mean, there's nothing that isn't scary about this. I look at I have two young men who are my sons, and I look at the future for them, and I think, oh my God, what's going to happen to them? I wish I was on the other side where everything was loving and wonderful and benevolent and environmentally friendly, but that's just not what people have told me. As I was saying to you before, I would tell people I don't want to hear anything bad, and then I would order them, do not tell me anything bad. And then do hypnosis with them, and then they just tell me the same thing. They couldn't care less what I say. All they remember is what's happening to them. They don't. It's not my feelings they're trying to deal with. They're trying to deal with the reality of what's happening to them.
Well, I remember, Professor, a lot of movies that have dealt with invasions have featured people like yourself who have realized what's going on and have tried to tell people what's going on and generally have been roundly ostracized by those that, you've told. For example, let me ask, have you run this by any of your colleagues?
Well, here's the thing about academics. When it comes to UFO abductions,
yes.
Well, let me start with scientists first.
Okay.
Scientists have discovered something that goes faster than the speed of light. And what that something is the speed at which they get stupid when they talk about abduction. It happens faster than the speed of light. It's a miracle. And academics in general are pretty much like that. I've only had two people in teaching at Temple from 1975 to 2011. I only had two people who ever engaged me in conversation about the subject. Both of them were in the liberal arts. Not a single scientist, not a physicist, an astronomer, a chemist, not a single scientist at Temple University in 37 years I was there, or whatever it was, asked me, Jacobs, what the hell is all this about? What's going on? What's the matter with you? Are you nuts? Not a single person said that to me. Not one ever.
Yes, but how many have said, my God, Professor, you're right. What do we do?
No, that's not going to happen. Not going to happen. You have to remember, I received more publicity at Temple University to everybody's embarrassment than any other person outside of the sports program. And yet it did not pry loose one scientist to walk over to my office and say, what kind of an idiot am I? You know, I would be glad to answer that question. I'm an enormous idiot, of course. But the fact is, though, that is generally speaking the entire scientific community in the United States, with the exception of those scientists who got interested in UFOs and stuck with them years and years and years ago, most of whom are now, like me, long in the tooth.
Right. But, I mean, even among UFO researchers and paranormal investigators, what you're saying is really uber. I'm not sure what to say.
It's over the top, so to speak.
Yes, over the top, so to speak. Because there has got to be some sort of dastardly motive to this. You would not go through what these creatures are going through to put these kind of hybrids on Earth unless it was because, as you pointed out, we have relatively short lifespans. So are they building toward generations? Are they trying to get millions of them here or a certain number before they do whatever they're going to do?
Yeah, don't know that. But my guess is yes. They've got to get a certain number here before they can do what they're going to do.
Okay, but that would have to occur within a certain lifetime. Or have you determined that hybrids, when they breed, either with other hybrids or humans, end up producing more hybrids? What happens there?
They end up producing more hybrids, probably, and that depends on what happens. I do know that when hybrids have had intercourse with abductees, they then get pregnant, and the fetus is removed about 10 or between 9 and 11 weeks, just as if they had an embryo inserted in them, but it bypasses some of the procedures on tables. However, this is different, and so we don't know yet whether or not hybrids can, in fact, have children with abductees. We don't know that. We do know that they are not to have sexual relations with female hybrids.
Oh, how do we know? How do we know that?
The hybrids have said this, that they have to, they stick with regular humans because otherwise it's. I guess they think that it's just not spreading out the phenomenon enough in some way. I don't know. But what
hitting on a female hybrid would be useless.
Yeah. What's the point? The point is you want to spread your seed, so to speak.
Right. Well, she doesn't want anything to do with it, though, right?
No. I'm sorry. Say that again.
I said she wouldn't want a thing to do with it.
If by she you mean the female hybrids,
right.
No, they have to mate with humans. They have to have intercourse with humans, and males have to have with human females.
Okay, so you're saying that hybrids may not mate.
They may not mate. That is correct. They are told they cannot mate. They should not mate. They are not supposed to, and they follow orders. They're really good at following orders.
Okay, that would make sense. If you're trying to propagate quickly, you would only want them to mate with a human. My God.
Yes, and the question then is, will they have a watered-down hybrid that is born, or would they just take out the hybrid fetus on board a UFO eventually and put it in a tank and just go through the standard procedures? We don't know that because, as far as I know, with the women whom I've worked with, they have not reported feeling pregnant as a result of hybrids.
I
don't think. I'm thinking of maybe one exception.
Professor, hold on. This is such incredible stuff. I mean, if everything we're hearing right now is true, then surely we are at, right?
Yeah.
And if not, we ought to be. Something else for the military-industrial complex to get busy with. I'm Art Bell. This is Midnight in the Desert. Holy mackerel.
Absolutely. Say it again, y'all. Absolutely. Listen to me.
Coming to you at the speed of light in the darkness, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
You know, I've been doing talk radio now for decades, right? Radio for all my life. And in all my life, and in all those decades, I don't think that I have ever heard anything like what I'm hearing tonight from Professor David Jacobs. Boiled down to this, it seems to be the many, many abductions that he has studied over the years, and it is many. 1,150, over 1,150, involve sperm and eggs. I'm sort of summing up here so that you all are with me, I hope. And that what's being produced, one way or the other with this, is what he calls hybrids. Hybrid humans, hybrids, he calls them. This would be a race of people who look just like us, indistinguishable from a normal human. In fact, normal to the point of almost being odd. In other words, no outstanding features that would mark them or let us recognize them in any way. So the close-in norm, right? The normal human. They're capable of mind control. This is all being done by a race of aliens that are insectoid. What it amounts to, according to the professor, is an invasion of Earth. This is an invasion of Earth. And it's underway. It's apparently well underway. Professor, when, do you have any indication of when this aspect of it, the hybrids, began?
Well, like I said, I started hearing about it in 2003. It's almost impossible for me to have heard about it first, as you know, just after it happened. It probably happened. It started happening some years beforehand, and I didn't realize it. But the people who I had been working with weren't talking about it, and then suddenly, a bunch of them started talking about it. So I knew that it had reached here in the southeastern Pennsylvania or Pennsylvania area. But it had to have been beforehand, and it had to have been at other places as well. So we don't really know that, because once again, we get all our information from abductees, and they don't know that either.
Right.
And the hybrids don't know that. They don't have a need to know that. What difference does it make to them? You know.
Okay, Professor, is there any way, let us say, for yourself, most familiar with them, to recognize a hybrid if you saw one? And if so, how?
No, there is not. So if you see a weird person who looks weird, has big eyes, is strange, and talks weird,
they'd be okay.
And yeah, he's just a weird guy, that's all.
So all these people would appear abnormally normal, if you can put it that way.
So to speak.
Yeah. All right. I get questions, Professor, as we go on with the program. Chris in Madison, Wisconsin, asks a pretty interesting question. Can hybrids read our minds?
Yes, they can. They can tell what you're thinking. They have to stare at you. And they can tell what you're thinking. Now, having said that, it's not as clear-cut as you might think. It is possible for abductees to hide things in their mind. How they do this, I don't know, and have other thoughts come to the forefront, which they will be glad to have the person know. But in general, yes, they can read. I'm going into the fine points here, but in general, they can read people's minds. They talk telepathically, which automatically gives them entree, and they can do other. I won't even go into it. They can do other things They can stare at people from a distance of an inch or so right into their eyes, just like gray aliens do routinely for humans that we've known about since I wrote my book Secret Life back in '92, and they can do that also, and they can dig deeper, and they can see what a person was doing, and they can do most of the things neurologically that gray aliens can do.
You know, I'm actually sitting here in shock. And I imagine a lot of people sitting and listening to this are in shock right now, or they're saying, oh, this guy's nuts.
Yeah, well, that's probably all true, including the last part. But the thing is that in my 1998 book, The Change, it sort of said that this was going to happen. Not all the details, but there was going to be this change. Soon they would all be together, and everybody would know his place, and all that sort of stuff. And so there was a harbinger of it years and years and years ago. And when I wrote Secret Life, my first book in 1992, my whole mindset was different, because I thought at that time that they were here to experiment on us, that they were interested in us, that they were learning about us and all that sort of stuff. And I kind of kept that mental set in my mind all the way through the book. But even then, they were staring into people's eyes, and they were creating hybrids, and people had and when we go back to 1981 with Bud Hopkins' Missing Time,
right?
You know, he coined the phrase, the word hybrid for them,
right?
And so it keeps going back and back and back.
But Professor, when did it become apparent to you that what we were facing was actually an invasion? It's a hard word, invasion.
Well, when I figured it was probably going to be something like that, but I didn't talk that much about it because I didn't know in the threat. But when Bernard came in, and then other people started to tell me the same story, then I began to think, this is not just coming in here and looking around and trying to figure out how things work. This was I began to expand my vision a little bit to the global quality of this, and also to the workforce involved, and that's a whole other story, and to everything else that's going on, and everything, absolutely everything, pointed to a takeover of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there has to be, if they're going to live here, as you said before, they will be the master race. But it's not even a race; it's a species. It's like chimpanzees and humans. There's two different species, even though chimps are real smart.
Okay, so one would wonder, for example, I'm wondering, would their motive be to slowly increase their numbers until they can essentially take over, or would their motive be to simply continue doing it until the job is complete and we're all changed?
Yeah, and I don't think it will advance that far. I don't think you have to have everybody on Earth being a part of the game, so to speak, part of the hybrid world. I think that there has to be my guess is, now once again, I'm just speculating, but my guess is that they'll reach a critical mass at one point when they can control just about everybody, and that's all they need.
Oh, that would be all they would need, and it would be indeed a takeover, and at that point, one has to wonder what use they would have for those of us not part of it.
That's something that I have thought about. A couple of people have said that there will be a group of humans who are left over as a breeding stock in case something goes wrong with parts of the program or whatever. But it hasn't been said by enough people for me to think that this is what's going to happen, and so I'm unsure of that. But it could be. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I don't see any flaws in it. It's fine. Except, of course, that the whole thing is criminal. But the fact is, though, that once again, we just don't know the future.
Maybe you might even want to call it a war crime, actually.
Whatever it is, it ain't good.
War crime fits it just fine, actually, because this is, as you have described it, an invasion, which makes it a war, unless you just want to let it happen.
Right. It's an invasion. I'm not sure if we could actually reject it or put up a defense to it.
Holy.
So I don't know if it's a war. Now, there's a guy named Mike Mencken. Mike Mencken is a really good man, and what he does is he's figured out that if they're going to control us telepathically on board a UFO or to abduct us or whatever, which they do, of course, why not put the head in a person's head in a helmet or something, or try to stop whatever energy is going out of our brains and into their brains and vice versa, and see if you can interrupt that. And so he makes these what look like World War II aviation pilot hats, although he's got some sort of baseball type hats now and other hats that have a certain kind of filling in them, a plastic type of thing or whatever it is, that abductees say actually does prevent abductions. The problem is that you can't wear them 24/7. And so there's plenty of opportunities to be abducted anyway, but it gives people comfort and relief, at least for a certain time. Now, here's the situation. Mike is a good guy, he's a great guy, and I like him a lot, but what we need is a group of heavy-duty scientists who put their heads together and try to figure this thing out and try to see what kind of countermeasures we can come up with.
Professor, Tina in Oregon says, well, we're screwed. What a brilliant way to take over a planet. I wonder how many in power are hybrids.
Well, I don't think they've gotten to that point yet. I think it's much, much, much too early for that. You know, most of them have no idea what the name of the country is. They don't know. They never ask, and they seem to know nothing about politics. One thing that they are frightened of, and various people have told me this, is violence. But it's not violence in terms of war. It's violence in terms of having young hybrids picked on by violent humans, let's just say in a park or something.
I completely understand.
That concerns them. But one of the first things I noticed very, very early on when I was doing research for Secret Life is that when these beings talk with abductees on board a UFO, they never ask them questions that have to do with American organizations or institutions or political structure or anything like that. And I thought early on that's so odd. And then I realized the reason that they probably don't ask questions about that is because we will be living under their institutions or top-down governments or whatever it is.
Are there any indications at all, Professor, that they are making final plans to bring this to their logical, whatever their logical conclusion is, I guess the end of us in a way?
I haven't heard that yet because the process of taking eggs and sperm is still ongoing, and but I have heard something that I had not heard that I had heard before in bits and pieces, and I didn't pay much attention to it. But now I've heard it in much greater detail than ever before, and it's distressing. And it has to do with some abductees, not all, and not even the ones that are helping, not all the ones that are helping hybrids, but just some abductees who are being trained to do the work of hybrids and gray aliens. Stare deeply into people's eyes, make them do this, make them do that with their minds. Find people who live in another state through some sort of apparatus that they can look through, but still dealing with their minds, and teaching them basically how to be hybrids, even though they're not. And they don't want to have anything to do with this whatsoever. And they feel like they're that even when they're teaching children how to get dressed, they feel like they're traitors to the human race. You know, there's this guilt that goes to them, even on board the object. And but this business of of training hybrids with other hybrids who sit next to them, teach them how to do this, on how to stare into a person's eyes, how to make a person think he's, for example, I had this as one of the examples, make a person think he's jumping off a cliff in a room and force him to do that even though he's scared to death and doesn't want to do it. And this is another abductee. And there's a lot of stuff that I didn't put into the book that's even very, very, very routine. Getting abductees to stand up in another room when there's a wall between you and walk into the room that the one who's being trained to do this kind of stuff is standing in.
All right. Could they, for example, control another person to the point of causing that person to essentially take their own life, commit suicide?
I don't know, but I would not be surprised if they could do that. I don't know because they got this one guy to think now this is a little bit more complicated, but to think he was jumping off a cliff. And they did not want him to go to the point of actually jumping off the cliff because he would just fall to the floor and he might, as the alien said, be damaged. So
well, it might be a great way to practice getting somebody to actually do that.
That's exactly what they were doing.
My God.
They were just trying to strengthen the person's ability to control that other person, even to the point of jumping off a cliff.
I'm telling you, Professor, in all the years I've done talk radio, nobody has scared me the way you're scaring me tonight. You're really doing a job on me.
Yeah, well, it is frightening. There's no doubt about it. There's just nothing that's soothing about it. There's nothing that's calming about it. And once again, I don't have a stake in this. I wish it was calming and soothing. I would much rather hear that than what people are telling me.
All right. What about this thought? If what you're saying is true, it seems to me that your life would be in almost immediate danger.
That's going to be the subject of my third book, my last book, rather. My life was not in danger, but what happens is when abductees come to me and their friends, the aliens, find out about it, the first thing that the aliens do is try to stop them from talking to me. That is a breach. This is a clandestine phenomenon. And it's secretive, and it's extremely successful secretively. And so to breach this, to go ahead and tell people what they're doing is not good, and they try to get people to stop. And by and large, they do get people to stop. One time, years and years ago, I was doing a session. It was our 10th session with a guy. This guy had a PhD in mathematics. I was doing a session with him, and in the 10th session, he was telling me what was happening, and then suddenly he sat bolt upright. And he said, I shouldn't be telling you this. And he got up and he said goodbye, and then he walked out, and I never saw him again in a session. Now, they obviously had gotten to him saying, you're doing the wrong thing, you shouldn't be going there, you shouldn't be telling him that, and all that sort of stuff, and then they got to him. And other people have done similar things. But this one woman was extremely resistant, and she kept talking to me and talking to me and talking to me. And they did all sorts of things to her, and they even have they have methods of violence that they use. And this has been reported to me by several different people, so I know that this is, and the methods are so somewhat off the wall that it's hard to it's not the first thing that would come to mind.
All right, Professor, would you hold on? We're coming up on a break, and I'm going to take a moment early just to say, my God, are you all listening to this? I'm going to open the lines. I really think you need to be able to ask questions. So our public line is area code 952-225-5278. That's 952-225-5278. Skype in North America, of course, MITD51. And in the rest of the world, MITD55. In all my years of doing talk radio, I have never, ever run into something quite like this. This really is frightening. And I must say, if you were thinking of devious ways to take over a species,
It doesn't get much better than this. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert.
It's not radio, but it is what's next, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network, Midnight in the Desert, with Art Bell. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. All right, we've got something odd going on, and, boy, you would expect that during a show like this, wouldn't you? Really odd. Nobody can call in. You're getting a busy signal. I just tested it myself. So something's up with the phone system that I suspect is related to the internet problem. I am getting Skype calls by the dozens, so no problem there. You can get hold of us using Skype at MITD51 for North America and MITD55 for the rest of the world, but none of your calls are coming in. So we're going to have to probably deal just with Skype. I understand it would be very, very busy. My goodness. Between what we're talking about tonight, between that and everything else that's going on, it's just a total mind blower. This entire program is a mind blower. Professor, welcome back.
Oh, thank you.
I'm going to put a few on the air with you from Skype, if that's okay. I mean, obviously people are going to have a lot of questions about this. Larry, you're on the air.
Hello, Art. How are you?
You're listening to the show, right?
Yeah, and I'm feeling the way you are.
Yeah.
But, Mr. Jacobs, my question is...
Professor Jacobs, actually.
I'm sorry, Professor Jacobs. Did you ever run into any of your abductees that were able to maybe stop the phenomenon by invoking Christ?
No, that question comes up every once in a while. Nobody has been able to stop it by invoking any religious figure, and of course this cuts across all religions and all races and all everybody's. But invoking the name of a religious person has meant nothing.
Doesn't work. Okay,
Lord.
Good try. That removes that one. I guess this is a pretty good question. Is there any defense that you can imagine or that you've thought of yet against what they're doing to us?
You know, I'm not a scientist, that's the thing. And if the scientific community would pay attention to this just a little bit, they might be able to figure something out that could stymie them or slow them down or do something that would be beneficial for us. And I just don't see that happening in the near future. And besides that, this program is now so old. I mean, it goes back down to the 20th century that and their technology is so unbelievably advanced that I just can't imagine stopping it. It just, I mean, maybe they could, but I should be talking about this.
No, I know. But I mean, that's an obvious question. I mean, there's got to be some defense. There's got to be some way to fight back.
Right, and there must be some way. There has to be some way, and it's up to the scientific community to put their collective heads together and figure out a way to do it. But I'm a historian. I have trouble enough opening up a door handle.
All right. Let's try another one. Chaz, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art. Hey, guys. How you doing?
Well,
I have a question.
Yes.
If we have no way of knowing whether we can defend ourselves against them, what were the medical conditions of the people that are actually being abducted? Did any of them have any type of diseases or ill health or anything like that, or were they all just pretty fit?
Well, that's a pretty good question, actually.
One of the people in my book, Allison, died in 2011. She had been with me since 1993, and the aliens did not do anything to alleviate her type 1 diabetes. And they didn't care. There's more where she came from. In other words, that's my sense of it. Miracle cures is not in their benefit. It points to something odd going on. And so we don't see miracle cures, although I have, in fact, cataloged a few of them in Secret Life when people were very young and were kids, and they, in fact, were cured, 2 different people of something. But when people get cancer, generally speaking, they do nothing. If they have heart disease, they do nothing. Look at Carla Turner, famous abduction researcher, died of breast cancer, and they let nature take its course, knowing that there's millions of abductees out there. It'll take a place.
Yeah, I mean, why do anything? It just gets in the way of their goal anyway. So, just let nature take its course, I guess, and they proceed with their program, their insidious program.
Yeah, abductees are killed in car crashes as well.
There you go. Chaz?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
Okay.
I sure wish there was... This is horrible. Absolutely horrible. That's all I can say.
Fairly disastrous. Once again, I would have preferred to just be snoozing next to the abductee while they're saying the same thing over and over and over again. But that's just not what happened. I mean, I didn't cause this to happen, as some people would think. They don't tell me what I want them to tell me. You know what I mean?
And I would think that this would all be the last thing you'd want to hear.
It is the last thing I want to hear. I didn't sign up for this. I signed up for back in 1965, 66, when I started looking at UFOs. I thought this was contact between 2 species who would meet together on the White House lawn and exchange presents and gifts and cure cancer and all that sort of stuff. That was sort of the sense I had, because they were so unbelievably advanced to be able to get here in the first place. But when I started, when I was introduced to Bud Hopkins back in 1982, and then I started to understand that there really was something to this abduction phenomenon, and he introduced me to abductees, and of course I read his books, and I realized that this was a much more complicated situation than I thought, and I couldn't for the life of me figure out why they would have babies and all that. And then when I started doing my research based on, my ideas from Bud, it just sort of led in this trajectory that Bud was having, but then the trajectory began to shift into these other things while maintaining the original stuff there. But it just, the more I looked into it, the wider it got, and the more I learned about it. And then and then people began to tell me, starting in 2003, about these hybrids, and then I was off to the races, so to speak.
This is off the charts scary. Karen from Toronto asks, ask the professor to explain the mechanics of hybrid human mind control. Does he have any taped recordings or documentation of what he claims the abductees have told him?
Well, we have no documentation in terms of close-ups or, I mean, there's all sorts of shadowy photographs and all that, but there's nothing on board, and there's no pictures of humans standing there with their eyes wide open and aliens staring into them at a distance of either touching foreheads or an inch away.
What about transcripts or recordings, Professor, from...
Well, I've got transcripts and recordings of all my sessions, all of them.
So you have plenty to back this up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. Oh. I mean, with the abduction phenomenon, I mean, you can't remember what a person said. You have to record everything, and then you can't listen to, in those days, cassette tapes. You can't listen to any tape. You have to sit there for another 3 hours listening to something you already spent 3 hours listening to. You have to have it transcribed, and then you can read through it and look at the certain points that you're looking for and so forth. However, the reports, I'm the one who sort of discovered this neurological basis way early on, and I put it in 1990 in Secret Life. And the only way that I could think of what they were actually doing was they were, when I asked the person, well, when he's staring at you like that, can you close your eyes? Can you avert your eyes? You know, can you do whatever? And they said no, they just looking straight ahead. And then I realized that the only nerve that is accessible from the outside, that is viewable essentially, is the optic nerve, and you can see it in the back of the eye. And my guess is, and this is I'm not a physician, but my guess is that they're hooking into the optic nerve and then using it as a conduit to go to any other neurological sites in the brain, and they can energize anything they want. They can add stuff, detract stuff. They can put images in. They can do all sorts of things. For example, here is something that was played out in a woman's mind. Now, the phenomenon is amazingly mundane. For example, she sees in her mind's eye. Now, I can't absolutely say it was a mind. She thinks it might have been in a screen or it might have been in her mind, but this is typical mind stuff. She sees a woman who is walking down a sidewalk in some setting. There's a nice setting in a town, and she stops at a bus stop, and it's a sheltered bus stop, and she sits down in the bus stop.
Yes.
There's another woman sitting next to her. The bus pulls up, the other woman gets in, and then she gets in, and she takes her money out of her purse, and she puts it in the bus stop money place, and she walks to the end of the bus or wherever, and she sits down. That's the end of the movie. Immediately, an alien turns to her and says, "What did she do wrong?" So the woman says, "Well, she looked pretty good to me. Everything was fine. She looked a little, maybe too nervous or something, but other than that, everything looked fine. You know, that's the level of learning that's going on here. And who would think of an image of a drama like that? How many Hollywood producers would have that as you know, as something that they could sell to a major movie company to capitalize on this drama? Here's another one. A 10-year-old kid, a growing, probably Hubert kid, comes down with to a woman's house. This is typical stuff. With a caretaker. He was an older guy in his 20s, and she takes him around the house and shows him this and shows him that and shows him other things. Now they go into the living room, and she sits on the couch, and the caretaker sits on the couch, and the kid sits in this upholstered chair, but he's sitting right on the edge. He's sitting on the edge. He's not sitting back or anything.
Yes. So
the caretaker says to him, "Sit back." So he sits back a little bit, but he's sort of ramrod straight. And the caretaker urges him, you know, what's wrong with you? Just sit back. And he doesn't want to. And then the abductee realizes what's going on, and she says, no, you're not going to fall through the back of it. It's got a backing inside the upholstery, inside the covers, and you won't fall through. So he gets up and he walks around to the back of the chair, and he feels the back of the chair. He says, oh, I see, okay, yeah. And then he gets back on the chair, and he slowly slides back, and then he slowly hits the back, and it's okay.
So a teaching moment. All right.
But it's so mundane. It's so off the wall.
Yeah, it is.
So who would think of something like that? And I have account after account by person after person of things like that going on. It's just astounding.
I should let people ask questions. Jaroslav, I believe it is, outside the country somewhere. Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. Where are you?
I'm in Poland.
Poland. Okay.
Great. Gosh.
Yes. So what do you think about all this? You've been listening tonight, right?
Yes, I am.
And?
I have a question. How can you know for sure that it is actually bad for human race? I mean, it could be
good for human race, maybe just another step of development of human race, because we already are a product of ET genetic manipulation, as far as I know.
What a question.
Well, I don't know if we're a product of genetic manipulation as opposed to genetic change that happens over the millions of years, but any group that can control another group will go ahead and control the group for their own benefit. That has happened. That has never happened like this before. But certainly, anybody in power can control others, and oftentimes, if they don't like those others, it leads to disaster. It benefits them in some way to do what they're doing, and it doesn't necessarily benefit us. It might. You might be right. It might be good for us in some way. But because this is such a clandestine program, because it is so secretive, and because they are so frightened of anybody saying anything about what's going on, I just can't imagine that it would be for our benefit.
Okay. I just thought, the real evil we must deal right now is globalist bankers, industrial military complex, and such people.
Well, unless we've got this going on, it sounds a lot worse to me.
Yeah, it's I don't know which is worse right now, but because the program I think is still a young program, but it'll get old pretty soon. But I can't see. People said, well, this is just evolution. This is
no, it's not just evolution is a natural process. So
right, and that's what I say in the book. It's unnatural evolution. It's unnatural. It's not evolution that benefits us necessarily. It benefits them.
Caller in Poland, maybe you're one of them.
I don't think so. I've never have any encounter with ETs or UFO as far as I know.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for the call. And let me ask you, Professor, when you ask somebody something like I just did, kind of rude, I guess, what would their normal response be? I mean, would it be what he just said? I don't think so. Or...
I never asked the question. Never, ever asked the question. I've learned that I just can't do that and when people tell me about their experiences, I've learned to say, oh, that's interesting. And I don't say, oh, my God, that sounds like an abduction experience to me. As I said earlier on, I just don't like ruining people's lives, and when people come to me...
Yeah, but isn't all this about to ruin all our lives eventually?
Yeah, but they've got a life to live for as long as possible, and it's up to them to make the decision. When they come to me after when they fill out my questionnaire, and I decide I'll work with them, and they have to live within 100 miles of me and all that, I give them very strong warnings about going forward with this. I say, look, you stand on the verge of making a life-changing decision. Yeah. One of the most important life-changing decisions you will ever make if you do find out that something is going on. And the first thing that happens is you're isolated. If you tell your family about it, they'll think you're crazy, and they'll want you to get help, and that's a loving thing for them to do.
And then it may well be that when you get to that help, you will recite essentially what you're saying tonight, and they will affirm the fact that you need help.
They could wind up in the booby hatch. Absolutely.
Exactly. Holy moly.
Not only that, it's worse than that. They oftentimes can't tell their husband or their wife, because if they tell their husband or their wife, the husband says, oh, that's crazy, that's nuts, that's crazy, that's nuts, and thinks that and then it's all fun and games. And then one night, the husband will see something, then realize, oh my God, this is happening, and then not want to be with the wife in close proximity to the wife anymore because they're frightened. Not only that, but when a couple divorces, and if a person knows that the other one is an abductee, the first thing they tell the judge is, this woman thinks she's having sex with aliens, I want the kids.
Yeah, of course. Felipe, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. Hello. My question was, so I hope you can hear me okay,
Yes.
is you mentioned earlier that eventually these beings would invade the Earth. So my question is, if those of us who choose to cooperate with the aliens, will we get better treatment than everyone else, or will our lives be spared?
Well, you wouldn't know who Hubert or alien-looking human would be. You would not know that. All you would know is that a person came up to you and you really liked that person and you just decided to give him all the money in your pocket. That's how you would know, and you'd feel good about it. It would never occur to you that anything odd happened.
That is the most insidious kind of invasion anybody could ever imagine, and that's, believe me, that's what I'm getting. 1 million computer messages here. So there's a lot of people who are completely buying into this. Trust me. And it's just scary. Sassy, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi. I have a question for Professor Jacob.
Right.
When these Huberts are all living on Earth, throughout the Earth, how sparsely spread are they? Because wouldn't they stick out by having no family or?
Well, they don't stick out at all. From what I've been told, if I've been listening, they are normal of the normal. In other words, they don't stick out at all.
But they don't have any like siblings or parents or cousins. Yeah. You know, I mean, how did they explain that?
Yeah, that has not come up so far, and I don't know how they explain that. I do know that they're moving in very young, between the ages of around 17 and 23, and they're moving in small groups, 2s, 3s, and 4s, into apartments.
Wow.
Having said that, there are what I call independent Hubrids who move in alone into apartments. They have to learn about what a family is. You got to remember, they have no mother or father that they know of. They have no siblings that they know of. They don't know how old they are. They don't know about aunts and uncles and cousins, and they don't know if they do know, they don't know what part they have in a family. They don't know any of. They learn all that from abductees. And if they say, they could probably eventually learn to say something, well, I'm an orphan and I was raised in an orphan asylum until I was older or something like that. I'm sure that they'll figure out something to say that the abductees will tell them what to say if that ever comes up. But it's an interesting question, and I don't know the absolute answer to it, but it seems to me that it's going to be easy to overcome.
I'm not sure any of this is going to be easy to overcome. I mean that for them maybe, but I almost don't see a way out of this. If what you say is true, then maybe the lady who said we're cooked has it right. We're cooked. Yeah, that's a pretty good phrase. I tend to think that. There's a chapter at the end of the book which is a speculative chapter. One of the questions that I ask is, are we the first planet ever to have this happen to? You know, are we numero uno, number one? Do you have an answer to that? Yes. There's no possibility we're the first planet. It's just not possible. And I give about 9 reasons why it is not possible that we are the very first in the universe to have this happen. It's probably happened to many, many other planets as well. And there's some other questions that I ask, and I try to clear up this whole internet world of reptilians. Reptilians are reported from time to time. That's it. It's unusual. But every once in a while, somebody will say, well, this guy looks reptilian. I really don't like him. Oh, I hate this guy. He's horrible. Oh, God, keep him away from me. Yeah. Oh, he's angry. He's this, he's that. And I say, well, is he hurting you or anything? No. Well, is he slapping you around? No. Oh, well, is he really aggressive to you? No. Well, what's he doing? Well, he's just doing his standard stuff that everybody else does, but I just hate him. I just hate him. And I think I have a logical explanation for why they're there. I'm going to keep that quiet for a while because
there's a lot of transcripts. There's not a whole lot of me talking in the book.
Tyrone, you're on the air.
Yes, Art. Why do they abduct one person 400 times instead of 400 people once for sampling?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, well, the key idea here is sampling. They abduct one person over and over and over again, not only because they get sperm and eggs, but because they have all sorts of different tasks to do on board the object. When they're kids, they play with hybrid children. When they're older, they teach other hybrid children how to do older, adolescent type things and all that sort of stuff. They have a world which they belong to, which they're involved with that they don't even know about, and that when they do learn about it, they wish that they weren't. Having said that, I don't know why people are abducted so often. It's ridiculous. It makes no sense. There's no reason for it, it seems to me. But
well, no reason that we understand. It may well be.
Right. It makes sense to them, and there is a reason for them. For me, I don't know. But this one woman, Betsy, who's sort of the star of the book, she was being abducted every other day almost for a couple of years, a year and a half or whatever it was. I can't remember exactly. Constantly. I would talk with her on the phone, or it would do instant messaging or email, and she would hear clunking going on upstairs, and she would say, "I think they're here. I have to get off." And we would do a session on what happened the night before, and sure enough, and this is a really wonderful person. Her life and her husband's and children revolved around the church, and she wasn't a person who was making up stories to lie to me and all the rest of that stuff. And I've known her since 1999. I'm still in contact with her. In fact, I was in contact with her just the day before yesterday.
All right, Tyrone. Anything else?
No, that's about it for now. But I appreciate the answer, Dr. Jacobs.
All right, thank you very much.
I wish I could give you a fully developed answer to why they're abducted over and over again over the course of a year, but I can't.
Can you give us a fairly fully developed answer to this question, Professor? What you're saying tonight is so uber that it really has to be asked. How honestly sure are you of what you're telling us tonight?
Well, having done abduction research since 1986 by myself, that is to say with hypnosis, and having heard people say things that are not true,
yes,
and having people confabulate like crazy this, that, and the other thing, and learning that when somebody says something for the first time, it's not evidence, you gotta avoid other people.
Right.
And knowing some of these people for long periods of time, and knowing their families and this and that, I'm fairly certain that this is true. It's as certain as you can get with humans, you know what I mean? Unless you're actually looking in their window as a peeping Tom and watching them being abducted.
All right, Professor.
Some are born and some are dying. It's Alpha and Omega's kingdom come.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
The hairs on my arm are doing a pretty good job of standing up tonight. Anyway, this is really, really scary stuff. Professor, welcome back.
Well, thanks for continuing to have me on. I'm not exactly the bearer of glad tidings.
Not even close. Not even close. I don't know. Let's go here. Johnny, you're on the air, I guess. Where are you?
Hi, Art. Good evening to you, Dr. Jacob. I'm Johnny Webb in London. A couple of questions I want to ask you over what's been said this evening. To answer the question about Jesus intervening, there was a testimony of a MUFON investigator terminating abduction as a life pattern by Joseph Jordan, and he says there's many cases out there where people have called on Jesus and apparently fallen back down on their beds Also, my other question was, were you ever able to go into the past of your patients or future to see if they were contacted in other reincarnates? And also, have they managed to speed up the growth of hybrids?
Okay, let's see. The first question was saying the name of a religious deity.
Yes.
What happens... This is the abduction phenomenon. The second question was what?
About reincarnation.
Reincarnation. The third question was... What was the third question?
The third one is, have these entities been able to speed up the growth of a hybrid?
Oh, yeah. No, they develop at the same rate as humans do. In terms of reincarnation, there's been no work done on that, and so it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the abduction phenomenon. But the question is religious incantation. Here's what happens, and this is a story of the problems of people who don't know how to do abduction research. They say, I said the name of Jesus, they were there, they left the room, and I fell back on the bed, and I stopped the abduction.
Yeah, I've heard that.
They tell me they were coming in, and I threw a pillow at them. I saw them coming in. They were inside the house. I threw a pillow at them, and then they got out of there, and I stopped the abduction. They tell me things like that. What they're saying is they were abducted. This happened, that happened, this happened, that happened, that happened, this on and on. They came back to their bedrooms, let's just say, or their car or their backyard or whatever it is, and they sort of came to, they got back into their normal memory a little too soon, and the aliens were still there. So they picked up something and threw at them, and they aborted the abduction. They weren't abducted. See what I mean? They came to a little too soon. They came out of the trance or whatever the heck they were in on board the object, so that they, to be controlled. And that's what happens. No one has ever stopped an abduction by themselves. I have one other case when a person was about to be abducted and the phone rang, and she was startled enough to answer the phone. It interrupted. That's the only case out of 1,150 that I've ever seen where there might have had an abduction aborted. Maybe.
Johnny?
Well, in your book, The Threat, I remember you talking about, whilst being under hypnotic regression, that there was another entity in the room and they were conscious of you being in that spirit at time, you know? Do you know what I mean?
There was another person in the room and they were conscious of me?
Yeah, so whether it was, one of the abductees, but there was an entity in the room and they were conscious of you being, in this present time, hypnotizing your patient, but the patient was letting you know that there's someone in the room with them who knows you're doing what you're doing.
Yes, that does happen, and the answer to that is, don't do that. Stop doing that. You are not to do that. You are hurting us. This gets them very, very upset, very excited, because it is, in fact, a breach of their secrecy program. I was saying earlier that this one woman had violence directed towards her in a very strange way. Ultimately, they couldn't stop her from seeing me, so what they tried to do was to find out where I was and maybe get me to stop seeing her. That's going to be the subject of a book of mine sometime when I'm about 109 years old. But needless to say, they never did get to me. I don't think they never got to me. But there's a story involved in why they didn't get to me also. So
it sounds like we have several shows to do, Professor. Marion, hello there. You're on the air. Where are you, please?
Hi, Art. I'm in Romania, Bucharest, Romania.
Romania.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a question?
Yes, the question is, what if the professor is a defector of theirs?
Actually, not such a crazy question in a way, Professor.
if I'm a defector?
Yeah, if you're in essence a defector of theirs. I mean,
who, me?
You.
Nothing strange has ever happened to me in my life, and I can remember all aspects of it, or some aspects of it, for the last 5 or 6 years. No, I can remember when I was a baby, and I mean when I was a little boy, and I've got pictures of me all the way through, and my mother was not an abductee, my father was not an abductee, and that's what determines it. If your mother or your father was an abductee, the chances are extremely high that you will be an abductee. But you can't be a defector. You can't get away. Most people, 95%, that's a guess, but it's probably a good guess, 95% of abductees around the world do not know that they're abductees. And even if they think that they're abductees, it's such a crazy subject. They just put it out of their minds to a certain extent, and they think it's dreams. But they know it's not, because it happens in real time. And they come back. People come back from abductions, and sometimes their clothes are on backwards. And sometimes their clothes, if they come back to bed, their pajamas are off. They're not wearing their pajamas, or their pajamas are on backwards. Sometimes they come back wearing somebody else's clothes. And people are physically missing from their normal environments when they're abducted. Police have been called, and search parties, and this and that. And children have searched for their parents, and parents have searched for their children in real time, And people are abducted in groups and can confirm each other's abductions. If you want to hear a story about it.
Is there a chance that you may be an enhanced exponent of this?
An exponent of it? I want to see it stopped immediately. I'm not an exponent. I'm a person who has learned about it and now is telling everybody what I've learned. And you have to remember that this is a phenomenon that is global. It's worldwide, and it's been going on for a long time. And and the only indication of it was the UFO phenomenon, and people could not make that connection until decades and decades and decades into seeing UFOs. And then they began to realize that there were people inside those UFOs, aliens, and they were here for a reason. They weren't here to just learn about us or to collect flora and fauna, as a lot of people thought for many years. They were here for a reason.
Got it. Let's go to Joe very quickly. Joe, you there?
Yes. Hi, Art, Professor. Second-time caller, Joe, San Diego County.
Okay.
Talking about the procreation, going back to how you're saying that these aliens procreated, that harkens back to the Middle Ages, at the 17th century, when the witch burnings and the huntings, Reverend Montague Summers and the Malleus Maleficarum stated that demons would come first as a woman to seduce a human male, and the semen would be used to not only fertilize for the demon, but then the leftover she would transform into an incubus, and therefore would seduce a woman again. And each time there would be DNA from the demons mixed in with the humans and passed on. And so it sounds so similar that maybe they've been doing this since the 17th century. Could that be possible?
Probably not. And the reason is because we would probably know about it in some way, in people's diaries, in stories written, in other ways that we would be able to keep track of it. But in fact, now there's a huge flaw in what I'm saying, because in the 1920s, we know what's happening in the 1920s and the 1930s, and nobody said anything. So that may be wrong, but at the same time, we have been able to trace it back to the last quarter of the 19th century, and after that, we completely lose sight of it, and we also lose sight of airships. For example, in 1896 and 1897, there was a mystery airship wave, which was very strange indeed. a lot of people think it was folklore, but it didn't seem like folklore. Then in 1909, there were airship waves in the New England area. Then there was really not much that people reported. That's a critical event until World War II, and then there was the Foo Fighters in World War II, and right after World War II. Yeah, then there was the ghost rockets in 1946, and then the major waves of UFO sightings that people began to report in 1947. So there is a sort of trail that we can go through looking at this thing. But when you get past the mid-19th century, let's just say, it really drops off the cliff, and you're going to get similarities here and there in literature and in art and this and that. But you can't put a whole lot of trust in those.
All right, Joe and Professor, hold on for a second. Lance says this, Art, this is the only coherent explanation of the whole alien visitation business that I've ever heard. The pieces have always been there, but Dr. Jacobs has connected the dots. If that's true, I'm scared too. Is that how you feel, Joe?
No, actually, because, I don't feel scared. I don't feel like inciting panic or anything, but I feel this has been going on for a lot longer than,
And it doesn't scare you? It doesn't scare you?
I'm not going to live my life like that. I'm a cancer survivor, man. I am.
No, you got to live your life. I'm with you there.
I'm living my life, but I'm not going to be scared of that until I am face to face.
Well, okay, Joe, but you may be face to face and not even know it. Right, Doctor?
That is, if you asked me that just a few years back, I would have said, no, you're not right at all. But now I have to say, yeah, you're right.
It's going to take me a while. We're coming toward the end of the show. We're not there yet, but close. I've got to digest all of this, Professor, and then I think we've got to do another program. Are you up for that?
Not tonight.
No, not tonight.
I know.
Not tonight. But I mean...
sure, if you want, but I'm going to... there's only so much I know about the subject.
Yeah, but this is not the kind of thing you can just sort of lay on the table and leave it there. You just can't.
Whenever you want me, I'm yours.
All right, thank you very much. Here's Dale. Hi, Dale. Hello, Dale. Going once, going twice. Poor Dale didn't make it. Let's try Nick. Hello, Nick.
Hi, this is Nick from California. I was wondering if they're coming on such a regular basis, why don't you put cameras up in your house?
It was the first thing I thought of back in the 80s.
Really?
Yeah. I put this is in the videotape days, and I put video cameras mounted on a videotape recorder at the slowest speed possible so that we could get 8 hours, and it would be pointed at a person in her bedroom, let's just say. And she would then look at the tapes afterwards and see which one she wanted to send me. There might be something embarrassing she could elect not to do that and so forth, And then I did that with another person. I think I had about 12 people sleeping on their cameras at one point. What we got was a person getting up in the middle of the night, walking over to the camera, the VCR, and turning it off. What we got was a person getting up in the middle of the night and walking into another room, followed by an abduction. Or we got, they're not going to come tonight. I know they're not going to come tonight. I'm just not going to turn that machine on, followed by an abduction. So at the same time, we did get, for example, I have one of a huge flash in the person's bedroom in the middle of the night, which wakes her up, and then she goes right back to sleep. Now, I don't know what that was. Maybe it was a plane crash across the street. I don't know. But it was an odd flash. And then I have a long sequence where a woman goes upstairs. This is a long story, so I won't tell it, but it goes up and her two kids are sleeping in her bed. She takes one kid out and puts it in the bedroom. She comes back and she takes the other kid out, puts it in the kid's bedroom. Then she I'm trying to collapse this.
Yeah, it's not going to collapse enough unless you can really hurry.
She eventually walks out of the room, and then suddenly she's back in bed asleep. And the question is, how did she turn that VCR on and be back in bed asleep? Because it would show her moving her hand back and then walking into bed and putting the covers over her.
All right. Professor, as I mentioned, I've got to digest this and come back to you. And we've got to do another program. But you've got to admit, you've laid a lot on me and everybody to think about. Professor,
I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. It's quite all right. Thank you for being here tonight, Professor, and we'll be in contact very shortly.
Thanks, Art. I appreciate it.
Take care. Holy mackerel. Well, that's a way to top off this day, huh? Been a difficult couple of days, in more ways than one. You all have a good night. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever the case may be, wherever you are, welcome to Midnight in the Desert. Every single time zone around the world covered like a blanket by this program. I'm Art Bell, and it's great to be here tonight. Really great to be here tonight. Thought I wasn't going to be here tonight, actually. And I'm not all here tonight. If you follow me. I spent the afternoon pretty much following a very nice guy from LB.net around. And you know what it was? It was a wire. It was a wire. After changing about 30 plugs back and forth, new equipment here, new equipment there, in the end, like I always thought, it was a wire. All right, so we have 2 rules for this program, no bad language, and only 1 call per show. And that's the totality of our rules. When I get done with that, I always throw it on the floor. It's all the rules. I was in a pretty bad mood, actually, until... I really love this. Somebody named Tiger Lily from Belgab, those vaguely lovable people over there. I do have to thank people, don't I? So I might as well do that. Telos, Joe Talbot, thank you. Keith Rowland, my webmaster, thank you. Heather Wade, my producer, a big thank you. Stream Guys, of course, LV.net, really big thank you. Sales, Pete Eberhardt, TuneIn Radio, and Leo Ashcraft, Dark Matter News. Anyway, I got this mood enhancer from Belgab. Some gal named Tiger Lily wrote, please meet a group of glorious fangirls from Belgab. Because you mentioned a cult for you, we formed the Vestal Virgins of the Dark, a.k.a. Arts. We post your praises, herd trolls, and do some female bonding. Would love a shout-out from you. You get it. I read that, and if that doesn't cause you to laugh, nothing will. So, thank you. I really did get a laugh out of that. Just when I needed it. So last night's show was a little buffering, right? And other than that, though, it was scary as hell. Dr. Jacobs. And that one actually scared me. And I don't scare easily. I really don't, but that one scared me. Well, shadow guys scare me, but that one scared me. And I've been wondering, his talk of hybrids, if the human race were being invaded, would we even know it? And the answer to that is probably not, right? I would say the answer is probably not. Well, the day was all about the Pope. CNN did nothing but Pope-to-Pope coverage. And it was good. It really was good, and it was good to see the Pope here. Other news, plunging Congress into even deeper turmoil. Unbelievably, House Speaker John Bonner abruptly announced his resignation on Friday, shutting down a Tea Party drive to depose him. but opening up lots and lots of fresh troubles for the Republicans. John Boehner resigning. Wow. So it was very emotional. It was said it was in a closed-door meeting, so I don't really know what went on, but it must have been rough. Skeptical of Chinese assurances on cyber spying, the President of the U.S., our President, and the President of China stood side by side and pledged their countries would not conduct nor support any such hacking in the future. Do you believe that? Not me. Anyway, they stood there and promised it. What's it like to be a politician? So that's kind of the news of the day. While mysterious sky booms continue to plague the United Kingdom, whatever the source, the UK is also now the location of an entirely different sort of mysterious sound. It is the lingering, ghostly wail of, get this, an old air raid siren. Adding to the utter high strangeness of the phantom air raid siren is the fact that nobody seems to be able to pinpoint a location. And on a remote British Columbian island, residents of Alert Bay, that's the name of it, say, well, the screams aren't anything new. And they've been reported for years, as have sightings of a big, hairy, humanoid creature in remote areas of the small island. The unidentified cryptid also seems to have a temper, as nasty as the smell that it leaves behind, and has been reported ripping up trees, tossing them at witnesses. Is it a lonely Sasquatch, stranded on this island somehow? My thoughts have not left the show we did last night with Dr. Jacobs, and they probably won't leave that for a long time to come. I am going to open up a special line tonight, and I am going to call it, we are in deeply troubled times. You would all admit that, right? These have to be deeply troubled times. So I'm opening up something I'm going to call the I'm Losing My Mind line. It's a new one. We've never done that. If you think you're losing your mind, and there must be a lot of you out there, right? Because a lot of crazy stuff is going on. A lot of violence in America, a lot of crazy, head-shaking stuff. So I'm Losing My Mind line. Area code 575-208-7787. If you think you are in substantial danger of losing your mind, then that's the number you want to call. Area code 575-208-7787. I'm Losing My Mind line. Other than that, let me give you the open lines, how to get hold of his speech right now, okay? Now, this generally only comes once a week now, so you've got to put up with it. Our public line, the one anybody and everybody can call, is 1-952-225-5278, right? Area code 952-225-5278. Now, the cool way to call us, aside from the phone, which is fine, is by Skype. Now, everybody with a smartphone can do it. If you've got a smartphone, listen carefully. All you do is download Skype. Go to your store, whatever it is, where you get your toys and your apps, and download Skype. It's free. And when you get Skype and you get it set up, you go to the little plus sign. The little plus sign. You cannot dial us. What everybody's mistake is, after they get Skype, they go to the place where you dial a number and put in MITD. You can't do that. You go to add a contact. Okay? Add a contact. And then you add us. If you're in North America, America and Canada, you would add MITD 51. That's MITD, as in midnight in the desert, 51. If you're outside North America, MITD 55 is what you add.
And even though we don't respond to you and grab you as a contact, it doesn't matter because we are now in your contact list, you will notice. So from then on, you can just grab your phone, go to the contacts, and hit MITD whatever, and you're in. And you're going to sound good, too, as long as you don't talk to us on a speakerphone. If you're going to call us, talk to us as you would on a phone, because that's what you've got, is a phone. And don't forget, I'm losing my mind line at area code 575-208-7787, and that about covers it, I think. So what I'm going to do is take a quick break, and when we get back, I have no idea what's going to happen. But I'm sure something will. Open lines, anything goes, actually, this night, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Always did love Girl Hunt, definitely. All right, everybody, it's Open Lines, and anything goes. Sometimes it's kind of fun to take a bumper song and start it, and then finish it. You know, let it kind of play out, where you get to hear actually both parts. Where to begin? It's hard to know, but I think I'm going to go for Tiger Lily from Belgab. Tiger Lily, are you really there? No, you're not. That's too bad. That was Tiger Lily from Belgab, or it was supposed to be. I don't know what happened to her. Tim, hey, how you doing? Hello, Tim. Tim's not there. Really? That's two people not there. Well, what do I have to lose? Except my own mind, right? So let's go to I think I'm losing my mind line and say hello there.
Hi, how you doing, Art?
I'm doing okay. Are you in danger of losing your mind?
Well, yes, because I'm living in Philly, and the Pope's coming in a couple of days, so of course I am.
You're in Chile?
Yeah, Philadelphia.
Oh, Chile, Philadelphia.
Yeah, Philadelphia. The Pope's coming in a couple of days.
He is,
Now,
yes.
my question is, well, yesterday I could have sworn you had the same guest on. It felt like deja vu. I don't know if, like, you weren't there or whatever, but...
What do you mean?
I feel like
it was yesterday was Dr. Jacobs, right?
Yeah, I could have sworn like a week ago though. You were on with Dr. Jacobs. I could have sworn it felt like deja vu.
Okay, well you are losing your mind. You qualify.
Yeah. Hey, can I say hi to everybody on TuneIn Chat? It's great.
You can. Hello, TuneIn Chat. I know they do chat during the show, and that's pretty cool. Yeah. Done deal. You've said hello. So hold on to what you got left. All right? All right. Take care. I'm losing my mind line. I couldn't resist. Area code 575-208-7787. And, boy, that line is filling up awfully fast. Nevertheless, I'm going to go over here to Matthew, I think. Hello, Matthew, you're on the air.
Well, Mr. Bell.
Yes, indeed.
How are you? I hope I was sounding okay here.
You're sounding fine. And I don't rule out the fact that people calling on Skype may also be losing their minds. So if that's the case, you know.
Oh, I lost my mind years ago. That's all right.
That's good.
I was interested in last night's show. Dr. Jacobs, is it just me or is he getting more and more cynical?
Well, I think he is getting more cynical, but I can't blame him in view of the topic that he was talking about. I mean, he's saying there is an invasion of Earth going on right now. And hey, you know what? After the show, I went home last night, and my wife reminded me that about, what is it now, I think in 58 males are now coming up with autism.
One in 58, which is so totally through the roof that I don't know why it didn't occur to me last night. I wish I said you should have texted me. But could it be that we're slowly being taken over and affected?
I don't know. I can't remember where it was, but a scientist, an astronomer, somebody looked at, you're of course familiar with Betty and Barney Hill.
Oh, yes, of course.
There's I believe an astronomer said that there's pretty much no way she could have come up with this star chart by random.
Mm-hmm.
That he's thinking that this is just one more, proof that this happened. That this intelligence, whatever it was from the Zeta Reticuli system. I don't know if you caught that on the news anywhere.
No, not particularly. But who knows? They may have been. That's a very popular place in the UFO world, Zeta Reticuli.
Yes.
All right. Well, listen. Thank you very much. I'm also reminded, by the way, that this is the weekend of the super blood moon, right? Eclipse. A super blood moon eclipse. And, of course, the people who thought we were all going to die on the 23rd have revised to the 28th, I believe. So that's the new day to die, is the 28th, according to, well, the Internet. I'm going to try this one more time. Tiger Lily, hello.
Hi, Art.
Oh, it is you. You are there.
Yes, it is me. Hi.
Hi there. So I came to you before, and you said nothing.
I know. I heard the bleep, and then I couldn't hear your voice at all. So
Okay.
I started talking.
Well, so everybody knows, when you call on Skype, if you hear audio, like my voice, music, whatever we happen to have on at the moment, it means you're going to get through. So just relax, turn down your device, and wait until... You sent me that, huh? I love it.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, I'm a Skype novice, but had to give it a shot.
The Vestal Virgins of the Dark, a.k.a. Art's Tarts. I was in a lousy mood until I looked at that, and I went, wow.
Well, that's what we're all about, Art. We want to keep you happy.
Well, thank you. I was tromping around in a field back and forth, checking on wires today for a large part of the day, so I needed happiness.
You know what our theory is?
What?
Dave rats.
It's what?
Dave rats.
Yes, well, no comment.
Okay, we made the comment for you.
You wouldn't expect me to make a comment, now would you?
No, of course not. That's what we're here for.
Vestal Virgins, really. Anyway, Vestal people, anyway.
Yes, Vestal Virgins.
All right. Tiger Lily, thank you, and you owe everybody on Belgab.
Thanks. Love you, Art. Bye.
Take care. Vestal, anyway. Hello there. You're on the air, on the phone. Yes.
How you doing, Art?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
I have a shadow person story.
Okay.
And up until a few weeks ago, I didn't know what to call this thing until I started listening to the show more since you've been back on the air. But about 20 years ago, I live in Phoenix right now, but about 20 years ago when I was in Chicago, lived in my mother's house, had my room in the basement, I was in my teens. Woke up and I saw this dark, like a male figure standing at the foot of my bed.
Mm-hmm.
The only light was coming in through the window from the street lights, so I could see the outline real good. So I was of course I was afraid looking at this thing. It was pretty tall. So he jumps in the bed, literally, and we start wrestling. And all I could say was it wasn't much of a wrestling match because he was way stronger than me. And tossed me around the bed like I was a rag doll.
I am so in sympathy with you. I didn't get tossed around. I didn't get attacked. But I have seen now one of these damn things, and I don't ever want to see one again.
Yeah. He tossed me around. Finally, he let me go, and he stood back at the foot of the bed. My remote control was laying in the bed with me, was sitting at the foot of the bed, so I grabbed my remote control with the strength that I had left, and I threw it at this thing. He disappeared. But when he disappeared, it was like he kind of like, went down.
It's the old, like, remote control defense.
Exactly. So I didn't know what to do but throw that thing. And so I got up out the bed, and I remember I was so tired that I literally crawled up maybe like 13 stairs, to go into the kitchen. I get into the kitchen. I'm sitting at the kitchen table, and my mother comes in. She was an early riser. She comes in to make her coffee. And I guess it was obvious that something was wrong because she turned and looked at me. It was Sunday morning. She turned and looked at me and said, "What the hell is wrong with you?"
Mm-hmm.
So I explained to her what happened. And she just stood there and just kind of kept doing what she was doing, but she had a look of concern on her face. And she said, "Well, you want to go to church with me today?" And after that experience, I felt like I had to do something. But that experience stayed with me all to this point, and I never knew what to call it until like a few shows ago, and I heard the term shadow person. I said, well, maybe that's what it was.
That's, sir, what it was, and I've got something for you now. I want you to listen on the air. The following is from Jason Offit, and it's called When Shadow People Attack. And since he brought it up, I can't resist. The first thought that crossed Stephen Painter's 5-year-old mind was that someone had broken into his house in Bury, Great Manchester, England. Around 1986, my mother took me around the local estate to her friend's house, says Painter. I believe she'd been burgled because her entire kitchen, was covered, and I do mean covered, in big black handprints, almost animal-like. Well, he didn't say anything about the obvious black handprints, not until later. I mentioned the incident to my mother, what I saw. She looked at me and said, "Nothing on the wall, Stephen." Now, he didn't know how that could be. The prints were there. His mother's friend said she saw the shadows in the image of the dark faces on the walls. His mother was immune. There was nothing on the wall from her point of view. From that point, dark images have followed Painter. The animal-like prints he saw when he was 5 have now turned into entities. I've seen a big black mess with red eyes always at my door, he said. The Hat Man always in the background, and typical shadow people just like our shadows on a sunny day. These typical shadow people have become so commonplace to Painter, he's given them a nickname. He calls them Joeys. He sees these Joeys mostly in his dreams, and the dreams are violent. Every time after this that I've encountered these beings, I've always been in a sluggish state, able to see my body in bed, he says. I've always been chased. They blocked my doorways, tried to scratch or make physical contact with me. Doctors have told Painter these dreams are caused by some kind of sleep disorder. These situations are like an out-of-body experience, he says. I see myself in the bed. In fact, at 16, he dreamt he was outside being chased through the garden into the house and onto his bed that started to envelop him. I woke, but I couldn't move. I felt I'd just run the London Marathon. I had a cramp in my left leg. More recently, though, he's been discovering physical marks. I have actually awoke, usually feeling like I've been active all night, muscles tense, aching, even fingers hurting. He said on 2 occasions I've had scratches on my side, my right side, always after an encounter. During his encounters, Joeys are always the ones to approach him. The Hat Man simply stands in the background watching. None of these encounters, however, equal what Painter calls the attack. It was around 3 years ago. I went to bed as normal, got my usual pre-attack buzzing, and I fell asleep, says he. Next thing he knew, he stood at the side of his bed, looking at his body, lying next to his then-girlfriend, his eyes frozen open. I knew instantly what was going on, tried to wake up. I panicked, because I never have seen myself like that, and I thought I was dying.
Painter's dream turned and saw 3 shadows, entities, if you will, in the room, and 2 Joeys and the Hat Man. I'm now confused and scared more than usual. One of the shadow entities lunged at Painter. The other reached out to scratch him. As usual during this dream state, Painter's movements were slow, like he was moving underwater, but Painter, a jiu-jitsu instructor, fought them off. I've never done it before or since, but I went for them, and they put up no resistance. Isn't that interesting and kind of like the story we just heard? He wrestled with the shadow people. Landing enough punches, they retreated behind the Hat Man. I then turned around, and for the first time, I saw a line, a silvery thread, kind of like a tail, if you will. He thought he was crazy. But you know what? His girlfriend saw them as well. So whatever the doctors told him, they were real. Very real.
In that darkest time, between dusk and dawn, from the high desert, it's Art Bell's Midnight in the Desert. Now, here's Art.
Here I am. It's open lines. Anything you want to talk about is fair game. Don't forget, we have a I'm Losing My Mind line. And if you get on, you better sound like you're really losing it. That number is area code 575-208-7787. And not to spoil the otherwise good mood, but here is Mr. Cool in Australia. Yo, Mr. Cool. Did you hear that Stephanie Seneff, who is a senior research scientist at MIT, said that at today's rate, in 10 years time, 1 in every 2 children will be autistic. God, I mean, I've heard some terrible things, but that rate's up near the top. Let me say it again, just in case you want to look it up. Did you hear that Stephanie Seneff, who is a researcher, a scientist at MIT, said that at today's rate, in 10 years' time, 1 in every 2 children will be autistic. And if that isn't scary, I mean, that rate's right up there in my mind with a full invasion of Earth, frankly, which we also heard about last night. On I'm Losing My Mind line, you were on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art.
Hey.
I'm calling from La Crosse, Wisconsin.
You are? Okay.
Yes.
And you think you're losing your mind? Why?
Oh, hell yeah. I am, excuse it. I know I'm not supposed to swear.
Well,
I am losing my mind.
Why?
Here's the deal. I don't think the world's flat. I know that we've been to the moon.
Oh, no, wait a minute. You don't think, wait a minute. You don't think the world's flat? You don't think the sun is a mere 3,000 miles above our heads?
It could be 3,000 miles above our head.
Okay, you are losing your mind.
I don't think the world is flat. Yeah, ignore all that. Ignore the guy behind the mirror. Here's the thing.
Yes?
And I know you're not like a trafficker of, kind of controversial subjects. But
what are you talking about? That's all we have here is controversial subjects.
This whole thing about Black Lives Matter, I swear, I'm not a racist, and I have no problems with anybody.
Usually when somebody says I'm not a racist, they're about to make a racist remark.
Yeah, that's exactly why I almost didn't call in.
Yeah, well, probably you shouldn't have.
All right.
Don't make a racist remark. I don't want to hear a racist remark.
I'm not.
There must be other reasons that you're losing your mind.
The other reason that is the only reason I'm losing my mind.
Because you want to say something racist?
No, I'm not, Art. I promise I'm not.
Well, then what?
But this whole thing about Black Lives Matter, and then you have Police Lives Matter.
All lives matter. All lives matter.
Yes, exactly, Art. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Well, then you're not losing your mind, and you don't qualify to be on that line, really. Even though you did sound a little iffy, I'll give you that. But only if you really think you're losing your mind should you call that line. If you're on the edge, maybe, of doing something awful. Look how crazy society is today. And I'm giving you an opportunity to open up before you act on something foolish. It's area code 575-208-7787. I'm losing my mind line. Craig, you're on the air. How's your mind?
It's hanging in there, Art.
Good.
My first Skype call, how am I sounding?
Just like you're right here.
Excellent. So I've had the strangest experience I've ever had in my life in August, and I thought maybe you could give me some feedback and let me know how to proceed. Have you got a minute for a story?
Sure. But, sure. Even before you tell it, I can tell you that you don't have long to live.
Well, that's kind of the gist of the story, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I read minds, and that may make me a hybrid, but go ahead.
Okay, so and it is so nice to have you back on the air, and that was a very, very scary show last night.
Yes, it was.
Okay, so let me just give you a little bit of quick background about me, so that this little experience will make sense. I'm in my 50s. My daughter is in her 20s. She has no children. I have no grandchildren. One of my hobbies, I have a little fleet of kind of vintage motorcycles and classic cars, all in various states of disrepair that I drive around during the summer.
Probably all over the yard, right?
I've got a big warehouse that I put them in, so they're not sitting out getting rusty.
Okay.
But, and I've always told her, look, when I'm gone, you can do anything you want with these cars and motorcycles. The only thing is I've got this 1931 Model A that's been in the family since the 50s. My dad and I restored it. Please keep that. And then I've got this little 1972 Honda XL250 that was my first big motorcycle, and it is just like in showroom condition. So those are the only two that that I'd like to see stay in the family.
Yes.
So during the summer, I like to get up early and before I go into the office, and I'll stop in at Starbucks with my planner and have a cup of coffee and get ready for the day, usually between 6:30 and 7. So second week of August, I think it was the Wednesday, the 12th, I am sitting at Starbucks having a cup of coffee. I'd ridden my little Honda 250 down in that morning, and a fellow comes in and he says, "Hey, whose little Honda is that outside?" And I said, "Hey, it's mine." And he said, "Hey, I've got one, that's just like that." Mm. And so he comes over to the table and he stands there and we chat for a few minutes. And you know how sometimes you just run into somebody and you just have this rapport with them. And this guy looked like he was maybe in his late 20s, early 30s. And we talked about cars and motorcycles. And in this short conversation we had, he also mentioned, he said, my grandfather left me a Model A and this bike. And I said, "Oh, that's a coincidence, because I've got a Model A as well." And I'm thinking, God, I had to get to know this guy.
Guy is my soul brother. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody that that gets their hands greasy, and we can work on these vehicles together.
Yes.
So we talked for a few minutes, and I was going to go get a refill, and my cup is empty. So I stand up on the side table and I said, "Hey, can I get you a cup of coffee?" Because he hadn't gone to get one. And he said, "No." He said, "I don't have much time." He said, I really need to be going." He said, "But I need to tell you something." He said, "And I know this is going to sound crazy." He said, and I can't tell you how I know. And it was really weird. And he started to get all serious, looking right in my eyes, and his tears started to well up in his eyes. And he says, "Do not go to Alaska in October." And I probably go. I'm a geologist. I go work all over the western U.S. and I go to Alaska 5, 6, 7 times a year. And I didn't have a trip planned, and I kind of laughed. And he said, "I can't tell you how I know this, but I just need to tell you, do not go." And, and tears were in his eyes, and he reached out and grabbed around me and gave me a big hug, and he whispered something while he was hugging me, and I was so kind of taken aback. And you know how sometimes when you hear something and it takes a little while I didn't understand what he said. And he let go of me and said, remember that. And he turned and strode towards the door, and I saw him go out the door and past the windows. And I sat there for about 10 seconds processing, what did he say? And suddenly it came to me, he said, love you, Grandpa. And
oh my God.
Whoa.
Oh my God.
And so, and it's like I took off out the door and around the corner, and just as I rounded the door around the corner, I kind of saw this flash. And it was, it's like 6:45, it's early in the morning, and and it could have been like the sun glinting off a windshield or something, but when I came around the corner, there was no one there. And there weren't any cars, and it's like 250 feet to the next doorway, and there was nobody there. And I'm a scientist, and I don't know how to, this flash could have been, like I said, the reflection, and this guy it could have just been a coincidence, and maybe he was messing with me, but
doesn't sound like it to me.
I don't know. So what do you take from that, Art?
I don't know. Are you going?
Experience.
Did you go to Alaska?
The reason I'm calling is yesterday a proposal came across my desk for a project in Juneau for October.
Oh, I don't think I'd go if I were you. I would take that literally and seriously, and I wouldn't go.
So, and I'm almost tempted to just to see what would happen.
Well, you remember at the beginning of the call what I said, right?
Yes.
Don't go.
Okay, so...
And if you do go, well, I was going to say call me, but, that chance might not come up.
But anyway, very strange experience. So, all I've heard about time travel is you can only go forward, you can't go backwards.
Oh, what do we know about time travel? Come on.
Yeah.
Really. If it comes to pass, I would imagine going in either direction could be certainly possible. And remind me again, what did he whisper to you?
He said, love you, Grandpa.
Have a good night, sir, and trust me, don't go to Alaska. That sounds serious. That was a whale of a call, wasn't it? Mark, hello.
Yeah, hi, Art. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. Good morning from Bern. The sun is just coming up.
Bern, Switzerland.
Say again?
Switzerland.
Yes.
Yes.
And I think there's a collective going crazy going on, Art. I've been divorced 10 years.
I agree. And that's why I had the I'm losing my mind line.
Yeah, and I just want to tell you the collective craziness that I'm seeing is I've been dating 10 years now since my divorce, and I'm noticing a change in behavior of the women I'm dating. And I don't think it's because of the specific women I'm dating. I just think
change in behavior of what nature?
Yeah, they want sex immediately. First date sex, and they don't want relationships.
Oh, my God.
And I think this is a change. People think that things are unstable, and they simply want to go and get what they can get and not think long term.
You feel used?
No.
Do you feel fortunate?
I feel that people don't think that there's long-term planning to be done anymore.
Yeah, I hear you. Well, every time we pass a date for the world to be devoured and destroyed by some sort of incoming rock, they change the date, push ahead a little bit. Now it's supposed to be the 28th, I hear.
Yeah. By the way, the show with Dr. Jacobs yesterday was unbelievable.
It was.
But believable.
Yes, I'm afraid it was, and I don't rule out what he says. I mean, for somebody of his qualification to come on the air and say what he said last night alone is astounding. I'm not sure if anybody else picked up on it who's interviewed the man lately, but, they came to the point where I said, hey, that's mind control, And that's an invasion. And he said, well, you said it as though nobody else has in response to what he's been saying lately. So, God, yeah, scary stuff. And
it could be that I've been meeting hybrids, and that's why they want sex so quickly.
It could be. All I can say is have fun and stay neutral.
Thank you, Art, and love you.
Yeah, have a good night. Stay neutral. That's what the Swiss always do, right? They stay neutral. Let's go here. Michelle, hello.
Hello.
Hello, Michelle, I can barely hear you.
Hi.
You're on some kind of a... Michelle, hold on. You're on a computer or something, right?
Yes.
Okay, get right up near where the little, microphone is in the computer, because you're too far away.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
No, you haven't found it yet. What is it you're talking into, Michelle?
I'm talking into the computer.
Okay, all right. Look at your computer very carefully. You see the rim around, is it a laptop?
Yes, it is.
Yes, okay. So it's got a rim around it, right? And somewhere in that rim, there's like a little dot of a hole. That would be a microphone. Get up real close to that and say something.
Okay, can you hear me now? Is that any better?
That is better, Michelle. And where are you?
I'm Sydney, Australia. I've called you before.
Okay.
Okay. I wanted to talk about Dr. Jacobs. He's brilliant. I am I guess, an experiencer. I've only recently admitted that. And some of the things that he spoke about really resonated with me.
Okay, let's back up a little bit. Do you believe you've been abducted? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, without a doubt. Many times in my lifetime.
Oh.
Yes. But in respect to the mind reading...
yes.
Or... so my heart is pounding because I don't speak of it. But it's very apparent. I can do it. Since I was very young. Sometimes I've been outed accidentally by friends. I don't know what else to tell you.
Are you telling me that you can read minds?
Yes, but not all the time.
Not all the time?
Not all the time. Yeah, most definitely.
When you do, I've always been curious about this. When you do read somebody's mind, Michelle, how does it come to you? Is it as though something is speaking in your mind, or can you hear thoughts? I mean, how does that work?
You can hear the thought, but most of all, it will come as a complete sentence. So let's say I'm... and this is something that I was very confused about in my 30s. Let's say I think of a friend, but I hear their voice, I hear them mention whatever it is that they mention, and the sentence that they say. And often I think, oh, I haven't spoken to Sarah for a while. Let me give her a call. And I call them, call her or whomever, and they will say, we were just thinking about you, we were just talking about you.
Yes, actually, Michelle, there's a scientist doing a whole study on this right now. ESP, as it involves getting or making calls. I was just thinking about you kind of deal. So that's actually being
but it's
studied.
More to it than that. Okay, this is an example. I was sitting on a train once.
Yes.
Reading a book, minding my own business, and I started humming a tune. And the man that was behind me, I started singing the tune, and then he tapped me on my shoulder and said, I was just thinking about that song.
Really?
Yeah.
So maybe you're projecting thoughts as well.
I've often wondered that. So that's why I said in my 30s I found it very confusing, and it got to the stage where I actually didn't want to call anybody. I didn't want to talk to any of my friends because I didn't know
Can you try an experiment for me, Michelle? Can you try and get somebody to do something with your mind? Have you ever tried that?
To do something with my mind?
No. In other words, use your mind and try to get somebody to do something they otherwise would not do.
I've never tried that, and I've never thought of doing that.
Well, I'm suggesting to you that you try it.
Okay.
Can you give that a shot?
I have in the past thought of somebody and asked them to call me, and that happens.
Well, let's take it one step further.
I haven't spoken to for,
right.
Like a year.
I've got it, Michelle. I've got it. What I want you to do is take it one step further and have them do something.
Some velvet morning when I'm straight, I'm gonna...
From the Kingdom of Nye in the high desert, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art Bell. Please ring Art's bell at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952-CALL ART.
I can play a little more of my bumper music on Open Lines nights, and that's what we've got tonight. Open lines, anything you want to talk about, actually, and we've already been down some pretty strange trails. And don't forget the I'm Losing My Mind line, which has been locked up full since we began the show. I'm just a little tentative about going there. That's 575, area code 575-208-7787. Going to the phone this time, and Great Falls, I think, Minnesota, Michigan? Great Falls, Minnesota,
Montana.
Probably. Montana.
It's Montana.
I shouldn't guess. It just says M. I'm sorry, it just says Great Falls, M. So.
Well, at least it said Great Falls. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I am too.
And the man that just called a few calls back, don't go to Alaska in October.
And I agree. That was some
he said
freaky
my birthday
story.
Too, and that freaked me out, and I heard it all, and I was listening so intently, and I was shaking, and I thought, no, he cannot go. He can come to Montana. There's a lot of bones to dig up out here.
You should also keep in mind the way I began the call, You're not going to live very much longer. So you should take that as like a double warning.
Oh, definitely. I've got a story I've been wanting to tell you for years.
All right.
And it's something I don't think anybody has ever experienced before with Bigfoot.
Okay.
And it's absolutely true. And I don't have any pictures or anything, but it happened in 1978. And it was one of them real quiet, dark nights. And we're driving home from the lake, and the parents are in the front, and the kids are in the back, and I'm the 20-year-old, with holding the kids while they're sleeping.
No. Okay.
Off in the distance, they saw something big, and they almost ran it over. So of course they slammed the brakes on.
So you're in the back seat with the kids?
I'm in the back seat.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
All right.
And it's dark, creepy dark. And I'm thinking, okay, I wonder what it is. And he's got his headlights on. And I saw a flicker of it cross the road. He saw the whole thing cross the road. It come around really quickly, too, right around to the back of the trunk. Yeah. Okay? And the older cars, I guess it was a I don't know what you call those things, tornado? And one of them tornadoes, that's the name.
Tornado, okay.
Yeah, one of them big old lights in the back like a boat.
Yes.
Yeah, and he had his foot on the brake. And the red lights was hitting this thing.
Yes.
I look up, and I see Bigfoot standing there, and I knew it was Bigfoot. Anyway.
And you knew this why? Bigfoot. I mean, you describe it.
It was, I'm sitting there, and I'm looking at it. It was kind of reddish, but I'm pretty sure it was red, though, even though that there was light on it that was red. The eyes were glowing red-ish orange.
Oh, really?
That creeped me out. That right there, just those. But the thing is, this is what happened. I'm shaking. It happened so fast. He picked up both his hands and slammed it down, his palms, on the back of the trunk. And the guy tells me, "Don't let the kids look back." And he put his foot on the gas, and boom, we were gone. Okay. Now, in my mind, in the memory, I was so freaked out. I honestly don't remember hearing a sound from the creature.
Well, if you had, it would have sounded something like that. That is the sound of a Bigfoot.
I met some researchers in Oregon in 1974, and we were all hiking, and they showed me some freshly done,
poop?
Footprints out of cement or whatever that other is.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, and we sat down and we talked for a while, and then we had to go down a 1,500-foot ravine to get down to the river. So we sat up there for a while before we went down. Anyway, they talked to me all about it, and then 4 years later, 1978, okay, so the next day, I'm just pacing the floor because I saw the dents in the trunk. I called the sheriff. He refused to come out. I called a researcher, and I don't remember who I called in the research. UFO researcher, by the way. They came out, took pictures, asked us the story, you know.
Wait. What did they take pictures of? Footprints or?
No, I'm sorry. They took pictures of the palm prints that were dented perfectly.
Oh,
too.
my God, really?
In the trunk.
You don't happen to still have those photographs, do you?
No, I didn't get them. They weren't mine. It was the researchers that we called. I never got any. I asked, you know, and I never got the...
well, how do you find...
copies. Of course I wanted that.
How do you find a Bigfoot researcher off the cuff? I mean, you can't pick up the phone book and look under B.
I called some UFO. It was a UFO researcher.
Ah.
It wasn't a Bigfoot. It was a paranormal type.
Okay, got you.
UFOs.
Right.
I don't think it was Peter Davenport.
Davenport, right. But he took pictures.
Yes. Of the dents only.
Okay.
I don't know if there was hair. We didn't see, because believe me, I looked at that bumper. I looked at everywhere for hair. I wanted some, you know.
Some hair.
I wanted proof.
Yep.
Yeah, that's something that you will never forget. And just to joke with me, this guy takes me over, a boyfriend of mine, right? 2 weeks later, he takes me over there on the bike and goes, I know where Bigfoot lives. I go, yeah, right. So we go walking down this path, and I go, what is that smell? And it don't smell like anything you ever smelled before. It's almost like a skunk and a bear. I've smelled wet bear.
Right.
So, it's just stinky. Stinkier worse than a human, okay? And I'm going, what is he? He goes, just listen. He picks up a rock, and he throws it down the path, and all of a sudden you hear the same scream that you have on the tape is the exact kind of scream I heard, and I ran.
I would too.
I didn't see it.
All right. Well, listen, thank you very, very much for the call. I would have run too. No doubt about that. Anything that puts giant dents in the back of the car, oh, good Lord. Well, we do shows on Bigfoot a lot, as you know. It's one of the things we follow, and there you have it sounded like a real story to me. And let's go to our I'm losing my mind line. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Okay, it's me then. Okay, hey, my name is Russell, by the way.
Russell, welcome to the program. And why do you think you're losing your mind?
Well, it might have something to do with the fact I've been listening to you for 30 years or something like that. I don't know. But
humorous, Russell.
By the way,
yes.
I love your show.
Thank you.
So
Russell, actually, you're using this line just to call up and say, I like the show.
No, hell no. Listen,
okay, all right. Listen, Russell, number one, turn off your device. I've got to at least say that whatever device is playing the show in the background.
I will leave the room.
All right, leave the room.
Better?
Yes.
Is that better?
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
All right, here's the deal. Okay, for years, I'm getting tired of hearing the same crap that I've been living over and over again. Okay? Seems like everything that I've lived through, I've heard on these radio shows or I've seen it on TV and whatnot. It's at the point where I don't even like to say the words, I'm an abductee. I don't even like to say it anymore. It's ridiculous. I feel ridiculous saying it.
So you are an abductee.
Can I finish losing my mind here for a second?
Yes, you may.
Also, I've been living in deja vu constantly for the last couple of years. It's driving me insane. I'm sick and tired of living in deja vu. It's nuts. It's as if somebody keeps hitting freaking rewind on me.
So you're saying you're abducted again and again and again?
No. Well, only when I was younger. This deja vu thing is recently.
I see.
Okay, and the shadow people. I'm tired of hearing about shadow. I saw shadow people before they were even talking about it. Okay, to me, the shadow people, what they were to me, what I was saying was, I'm laying in bed at night or on the couch at night, but there's a little, your eyes adjust to the darkness, you know. But you see these people, they're darker than the darkness. It's like their energy absorbs what little bit of light there is in the night, and it just makes their space darker than the night that's around them.
Russell, it sounds it does sound like you're fed up. You know what would make you feel better?
I'm fed up with seeing my life being replayed.
I understand, you know what would make you feel better?
What?
Somebody's nagging on you in the background, saying, I'm mad as hell. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore.
Yeah, well, I say that every day to the old lady. It doesn't work.
Is that who I'm hearing in the background?
Yeah. Yes, okay. Absolutely.
I mean, try it. It'll make you got to put some feeling. I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore.
I'm mad as hell. I'm not going to take it anymore. Quit replaying my freaking life.
All right. You already feel better. I'm sure you do. Although I can tell that you're, slipping away a little. Jack, you're on the air.
Evening, Art.
Good evening.
Are you by chance a fan of Doctor Who?
Yeah, somewhat, sure.
Do you remember a couple of seasons ago they had a race that they brought into the show called The Silence?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
You should definitely look them up. I think they're based on the Shadow People.
Really? Well, you heard that last caller. He's just fed up.
I can understand him. I do have a quick question for you, though, sir.
Yes.
Could I quote you in a research paper for one of my college courses?
Well, what's it about? Quoting me on about what?
Well, it's your opinion. Should there be disclosure?
It's my opinion.
I know.
That there should be disclosure? Is that what you're saying?
Well, my paper is on is a debate paper on should there be UFO disclosure.
I see.
And it's your choice, but if I could, I would like to quote you and your current opinion.
All right, then. I want you to listen carefully, because I do not necessarily have the opinion that there should be disclosure. I'm sorry. I know this is going to probably ruin it for you, but you may recall the Brookings report. Do you remember the Brookings report?
Yes, sir. I've actually read it recently.
Okay. Well, it basically it says that people, institutions, civilization, religions would all be negatively affected, and people would go even crazier than they are right now. And they're that stuff crazy now. So if we actually had disclosure, if like the President of the U.S. sat down and said, American people, I want to disclose tonight that we have been, or how about this, that we are being invaded by hybrids, by what are called hybrids. Imagine if the President sat down and said that. Already the girls, according to an earlier caller, are giving it away. I mean, my God, what would happen? So you want to write all that down, turn it in?
I'm definitely, if you're giving me permission, putting that in my paper.
You put that in your paper. You let me know how that comes out.
I absolutely will. I will send you a copy, actually. And I am a time traveler, so I will be able to quote you word for word.
All right, sir. Thank you very, very much for the call, and take care. And I'm going back to I'm losing my mind line. Hello. I think
think I punched the right one. I'm losing my mind line. Are you there? Going once, going twice, go on. Let's go instead to, where is this anyway? It looks like Yorkton, Saskatchewan, if I had to guess.
You're absolutely right, Art. How are you doing today?
Well, I'm beginning to slip a little now. It's one call after another. Okay, my socks need to come off, so go ahead.
Okay, so this happened. I actually called into the first open lines and told you about me missing 3 hours when I went home from a friend's place, which was a mile and a half away.
Yes.
Now, to finish off the story, remember what happened. I was driving, and I ended up going to a gas station. I met these two people, and they looked very familiar, and I couldn't quite place them at the time. There was this guy in a Charger, a brown Charger, I remember it distinctly, and he was going in the car with his girlfriend. I nodded to him, nodded to her, made communication, whatever. I later realized that I'd seen my parents before I was even born, and then I told Dad asked him if he worked at the gas station, and he goes, well, that's back in 1977, before you were even thought of.
You saw your parents before you were born.
Yeah.
That definitely qualifies. How do you know for sure? I mean, there's no question in your mind about what you saw? Who you saw?
No question at all. Because my parents haven't changed that much. And then my dad showed me a picture of my mother from high school because he still holds it in her wallet. Same picture. It was her. And I talked to my mom and she told her about this coat she was wearing, this light blue coat, and she recognized right away with what it was. And then I mentioned she had some cookbooks from companies coming. She goes, yeah, I got that from the gas station when your father worked there before you were born. And I didn't know about this before.
Yes.
And it was kind of crazy.
Kind of crazy. That's really crazy. I don't know what to say to you except you had a little preview.
Yeah, that's what I was teasing my mom. I said maybe it was me spying on them to see what they were like before I came to Earth. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out to this day. I emailed that parapsychologist you had, and he said he's heard stories of that happening to people before, but there's no explanation for it. Yeah.
If you had another opportunity to see your parents before you were born, what would you say to them?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. Take it easy on me when I misbehave. I don't know. That's a good question.
Oh, that's too easy. How about just don't do it?
Yeah, but I want to be around here. I'm glad to be around. It's just, and the thing is, and then I got back to the house. It was 3 hours later, and what's funny, that gas station I told you about,
yes,
was torn down in 1979, before I was born too.
All right, sir. Thank you. It just doesn't get better than that. Yeah, yell at them. Don't do it. And then you're gone like that. Hello, Chris.
Hey, how you doing, Art?
Well, you're listening, right?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
It's strange, but I'm having fun.
Hey, I have a guest request.
Yes?
Hey, remember when you had Dan Aykroyd on?
Did I have Dan?
You had Dan Aykroyd on. He had a documentary on about
It was a very short, I think it was a very short appearance.
I met him recently. He had like a tour around my city, and he's selling some sort of vodka, like a Crystal Skull vodka. But
Crystal Skull vodka, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Something I don't know. Any bottle of vodka with a skull on it, you've got to be warned.
It's made out of a skull, like a crystal skull. It's nice. You should have him on. He is a great guest, and especially with Ghostbusters, the new movie coming out, that'd be great, to have him on.
Might be fun, yeah.
That would be fun. So I just started calling in and say, hey, have Dan Aykroyd on. He's a great guest.
All right. Consider it registered. Dan Aykroyd. Selling vodka that you drink from a crystal skull. Let's go to, I just can't resist. I'm losing my mind line. Hello. Hello? Now what's up with that I can't get somebody to say something? Try it now. Are you there?
Art?
Yes.
Yes, this is the losing my mind line, right?
Yes.
Yes, well, I'm definitely feel like I'm losing my mind.
Are you going quickly or a little bit at a time every day?
Pretty quickly here. I'm fighting this thirst for blood that I've got right now.
You mean you don't mean human blood, do you?
Yes, I do, Art.
You do?
Yes. I like to take frequent walks in the woods we have here at night, and I was attacked, and I'm not sure quite what happened because it was just a blur.
Okay, let's go back a little bit. You were attacked. You were bitten by somebody?
Yes. It was dark, and whatever it was did come from above, in the trees, I think. I'm not sure.
So you mean it pounced on you, or it flew down and got you?
I'm not sure. The only thing I knew is the next thing I was on the ground, and I woke up in my basement.
Yes.
And this thirst for blood is the sickness that I'm feeling right now.
Yes, I get it. How long ago did this attack occur?
Art, this has been just in the past 24 hours.
Oh my God, this
has just happened.
Yes.
And like I said, I'm losing my mind. I'm going down fast. It's just very overwhelming. I can't even keep a straight mind.
Well, when you have a thirst for human blood, is it like, I mean, what can you compare it to? Is it like when you want chocolate ice cream, or even worse?
It's even worse than that. It's like when you don't have an appetite, but I'm very much in need for it. Something's pulling me towards that. I've even sliced a little bit of what I have on my neck myself where I was bitten, and that is what's pulling me. And
you mean you like took a taste of your own?
Well, the smell, it's driving me crazy. I'm losing my mind.
Like,
I don't know what to say. I hope I make it through this night.
Stronger than bacon. So you might actually attack somebody.
Art, I hope not. I don't want nothing like this to happen. I always thought that vampires were not real. But I'm losing my mind, Art.
You really think you're a vampire?
If what I think happened, yes.
Have you noticed any change in your front teeth?
Nothing there.
Nothing there.
I'm just feeling very, very sick. Pains. I'm feeling cold. I'm starting to feel very, very cold.
So like hunger pains, except it's thirst.
Yes.
And if you get this human blood, do you think you'll feel better? Is that the feeling you have?
Well, that's what every vampire movie tells you.
It is. All right. Well, it sounds like you're in. Yeah, it sounds like you're in pain.
Okay, Art. I needed to talk to somebody, that's for sure.
Well, I hope you feel better, and I hope you make it through the night. There is going to be a big moon, you know, a super big blood moon.
I know that's going to come. Can I put a shameless plug out there, too, for me, Art?
Well, as what? Vampire?
A group that I really love talking in.
What group is that?
It's Talking Art Bell, Midnight in the Desert.
Yes, really?
A bunch of good people.
Well, they may be a bunch of good people, but now they know they have among them.
I hope not. I'm a big supporter, but what happened, this is only the past 24 hours.
Well, make a posting. Maybe somebody will volunteer. Thank you for the call. You ever wonder if there's real vampires? I think you might have been one. Jason, hello.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
All right.
Yes.
We haven't talked about, since you've been back, and you've been fantastic, by the way, I haven't heard much about chupacabras, and I'm wondering if I've just missed it, or if there's sort of a chupacabra shortage.
Well, there hasn't been much about the chupacabra of late, but it tends to come in waves, you know.
Do you think they're understaffed? Because I've been looking for a job.
Well, they might be endangered.
Endangered?
Yes, endangered. You're looking for a job?
I thought I might get a job as a chupacabra.
Hunter? Or actually as a chupacabra?
As a chupacabra. I'm pretty...
well, chupacabras, they attack animals, and they drain all the blood from them. So you're now sounding like my last caller with more of a taste for critters.
Maybe we could team up. I don't want to do the blood thing, but it sounds like he really does.
It's the moon thing, I guess. I know he really sounded quite serious, didn't he?
He did.
And actually you do too. So the only difference between you and him is he's going to go find a human. You're going to find a critter of some sort. Yeah, Jason, thank you for calling. And good luck with that. You're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art, it's Tom from Florida.
Yes, hi.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at these last two callers. I don't know, they got some problems, I think. But anyway, I have two things, if it's okay. The first is about last night's show. I heard something. I don't know. It might have been on one of your older shows about how possibly the reason why these beings might be doing tests and things on us.
Yes.
Is because they're interested in the human soul. Like the human soul may actually be the soul may be a rare thing within the universe, and they're actually
very rare. I mean, sir, come on. Satan and the one above fight over human souls. That's what it's all about.
Well, I mean, I heard that somewhere where they're maybe trying to figure out a way to obtain, like they're just interested in why we have a soul and they don't. I actually heard that on a show being discussed as a possibility, and I thought that was an interesting possibility. But the other thing I wanted to ask is, as a possible guest, have you ever thought about having Zach Bagans on of Ghost Adventures, or somebody from one of those shows, like Ghost Hunters or...
I always wonder about those shows, and I'm sorry to say this, but, you get a camera guy and a sound guy, and you go out looking for ghosts, ghost hunting, and I don't know. What are the odds of seeing a ghost in your entire lifetime? So then what are the odds of having a camera crew and a host, and then, you see where I'm going with this, right? Steve, hello, Steve.
How you doing, Art?
Sounds like you fell down or something.
No, this is Steve again from Germany, Art Bell. I got 3 quick questions.
From Germany. Okay, 3? Really? Okay.
Yeah, first of all, why do ghosts have clothes on? I mean, what's the meaning of the clothes? Do they also come back to life? Second question,
wait, can we deal with it? Can we please deal with it? Hold on, sir. Light. Hold on. Ghosts have clothes so that they don't gross us out. Can you imagine how gross it would be?
Oh, come on, Art.
I mean, I am coming. You got to hold on. We're at a break. Can you hold on?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
No. I'll tell you once more before I get off the floor. Don't let me down.
The clock strikes 12, and Midnight in the Desert is pounding packets your way on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, please direct your finger digits to dial 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
All right, everybody, open lines. Anything you want to talk about, fair game. Don't forget the I'm Losing My Mind line, which is area code 575-208-7787. That's 575-208-7787. Doug Dougherty, I probably shouldn't have said his last name, doesn't matter though, put a message on my Facebook that I thought was pretty cool. Was it Doug? Yeah, it was Doug. Last night, he said, was the best show yet. Except I don't agree with Art or Dr. Jacobs. I don't see it, meaning the invasion, as a threat, but rather a blessing for mankind. So, Doug, your opinion of the current state of mankind must not be really high. A blessing for mankind, huh? To be invaded and to be taken over. Okay, back to Germany, and I think we settled the part about ghosts with clothes. Otherwise, look, gravity acts on everybody, my friend, and so to see a ghost without clothes would be gross. And what was your other question?
Okay, Art. That answer was kind of a flop from your side, but okay. The next question is, why do UFOs need light if they can navigate through space and bend the time fabric or whatever, why do they need navigation lights?
So we can see them.
Ah, so they are not trying to hide from us.
Well, if they're trying to hide, they turn off the lights.
Exactly. Well, yeah, okay, good. and
that's what I could do there.
I called in a few weeks ago, and you promised Stephen Greer on the show pretty soon. Is it going to happen this year?
Stephen Greer, yes. It is going to happen this year. He's already scheduled. We don't give things away ahead of time, but yeah, he's coming.
Yeah. Okay. And my last question, and then I can take this one off the air.
Yes.
Why do people say Roswell's when they call you?
Well, you know the significance of Roswell, right?
Yes, of course.
So it's like, Rush did with dittos. People just use Roswell because, I talk about this kind of stuff. So Roswell's.
Okay, Roswell's to you. Thanks again, Art.
All right, you're very welcome. And I'm very disappointed that you didn't like my explanation about ghosts and clothes. On I'm losing my mind line, you're on the air. Maybe you're not. Now you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, this is Richard.
Hi, Richard. Are you actually losing your mind?
Yes, I think I'm going nuts. And maybe because I live like a shut-in, but basically, I like to say welcome back onto the air.
Well, thank you. That's nice. But we need to get to the actual nugget of why you called, and that's because you're losing your mind.
I think the reason why I think I'm going nuts is because I watch a lot of media, and
that'll do it.
I think I was born too early. I'm 47 now, and like I said, I live like a shut-in.
You actually don't go out at all? I mean, you stay home all the time?
I leave the house maybe once every 2 months, maybe.
Is it like you're afraid to leave the house? Or you just don't want to leave the house?
I just don't want. I have no reason to. I live in the Phoenix area, okay?
How about food? I mean, everybody's got to eat, right?
Yeah, well, she goes out and buys food.
She?
Yeah,
okay.
She. But it just seems like people are nuts. It's just like there's no consequences for anything. They lie like it's not. They lie like it's nothing anymore. I mean, I'm not that old.
Right.
It's just like nothing. There's no consequences. I mean, it seems like so many people nowadays want to be like stars if they do something stupid. They put it on YouTube. It's like you got a mental case that goes out and shoots a bunch of people, and he wants to go out in fashion. So the first thing they do is say, so-and-so did this.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, well, it's just, everything from what we eat to politics, it seems, we got a front runner that seems self-destructive, saying stupid stuff. And, it just seems everything seems out of balance.
Well, maybe we're about to elect somebody who's losing their mind.
Well, you know what? If this person isn't self-destructive like a lot of people are, it seems if he doesn't and he means what he says,
yes.
Well then, it's hard to say, but I think maybe that things might go and people have a different attitude. Seems like people are like hopeless. There's like no consequences. People just do whatever they want, and they don't think. They get in a road rage. They don't care. They don't know if the guy's got a gun or breaking into people's houses when they're home.
Yes. Do you feel mad as hell and ready not to take it anymore?
Yes, I am mad as hell, and the thing is, you can't do anything because what are you going to do?
I don't know, but I do.
Against the law. Everything's against the law. I mean, it's like, I mean, I feel like an old timer because I remember when you could smoke on a cross country flight. I tell my daughter, I'm like, I remember when you could light a cigarette on an airplane. No, I don't smoke anymore.
Try it now.
You'd be in prison. But it's like, that's what I'm saying. Everything's backwards. You can't smoke, but you can smoke weed.
Yeah, well, they're liable to shove you out the door at 32,000 feet.
And you got all these special interest groups that get more attention than the majority of the people. It just drives me nuts.
All right. Well, you can feel better the same way.
I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore.
Right. I can't ride my motorcycle. I'm a biker. You can say I'm a biker.
Say it. I'm mad as hell and I won't take it anymore. You got to say it for it to
I'm
be
going to
a
wake
benefit.
neighbors if I say it.
No, really.
I'm mad as hell. I ain't going to church it anymore.
That's the way to do it, sir. That's the way to do it. See, you actually feel better when you do that.
Yeah, I just vented a little bit there.
All right.
But,
well, that's cool.
It just seems like everyday life for me, from what you eat, if this is going to kill you one day, and then the other day it's good for you, or vice versa. I'm a bike. I like to ride my bike.
Well, one day, sir, coffee is good for you. The next day, it's dangerous for you. One day, salt is good for you. The next day,
I always thought anxiety, was some made-up thing. Like anxiety, people say, "Oh, you had an anxiety attack." Da da da. One day, I'm sitting in my chair in my living room, just watching TV.
Yes.
And also, my heart starts racing.
Yes.
And things start getting dark. And I'm just like, uh-oh, what's going on here? I think I'm dying. I'm like, I ate too much pizza last night. I don't know. And I called for my wife, and I'm like, Michelle, something's going on here. My blood pressure's going through the roof. I feel like I'm fading out here.
Yes.
Well, come to find out, they took me to the ER, and they said, it seems like you had an anxiety attack. I'm like, what is an anxiety? I thought that was made up.
No, it's real. It's real.
Yeah. I thought it was made up. I couldn't believe what was happening. And they're like, here's some Ativan, and every time you have an attack, you
take the Ativan.
Take this.
Oh, boy, pills. I was going to make a fake ad for a pill. I am so sick of these ads on TV. Anybody else agree with that? That makes me mad as hell. These ads for these pills, it's like, then they have to list every possible side effect in the world, up to and including, melting livers, death, all of it, right? I kind of feel like advertising a pill. Tired of your friends taking pills, unable to join them in taking a pill. Well, this pill does absolutely nothing, and then list about every side effect known to humanity, like they do on TV. You almost wonder why they run the commercial. I mean, by the time it's over, you're ready to say, I wouldn't touch that thing, whatever it is, with a 10-foot pole. I mean, it makes whatever it is that I've got that makes me want to take the pill look like nothing compared to what might happen. God, it's awful. All right, where was I? Let's go to the next call. Hello.
Hey, Art, Ed from New Jersey. How you doing tonight?
Ed, it's an interesting night, now that you ask.
Glad to be back on the air with you. I was one of the jurors at the Truth or Trash a couple weeks ago.
Oh, yes.
I'm going to tell you my shadow person story.
Okay.
Happened back in around this time of year in 2002. I was working shift work at the time, so I'd get home, 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, and you know how it is. You can't go right to bed.
No,
I was up for a couple of hours before anything. So anyway, I'm laying in bed watching TV, and I heard this noise out in the living room, and the only way I could describe it is a wet mop slapping against the floor.
Yeah.
As weird as that sounds. So I go out, look, nothing there, go back in bed, watch TV, hear it a second time a few minutes later, look over to my left, and I see this, at the time, I see creature, about 7 foot tall, glowing yellow, orangish eyes, top hat, looks like it's wearing a cloak. Thinking I'm seeing things, reach over to the nightstand, turn a light on, well, it's still there. So I felt this sadness and anger coming over me that I had never felt before. So
And all the time you're feeling this, you're seeing this, whatever in the hell it is?
Yeah. And I reached my hand into it, believe it or not, and I don't know, looking back at it now, I don't know what I was thinking.
Probably trying to reach in and grab its liver and yank it out.
Cold shot of electricity shoot up my arm.
Really?
And then I backed away, like it was backing away towards the wall, and it dissipated like smoke would. So I was pretty freaked out, thinking I was seeing things, talking to my wife, not really telling anybody else. Don't want to be judged, What
did your wife say?
Oh, you're seeing things, you work 12-hour shifts, the light's playing tricks on you. Any excuse you could think of.
Of course.
She didn't say it, so she didn't believe me.
Right.
So, fast forward a few months, I would see things out of the corner of my eye, trying to forget about it. And go to that early spring, March, April-ish, and laying in bed again one night watching TV, and I hear a noise in the kitchen. We had just recently got a puppy, so he was in his cage, because he still wasn't housebroken yet, and I hear him moving around, so I'm thinking he's making a mess in there. So I get up to go walk in there. What do I see standing in the kitchen? It's a 7-foot shadow figure.
Yeah.
And it looked up at me. It was looking down at the dog. It looked up at me like it was startled that I saw it.
I've heard that many times about shadow people. They seem startled that we see them.
Yeah, and the dog was actually looking at it, and I was like, I thought I was dreaming. I was like, what is going on here? And then all of a sudden, I got that overwhelming sadness and anger feeling again. And I'm not an overly religious person, but I wear a crucifix around my neck to appease my mother. So I pull it out and I start walking towards it, and I start screaming at it. You don't belong here. Go back where you're from. You're not welcome, so on and so forth. And as I'm going towards it, it dissipates again like smoke. And freaked me out for a long time. And knock on wood, that was the last time I've ever seen it.
So this thing it's never attacked you?
It never attacked me. And the 2 times I went towards it, the once it let me put my arm into it, and I felt that cold shot of electricity, and it dissipated. And the second time, it backed away from me as I was going towards it.
Probably thought you were going to reach in them again.
It is. Yeah, and, looking through all the theories over the years, and, I don't know if anyone's ever going to figure out what these things are, but...
I don't either.
Ever since you told your story a few weeks ago, I've been trying to get on to...
I'm glad you made it, because they are whatever they are, they're real. Thank you very much for the call. Look, whatever they are, there's something. It's not nothing. What I saw was real. To my right, to my rear, and to my left. It was absolutely a manifestation, a real manifestation, not a trick of the eye, not a floater in the eye. When you look these things up, they try and tell you what you probably saw. No way. I know what I saw, and it was real. Hard term, hard word to use, real. It was something. I'm not sure how to put this. It was something. Let's go to I'm Losing My Mind line. Hello? Are you actually losing?
Hello?
Yes, are you losing your mind?
Yeah, like the guy that called earlier, the constant deja vu thing.
Yes.
That started happening to me, like, about 2 months ago. And I got deja vu just like any normal person my whole life here and there, every once in a great while, maybe once every couple months or something. But the last about 2 months, it started happening. Like, I was getting it like once a week or so, and then it's been increasing to where it's happening like 20 to 30 times a day.
20 or 30 times wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you are slipping away.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really weird. And I went to the doctor and told them about it, and they just kind of laughed at me.
They laughed at you?
I don't know. Yeah, he just kind of filed it under you're having anxiety about things.
Yeah, anxiety.
And he tried to give me anxiety pills.
Ativan again, okay. Well, I don't know what to say about that. There seems to be a tremendous amount of anxiety about deja vu and a lot of pills given out. They give out pills now for everything. Have you noticed? There is a pill. I'm not going to go back into that rant again, but I am so sick of those commercials. Hello there, you're on the air. Hello, on Skype.
Oh, is this me?
Well, only you know that for sure, but yes, sounds like
Well, Art, I wanted to ask you if you are like me in the sense that you feel compelled to always sleep with your closet door open.
No. I really, really don't like open closet doors at all. It's bad to leave a closet door open because stuff comes out of them.
Well, it kind of freaks me out to have it closed because I would never know what's in there. But if it's open, I can see that it's empty. And if anything wants to come out, it has to muscle up the cojones to walk past a very nice portrait of Jesus I have hanging on my door.
Well, think of it this way. If it does have the cojones to walk past Jesus, what chance do you have?
Oh, well, now you got me thinking.
Well, am I right? I mean, if it just strolls right, comes out of a darkened closet, you see your clothes part, it walks right past Jesus, you know, you're going to be mush.
Well, I would hope that it was not evil if it could do that.
I hope not too, but anything that comes out of a darkened closet probably has poor intentions.
Well, you're probably right about that.
Mm-hmm. So, good luck with your closet.
Oh, well, thank you, and Roswell's.
Roswell's, thank you. Yes, are you losing your mind? Hello? Going once.
Me?
Yes, you.
Me? No, I'm not losing my mind at all.
Why did you call I'm losing my mind line?
Oh, you know what? I was listening to your show, and I heard I wanted to give you a call, and I heard this number, and so I dialed it.
But didn't you hear the other part? I'm losing my mind line number is...
Oh, no, I didn't hear that.
You may be losing your mind anyway.
You know, I wouldn't doubt it, you know.
Well,
you know, I was just hoping it was kind of like an open line night.
Well, it is an open line night on every other line. But you've called the I'm losing my... So you're going to have to quickly sound like you're losing your mind, or I can't keep you here.
No, I'm not losing my mind. I'm sorry about that, big guy.
Thanks for the try and the call. Maybe I'm losing mine. Yeah, the closed part. It's dark over there, right? The closed part walks right past Jesus. Probably has red eyes, right? And then it's over.
Angels don't feel the rhythm, not to the wind, but the beat's gonna catch you when the pitch gets back.
You're raging into the night with Midnight in the Desert. To be part of the show, please call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
All right. Raging into the night indeed. And don't be offended by my bumper music, but Amy, hi there.
Hi there, Art. I had a funny story, and it's regarding the very subject you just mentioned, bumper music.
Oh.
And I had a coincidence. Did you ever have a situation that you're thinking of a song and then it comes on the air?
Oh, yes.
Well, this one gets even better because I was listening to an Elton John song, and it was the Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, the one that he did a cover.
Right.
And I said, I'm not really a big fan of covers to my neighbor who was over visiting, but I like this one, and I also like the Bananarama.
Oh, yes.
The Venus song,
yes.
You know, the Shocking Blue.
Something about that song. I don't know what it is, but I love it.
And that's what came on as the very next song, which is, you know, maybe a 1 in 5,000, 1 in 10,000 chance.
I would say maybe you were reading my mind. Little Miss Hybrid.
Maybe so. And then you know what else happened after that?
What?
You bumped it twice tonight at the very beginning of the show, that same song.
Well,
what
I actually did was I played the beginning of it, and then I let 2 minutes of it go, and I played the last part of it, so it would seem complete.
Well, in any event, still, it was just to complete it out like that, you know, the chances of that happening within a 2-hour span, that's
very small.
Pretty amazing.
Pretty amazing.
And my whole life is like the X-Files. That's just the beginning, but...
Hey, you know the X-Files is coming back, right?
Oh, yeah, and I'm really looking forward to that.
So am I. They should have me on.
I think so. Anyway, I'm Dinah X on Belgad, and I do the arts charts. Well, you have Arts Tarts, and you got Arts Tarts tonight, and now you have Arts Tarts. I keep track of your bumpers.
You know, that actually changed my entire mood when I saw that.
I'm really glad you didn't look very happy earlier today, as from what you're saying on Facebook.
How happy can you be wandering around cutting wires?
Oh, it's no fun. Dealing with those ISPs, I mean, geez. They give you real vague.
Actually, LV.net is a good one. It really is. It's the only way I can do the show. They bring high-speed, reliable Internet, and what happened with that wire was not their fault. It was an external influence.
Or an act of God, as they say.
Well, I wouldn't give it that much credit. That is to say, whoever did that.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome equally, and thank you for calling. And again, no offense from that particular bumper music. Let's see. Let's just punch next and see what happens. You're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. It's Sharon calling from Brandon, Manitoba.
Hey, Sharon.
It seems like it's a reunion of the Truth and Trash people. You had a call earlier. Was it from Rob?
Do you know I had a lot of people email me and say, I really liked Sharon as a judge for Truth or Trash. Really.
Oh, that's very nice.
Yeah, you were popular.
Oh, well, that makes me feel better. Well, kind of good. And I just have a couple of questions for you, Art, and a comment, if I can. The first one is kind of off topic, but someone earlier just mentioned deja vu, and I'm just wondering, Art, what is your description of deja vu? Because when it occurs to me, not often, but I don't like the feeling. What is deja vu?
Deja vu is the sudden, intense feeling that you have been here before, or that you have done something before, or that, for example, you walk into a house and you say to yourself, I know I've been here. I know. Maybe in a prior life, maybe. So that's kind of deja vu.
Yeah. I don't really like it, but it doesn't happen that often. But
Sharon, you want to have some fun?
Okay.
Okay. Since I've got you, I'm going to put you on the line with somebody who believes they're losing their mind. All right.
Okay.
So on my I'm losing my mind line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why.
Why?
It's not deja vus that are getting me down. It's these vuja days.
Vuja days.
Yeah, the nagging sense that none of this has ever happened before.
Oh. Sharon, what do you think?
Well, can you repeat what you just said about the reverse of what I've just said?
Wait a minute. Now you're confusing me, and that frustrates me more.
Yeah, but you're losing your mind, so it's not hard to do.
Well, the deal is people have been calling all night, moaning and complaining about deja vus.
Yes.
What about vuja days?
In other words, the feeling that none of this has ever happened before. For you, sir, you should have a sound mind because everything is new.
Well, come on, you try it from inside my head. See, and here's the thing. What is the negative part about losing one's mind? I mean, in my experience, I'm not so much losing my mind as my mind is losing me. Because I'll tell you, the mind will get you into more trouble than that guy over in Switzerland where the ladies are doing weird, kinky things on the first date without even knowing his name.
Yeah, it's very insulting. Do you think there might be some truth to what he said? That
Yeah.
Oh, you think so, Sharon?
Yeah, I do. I think I did. The original reason why I called, Art, was it's kind of related to some guests that you had, a couple of them. I just love your show because, I laugh, but I also learn a lot of things. And there was one gentleman, I believe it was Father Jack Ashcraft.
Yes.
And the other gentleman was talking about near-death experiences.
Yes.
And what kind of pulled at my heart or just really stuck to me was, one, with Father Jack, as to what's going on in the world right now. He mentioned a kind of a spiritual warfare, and that what really was significant to me was when he said that other beings are not like us, maybe because they're envious or hateful that we are made in the image and likeness of God. And that is why certain beings or evil hates us so much. And that rang true for me somehow, and I just had never heard that before.
Okay. Well, see, caller, you've never heard any of this, so you truly are losing your mind.
No, and the thing is it's, the Pope was so refreshing. For a solid week now, we've been without Trump.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you very much. He is right about that. Tore Trump right off the screen. Oh, Sharon. You're not going around giving yourself away to every guy like a rock's going to hit the planet tomorrow, are you?
Well, no. I'm just surprised that the people, maybe some people, find life so without meaning or without conscience or I don't know. It's almost like when you were talking earlier, Art, I wanted to say, hey, guys, turn off the TV. Just turn it off. I don't watch TV anymore. And I don't – I started to laugh when you were giving this rant about the medication. That used to drive me nuts.
It drives me insane. I was going to make my own advertisement, a pill that does absolutely nothing but has every side effect up to and including death.
You know what? I was thinking this pill, a good pill tonight would be, I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take any more pill.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Sharon. Thank you for the call. Yeah, I'm sure this has occurred to some of the rest of you, right, as you watch TV? And CNN has a lot of them. Well, they all do. There's virtually a pill now for everything. But after you've listened to the side effects, do you really want to take that? I don't think so. Chelsea. Let's go to Chelsea and say hello.
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 I know what deja vu is.
Okay.
Or at least I have a theory.
Do you mean I did not describe it adequately?
Well, it's sort of a metaphysical kind of idea.
Okay.
So let's say that before you're born, if you believe in spirit guides or God or all that kind of stuff, that they lay out kind of a life plan, things you're supposed to learn from life. Okay. And you say, okay, so you go down and you get born, you live your life, and you turn left when you should have turned right. You zig when you should zag. And they say, okay, reload your last saved game.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's right. In other words, you did your best, but the monster got you, and so go back to where you were.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Okay.
Anyway, yep.
Do you, you're not running around giving yourself to men, right?
I wish, no.
You wish? You see, there is an edge of that going on here. There really is. I mean...
Yeah, I think what's happening is...
oh, my God, I just looked at the clock and it's 11:11. That's it. Yeah. We're done now.
That's it, yep.
Well, okay. I guess there's a little of that going on, but you do have to admit, some of these people are right. I mean, the world is kind of nuts right now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Maybe it's why the Donald is so popular. It really could be it. I haven't I haven't said a lot about this on the air, but I do wonder about it. The man is... I guess I'd better be careful, because when people say bad things about the Donald, he comes back after him, right?
Well, the thing that concerns me is the bankruptcies. He's declared bankruptcy so many times it makes you wonder.
Well, he says, though, that they were positive bankruptcies, that he did it at just the right time. He got out of Atlantic City at just the right time. And
sure.
So
well,
he's proud of that.
I'm taking business classes right now, and we just had the CEO of a furniture company come and talk to us about bankruptcies and why you don't want to declare bankruptcy.
No.
And it's just, it's bad for everybody. The people that are lending you supplies, and it doesn't just affect, it's not like the person that, say it's a company and they declare bankruptcy. Well, it's not just them getting away scot-free and everybody's happy. It's
Well, a lot of bad
people.
things happen when you declare bankruptcy. I mean, people are suddenly out of work, out of jobs. Yeah, maybe you walk away at the right time, but see, Donald's going to be real upset with me for this, but the fact is that it impacts...
Probably more with me.
All right. Well, listen, thank you for the call, and
Thank you, Art.
and I'm with you all the way.
Yep.
Take care. Let's punch next. Hello there. You're on the air.
Hi, my name's John. I'm a first-time caller.
Yeah, hey, John.
Hey, I was curious. I heard your show the other night about your experience with a shadow person.
Yes.
And you said it was a terrifying experience.
Absolutely.
And I was curious why you felt it was so terrifying, because I've had numerous experiences with shadow people, and I've never felt any of them to be unsettling. So I was curious why you felt yours was.
Are you kidding? If you see something that's half there and half not there, something that you can look right through, sort of, and that's not terrifying to you?
I've never been terrified by any of my experiences.
So you're telling me that for you this is the norm?
Not anymore. I haven't had an experience like that probably in 10 years. But for about a 10-year block, I'm 42, so probably from 20 to 30, yes, it was the norm.
Okay, well, I don't want it to get to be the norm for me. And at my age, it probably wouldn't matter anyway. But I definitely don't want to see it again.
I know on one of your previous shows you had a man on, I don't remember his name, it was like Stormy Skies or something like that. And he claimed that shadow beings were beings from another dimension who fed on negativity. And you asked, well, does that make them evil? And he said, no, they're no more evil than maggots who feed on dead flesh. It's just negative. And so that made a lot of sense to me, because the times when I was seeing those things, I had a lot of depression in my life.
Uh-huh.
And when I stopped having depression, I stopped seeing them.
What a line. No more evil than maggots that feed on dead flesh.
Well, that's what he said.
Yuck. I don't remember that line. You'd think I would. Mm-hmm.
So I guess my other question was, did you, at that time, were you stressful about something? Were you anxious? Were you depressed?
That's a pretty good question. No, I don't think so. I was anticipating the beginning of this program, and I was doing research for it. It was before the show ever started, you know. So, no, I don't think so. No.
Okay. Well, that's just why I called. I've had numerous experiences. Let me just share one of them. I lived in Illinois in a 115-year-old house, and I think this might be more of a haunted house experience than a shadow person. But I woke up in the middle of the night to see 6 child-sized shadows standing around my bed. And I asked them what they wanted, and they didn't reply. And so I said, again, what do you want? And they just stood there. No, definition. I couldn't make out any features, just these shadowy images around my bed. And finally, they started to creep me out, so I told them they needed to leave, and they left.
Okay, so it wasn't the norm for you. It creeped you out, you said.
Well, that was the only time that I felt creeped out by it.
So you picked the only time that you were creeped out to tell me about it.
Right.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the call, and sort of talked about the times when it was normal, like, yo, shadow person, how you doing? It's not that way at all. I can joke about it maybe now, but at the time, it was absolutely terrifying. I don't back away from that 1 inch, and if it happened again right now, I would be completely terrified. I mean, you just don't, you don't joke about things like that, for one thing. I don't know what these things are, and I don't know that I want to know. They really are frightening. But I'm trying to keep it lighter than that tonight. Vancouver, you're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
This is Howard. It's good to finally talk to you.
Thank you.
I had a little experience. This is open line night.
It is.
So I wanted to tell you about a little experience I had. What brought this to mind was this fellow we had on several weeks ago that was talking about the disappearances in national forests and
yes.
things of this nature. Well, I had something really odd happen to me back when I was a kid. I think I'm probably pretty close to your age. And if you remember back in the 1950s, they used to sell these little balsa wood airplanes. You know, you could buy them for a dime. You know, and you could or they're little gliders is what they were.
I recall.
Okay, and I had one of these, and we had a pretty large backyard, and it was a summer day. I was having a good time tossing this thing around, and I gave it a toss, and it made a big circle and landed out in the grass right behind small clump of weeds out there, about 20 feet away. And I just made a beeline right for it, ran over there, wasn't there. I must have spent the better part of an hour out there just scouring every square inch of ground.
So, in other words,
it was gone.
It was really gone.
I never saw it again. And that was 60 years ago, approximately. And it just brought that to mind.
Well, you know, about that long ago, I was having a picnic with my family. I was young then. We were just sitting there enjoying sandwiches at the beach, and a plane just like that landed right in the middle of our picnic.
Oh, well, maybe that's where it went.
Just kidding, actually. I thought I'd see if I could capture the story a little bit.
By the way, I have a title for your Out of Your Mind line tonight.
Yes.
Just call it We're All Here Because We're Not All There.
No. All right. Thank you very much for the call, and take care. Yeah, I'm losing my mind line. Let me give that out again. 575. Been full all night. Figures, right? 575-208-7787. Let's go to Australia, and I know who this is, Jasmunda. Hi.
Hey, Art, how are you?
I'm well, thank you.
That's great. I just wanted to give a plug to your new YouTube channel.
Oh. I do have a new... The things you're going to see on that channel, I'm telling you, I hope you don't blush.
It's youtube.com/c/artbell51.
You think people are really going to remember that?
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not. So everybody's rushing for a pen. And, the things that you're going to see there, folks. Give it one more time.
It's youtube.com/c/artbell51.
Actually, there are some pretty cool things, right?
Yeah, definitely. Some great content on there. We'll be adding to it all the time. And, if you can subscribe to it, hit like, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Well, I actually subscribed myself. You sent me the link the other day, and I subscribed myself. It took me about a half an hour to find my stupid Google password. Thanks, Jazz.
No problem.
Take care. Yes. How many of you have that problem? There's another thing that'll make you mad as hell. That's passwords. I mean, really, folks, it can get brutal. It can get really, really brutal. In this modern day and age, you have to remember passwords for everything. And then, embarrassingly, when you don't, you have to click on Forgot Password. Then you have to run to some old mailbox that you had and pray and hope that it's there. And then, of course, you'll forget it again. Unless you're like my wife and that she has a little book full of passwords. That's really the way to do it. Okay. Somebody who dubs himself Quake Guy and looks like a dog. Hello there.
Hey there.
Hi there. Back away from your mic a little bit. You're pretty loud.
Sorry about that. It seems to happen every time. A little bit better now?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it's been quite an interesting night, hasn't it, bud? Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
I wanted to mention a couple guests ago somebody brought up the concept of souls and how souls are special.
Yes.
And instantly made me think about that other night that I called in when you had that witch on, who was definitely 100% bona fide witch.
Oh, she definitely was, yes.
And the whole concept of souls being special and how souls are rare made me start to think about, how there's 7 billion people in the world,
almost.
Population's continuing to climb, and just more and more youth these days, and I say youth.
Maybe it's actually, sir, maybe it's cheapening souls. The fact that there are 7 billion almost, doesn't that somewhat cheapen the whole thing?
Yeah, that's kind of what I wanted to ask you, Art.
Okay.
I was sort of wondering if souls are so rare and they're so special, and maybe if reincarnation does exist, if that sort of thing happens, all the evil people in the world, all this younger generation that doesn't want to learn anything, and it all comes to them through the internet, and so they fill their minds with just the most base desires, and I'm hearing more and more of just the most awful crimes happening in the world. And I just want to get your opinion on that. If we've run out of souls, and so all these soulless people running around is just going to keep climbing and climbing and climbing.
Pretty good theory. When do you think we actually ran out of souls?
I would probably say, I might get a lot of flack for this because of the age of your listeners. I'd probably say around the end of the Second World War.
So, about the time I was born, actually.
Right around there, you might be right off the cusp there, Art. You got lucky.
I'm on the cusp, no question. June 17th, 1945. So, really close to the end of the war. I mean, the atomic bomb came in July.
Yes.
Right? So.
Yeah, August, I believe, August 6th and August 8th.
Was it? Okay. And so in June, I was just before the end of the war.
Wow, that's quite the time to be born, actually. Very interesting. My great-grandfather just passed, and he attended the 1936 Nazi Olympics.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I have pictures of him in the stands and stuff.
So in other words, past about that date, it's been a bunch of soulless people being born, and we are now bearing the brunt of that.
Well, so many people died during the war, right? And then so many others came afterwards with the great baby boom, and somewhere along the way, I just think that there's just not enough souls for all the bodies going around. And
so as you look out over crowds of young people now, you see them as a bunch of soulless, I don't know what to call them.
I see in some youth, not all of them, definitely not the majority anymore, but I see in some youth, I see the look in their eyes where they have an old soul, where they look, but they also see. They're not just looking and passing and then forgetting like a goldfish 10 seconds later. They're actually paying attention. They have that spark. That's the only way I can describe it, that spark. And I know that they're going to be all right. And hopefully they're the ones that become the politicians and not the ones with the 10-second span and the bad souls.
But how many of them these days look like, well, goldfish eyes?
Well, I'm a halfway to the next cup kind of guy instead of a glass half empty, glass half full. So.
All right. Thank you very much for the call. Take care. Michael, somewhere outside the country. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Michael in England.
Yes. How's everything in jolly old?
It is wonderful, actually. We have a beautiful morning here, and it's lovely to speak to you at a time when I'm awake, which is fabulous.
Well, yes. What time is it actually there?
It is 7:30.
Okay, so the sun is new in the sky.
It is new in the sky, and it's gorgeous. I'm looking out over the River Thames, and it looks wonderful.
Sounds nice. What's up?
It is indeed. I was reflecting on Dr. Long, who you had on the other day.
Yes.
Regarding near-death experiences. And yes. I had an experience some 20-odd years ago where I left my body and very convincingly looked down on myself, and I was continuing to dance like a madman.
Was it a near-death experience, or is it just...
It wasn't a near-death experience, but I'm wondering, because at the time I was under the effects of ecstasy in a kind of rave club.
Oh.
And it was a completely convincing experience. I could see myself still talking to my friends, still dancing, being, quite lucid.
Really?
but from the ceiling. And this was chemical. I don't think it was anything spiritual or kind of important at any, higher level. But it was completely convincing, and it was very enduring. It probably lasted for a few minutes.
So
I
here
just
you
wondered
were
if
in a
something
club,
going on in the mind chemically,
partying it up, and you went to the ceiling, saw yourself on the floor dancing.
Yep, dancing like a madman to what was at the time incredibly hard jungle music.
Hard jungle music. Okay, so what did it feel like to be out of your body?
It felt extraordinary. It felt wonderful. And it didn't feel frightening or jarring or kind of unnerving. It just felt under control.
Under control.
Yeah.
And, all right, this is for you then, okay?
All right, thanks, Art.
All right, you have a good one. In jolly old. Open lines. What can I say? It all comes. I'm Art Bell.
Don't leave me this way, no.
Somebody sent me a wormhole message. I have to be careful how I say that. My pill, they say, should be called Damitol.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952. Call Art. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Open lines. Actually, anything goes. I'm losing my mind line, which is area code 575-208-7787. Going to that line, you are on the air. Hello?
Send your camel to bed.
Art?
Yes.
This is Michael.
Hello, Michael. Are you losing your mind?
Yes, I am.
Are you far along in the process?
So I already lost my mind. I was trying to follow your conversation from one of your guests or your callers earlier.
Yes.
And I was following along, and then the conversation, you started talking about things. I kept saying, what did he say?
Mm-hmm.
And then I couldn't hear what the other person said.
Really?
And I was trying to follow your conversation, and pretty soon I was like, I'm losing my mind trying to follow what you said. What were you talking about, the virgins?
The Vestal Virgins, yes.
What was that about?
What was it about? It was just sort of something somebody said to cheer me up, that's all.
Oh, okay.
It was probably
well,
just the word.
mind...
It was probably just the word version that caught your attention.
Well, I definitely lost my mind, but I think you brought it back. Can I ask you a question?
Well, no. If you return to common sense and mental health, then you don't belong on this line. Sorry. Hello there. You are on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
This is Millie. Hi. I'm Millie, and I'm in Central Arkansas.
Okay.
And I got two quick stories for you tonight.
Okay.
We're talking about the shadow people.
Yes.
And I saw one once. It was during the day. We were hiking up the Finger Rock Trail outside of Tucson.
Yes.
And it was just me, my husband, and a friend. And we were coming down the hill, down the trail. And I was next to our friend, and my husband was way ahead of us. He was running down the hill. And my friend says, "Whoa, look at that." And we stopped and we looked, and it was a shadow person.
Now, you're telling me 3 of you saw the shadow person?
No, just me and the friend. My husband never gets to see things like this.
All right. Well, anyway, it was 2 people, 2 witnesses, right?
Just me and a friend, yes.
Okay.
2 of us.
All right.
And he said, "Look at this." And we stopped and we looked, and the thing was running alongside of us, but it was up on the side of the hill. And it was in a terrain where there's no way it could be running, because there were rocks and cactus and things, but it was running along, and when we stopped, it stopped.
Well, you know, this is how people disappear in national parks, too.
I know. And it knelt down. It kind of scooped down like it thought maybe if it scooped lower, we wouldn't see it.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "I've seen these before." And I said, "Man, I'm out of here." And we just started running down the hill, and I'm calling for my husband.
I'm with you.
I'm with you. It's
I,
terrifying.
It is, and I honestly believe that these things follow certain people. That, like our friend Mike, he'd seen these before, and I've never seen them before, and I've never seen them since. I just saw that one that day.
Is Mike still alive?
I'm not sure. We're not living in Tucson anymore, and I kind of lost track of him.
Well,
He got a divorce, and things happened. And,
see,
life just went. Yeah, you never know.
No, you never know, indeed. Don't go to Alaska.
Yeah. And then I've seen a UFO. My husband and I were in a park in Tucson. This is both in Tucson. And we were kind of in an argument. Things had happened. My grandfather had passed away. And we were taking care of my grandma, and she was a handful. And we were kind of arguing, and his back was to it. He was kind of laying back on his elbow. And I was sitting Indian style in the park, and I was talking. And I look up, and it was huge. Honest, it had to take up 2 blocks worth in the sky, and it was really low. It was like hovering right over where my grandma's house was, basically. But, I mean, it would take up the whole 2-block radius. It was silver, and it had, like, black. You could see windows in it.
I never know what to say to people like you. Welcome to the club. I mean, almost everybody you talk to has seen a UFO.
Yeah, now here's the kicker, okay? I wanted to show him because he's always wanted to see stuff. He always misses. My husband always misses these things. Mm-hmm. And you know how they say that they kind of mess with your mind?
Yes.
Well, I just got this terrified feeling. I was numb. I was almost paralyzed. I couldn't talk. And I could hear it telling me that if you tell him, your life as you know it will be shattered.
Oh.
And I didn't know what to think of it, so I didn't tell him, and I looked down, and he was talking, so I looked down and talked to him for a couple of seconds, and I looked back up. It was still there. I looked down, talked to him for a couple more seconds, looked back up. I did that about 3 times, and it finally left.
Well, good thing you didn't mention it to him, otherwise you'd be calling me on I'm losing lost my mind.
Or I would have already lost it.
All right, thank you very much for the call. There are certain people who, see things that others don't. And there are really certain people, like her husband, that simply never see anything unusual. Now, that's almost worth a discussion in itself, isn't it? What is it about people that see things that others scoff and laugh about? Just more sensitive than other people? More open to that sort of thing? Or maybe they think about it to the point that they actually bring it on. Dale, on Skype, you're on the air. Hello? Dale, it's your turn. Going once. Going twice, Dale. Gone. All that waiting, and Dale didn't make it. So let's give Brian a chance on Skype. Hi, Brian. You're on the air.
Hi, Art. How you doing? First-time caller here.
Oh, welcome.
I'm from Phoenix.
Yes, sir.
I just had a experience I wanted to share with you.
Okay.
Let's see. It was Labor Day weekend. I went up to Secrecy National Forest, the Mogollon Rim.
Mm-hmm.
And, sorry, a little nervous. Never called in before.
Deep breath.
And, let's see.
Stop.
I knew it was going to be busy.
Stop. Deep breath. Just take a deep breath and slow down.
Okay.
All right, there you go.
All right. So I knew it was going to be busy on Labor Day weekend, so I took this kind of like an access road. It was just, it was unmarked road.
Right.
I went about a mile and set up camp. It was the middle of the day. And I went out exploring in all directions. There was like nobody around.
Mm.
So nighttime hits. It was probably about 7:30, 8 o'clock. And I see these flashes of light start appearing in the forest. It was like maybe 20 feet up in the trees. It would be white.
Sounding like Rendlesham, actually.
Yeah, this is up kind of where Travis Walton was abducted in that area.
Snowflake, yes.
So, and it would be like white lights and then an orange light and 20 feet up and then ground level. It would go on for like 20 minutes in this area.
Mm-hmm.
And then it would stop, and, about a half hour would go by, and it would start again. Well, I had my phone with me. I didn't have a gun or anything, no GPS, and when I got back, I heard the story about people disappearing in the national forest. I wish I would have known that when I went, but
sure.
I think the only reason I'm here is because when I went, and I usually do periscopes of everything from Disneyland to, like, paranormal stuff. So I had a lot of followers, so I just started periscoping the whole event while it was going on. And I had like 300 people watching this, and they were like, I don't know what that is, and I've never seen anything like that. So it was really weird, and I think that if I wouldn't have had some type of filming going on or people witnessing it, I think maybe I wouldn't be here. I don't know. It was really odd. There was no sounds.
So in a way, Periscope saved your life.
Well, maybe. But luckily I actually had it saved and I put it on YouTube, so I don't know if anybody's ever experienced anything like that before. That was just really weird.
It does seem that cameras seem to dissuade things from occurring and animals from appearing and Bigfoot and and UFOs and all kinds of things. So if faced with something scary, pull out a camera.
Yes, exactly.
Gotcha.
So it's on Tell Me About It if anybody wants to look it up on YouTube. But it's crazy, and I don't know how to explain it or what it was. But
well, you did well, and by the way, when you took a deep breath, your voice went down a full octave. Thanks for the call. And in Toronto, Ontario, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
I just want to say great programming this summer.
Oh, thank
you. It's been absolutely fantastic. What a way to end the summer last night, too, with the doctor. But I'm calling more about Peter Davenport that you had on a couple of weeks ago. I'm originally from Kingston, Ontario. I live in Toronto now, but he was talking about an event that happened in August 1995.
Yes.
Over Ontario. And I saw that object, and I wanted to add to that story. Would you like to hear about it?
I would, and I'm sure Peter would, too.
Me and Johnny and Patrina were sitting in Tim Hortons rather late one night having a coffee. Our table was facing northwest, and Johnny, we're kind of kitty corner to the coffee shop. Johnny's out looking out the right window. I'm looking out the left. Johnny says, "What is that?" And he sees. I look at the left window, and I saw this giant white flickering fireball pass over top of the intersection in Kingston, right at Bath and Gardner's, right over top of the plaza next door.
All right, so was this like something entering the atmosphere, or was it like a craft?
This was low. It was low, Art, and it was fast. And it wasn't entering. It already entered. We didn't see it enter.
Gotcha.
It was super low. I mean, I figure it was about maybe 250 feet off the ground. It was huge, and it was this bright flickering light, long orange fiery tail, and I saw it pass our field of vision out the window in about like 3 seconds. We ran outside. We grabbed our coffees. We ran outside. We jumped in my mom's car. And it was so low that we thought that it hit in Kingston. We thought that it hit in the field south of the plaza. So we drove around the bend. We went down south. We're like driving slow, trying to see what we could see, and there was nothing. So we kept driving. We ended up heading kind of west along the lake there. Kingston, Ontario is on the east side of Lake Ontario, and right at the mouth of the St. Lawrence. We ended up out near the airport there. Very little light pollution out there at that time, and we actually ended up getting out of the car because somebody saw it first. I can't remember who, but we ended up on this road in the middle of nowhere, looking up, not a cloud in the sky. And there was this green, glowing dust or shimmering light, end to end. The canopy of the sky and the stars. It almost looked like the Northern Lights, but it was like a dust. It was almost like a Hubble space photograph.
Pretty
it was
weird.
We stood there, and it was glowing green, shimmering light that was just spreading out over the entirety of the sky over Kingston over the course of about an hour. And it was just, Peter was saying on the air that it was such a dramatic event, and it really was. I mean, me and Johnny talked about it often.
It was like sort of an extraterrestrial chemtrail.
Yes. And I was texting with Johnny last week. I said, do you think, because my jaw hit the floor. I was listening to you interview Peter the next day on the podcast, and my jaw hit the floor when he started talking about this, because we saw it, and we've often talked about it. And I wonder, it was in the newspaper too, and they were saying it was debris left by the meteor.
Yeah.
And they were saying in the newspaper, in the Kingston Week Standard, it was saying that it hit in Pennsylvania. But the interesting thing, Peter was saying that there was a news crew that caught it east of Hamilton. And the thing is, if you draw a straight line from Kingston, like east of Hamilton, you end up more in Ohio than you end up in Pennsylvania.
Right.
And, he was talking about Erie, and he was talking about the town of Niles, and he was talking about Adamsville, where this woman saw this object hanging over her backyard for 5 minutes, or somewhere around that what he thinks is that evening.
Well, listen, I appreciate your story, and it does sound exactly like what Peter was talking about, but you were one heck of a lot, closer than the others that he described. My goodness gracious. Can you imagine going through an experience like that and watching this green, weird, misty stuff kind of settling down on you outside the country? You're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
I do indeed. Where are you?
Awesome. I'm in Canada. I'm so glad to make it on. How are you?
Well, see, this line is not really for you, sir.
I'm so sorry.
That's quite all right. I've got to adhere to the rules. You're in North America. And so, actually, you want to call MITD 51. Those outside North America call MITD 55. Hello, Joe. On Skype, Joe. Going once.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Is that me?
Yes, it is, Joe. You weren't being attentive.
Okay.
Very quickly, because my program is ending.
Okay, I've got a quick one for the atheist that called in the other night.
And that would be what?
No matter what direction they look, the edge of the universe is about 13.7 billion light years.
I thought it was more like 15, but okay.
Yeah, well,
somewhere in there. Yes.
And so if that's true, then Earth has to be at the very center of the universe, and the Big Bang could never have happened because it would have happened here.
Well, so you think we're at the exact center, in other words, the point of the Big Bang, essentially?
Yeah, we'd have to be. If the edge of the universe is, the same direction no matter which direction you look.
Don't you think that's sort of, I don't know, egotistical of us to believe that we're the center of everything?
Yeah, but I'm just speaking scientifically.
Well, I'm not sure about that. But I mean, even to think that we are the center of everything, universe. My goodness. I thought we were kind of actually on the outskirts, suburban.
Well, I don't know how we could be if every direction we look, it's the same distance to the edge of the universe.
Maybe that's all we can see. We can only see out that far. I get your point, though.
Right.
All right, and it's the last point that's going to get made. So thank you very, very much for calling.
All right, thank you.
Right, take care. And that's it, folks. Amazing. Open lines. We'll do it again. We'll be back Monday to do it all again. Hopefully it will not be a night of invasion. Or Dr. Jake's correct, I guess, will, because it's ongoing. Good night from the
high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. every square inch of it covered by this program. Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell, and it is a strange-looking night in the desert tonight. All right, for the program, there are only 2 rules, and I think I'll do it backwards. 1 caller per show and no bad language to many of you. That's it. Our rules are simple. No bad language. Don't need it. Only 1 call per show. I want to thank everybody as usual. Telos. The incredible sound we've got. Thank you, Joe Talbot. Telos. I'm telling you guys, if you haven't tried earbuds yet, I keep getting these messages from people who say, I finally took your advice, Art, and tried earbuds, and oh my God. It's that good, really, honestly. Keith Rowland, my webmaster forever. My new producer, Heather Wade. All of you who listen to the Bell Gab website. People who love Art Bell. Midnight in Desert. These are all sites that sort of chat about the show to one degree or with some language or another. The stream guys who get it to you, lv.net, who gets it to stream guys. I can't think of a better way to put it. And, of course, our sales guy, Peter Eberhardt. All right, a couple of items and then off to our show tonight, which should be something with the Honorable Jay Widener. And, of course, our sales guy, Peter Eberhardt. All right, a couple of items and then off to our show tonight, which should be something with the Honorable Jay Widener and Dr. Friedman. We're going to be talking about the moon. Jay believes that all the photography taken of, what easily said, the greatest accomplishment of mankind to date, walking on the moon, right? He thinks all of it was photographed, and it's all false. And so we'll talk about that and other things, but that for sure. This should be at the head of the news. It's at the end of the news. A toxic algae bloom in warm water from California to Alaska. That's a big blob, folks. A vast bloom of very toxic algae off the west coast is denser, more widespread, and deeper than scientists feared even, folks. A vast bloom of very toxic algae off the west coast is denser, more widespread, and deeper than scientists feared even weeks ago, according to surveyors aboard a National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration research vessel. This coastal ribbon of microscopic algae up to 40 miles wide, and get this, 650 feet deep in coastal areas, is flourishing amid unusually warm Pacific Ocean temperatures. Now stretches from California to Alaska. It shut down lucrative fisheries. No more shellfishing. This is serious stuff, and it's part of our changing planet. While the debate field is set for Thursday, Trump and Bush are in, Santorum and Fiorina out. Donald Trump has scored the top spot for Thursday night's leadoff debate of the 2016 presidential race, joined by former Florida Governor Jeb Bush, Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker, and 7 other Republican contenders. And for those of you who think that I played Coming to America and actually was dedicating it in some loving way last night, well, you're all wet. That was tongue-in-cheek, folks, all the way. Only one more item, and then off to our guests. And this one you better pay attention to. I want you to go to artbell.com. I know you're going to think I'm kidding. I'm not. The fabled Bishopville, South Carolina swamp creature known as, Lizard Man appears to have surfaced once again Sunday afternoon. We've got pictures. Sarah, a Sumter woman who says she went to church with a friend Sunday morning, stepped out of the sanctuary to see Lizard afternoon. We've got pictures. Sarah, a Sumter woman who says she went to church with a friend Sunday morning, stepped out of the sanctuary to see
lizard man running along the tree line. So she did what anybody else would do if you weren't in shock, took a picture with her phone. She claims, quote, "My hand to God, I'm not making this up," end quote. Wrote in an email to the ABC News 4 newsroom. Very excited. Says they were about a mile or so from Scrape, Oregon, Washington swamp. Scrape, Oregon, Washington. Yeah, not Washington. Scrape, Oregon swamp. The site, or swamp, the site of a similar spotting of what also may have been a lizard man back in May. A man who has not to be identified submitted a short video, get this, of what he thought was the lizard man on Monday morning. Said he took the video in May while coon hunting, but kept its existence quiet until he saw reports of lizard man outside of a church. He said, "I saw your lizard man story. That gave me the courage to send you the video." It's quiet until he saw reports of lizard man outside of a church. He said, "I saw your lizard man story. That gave me the courage to send you the video." The man wrote, "Though my wife believes me that it's real, she said she'd be embarrassed that everybody's going to think I'm a loon, so I kept it secret." Man said he took the video in Scape or Swamp just off Camden Highway in Bishopville, wherever that is. In the 20-second video, the photographer ducks behind a tree, and you can see a dark figure with what appears to be a long tail walking about 30 or 40 yards away. The video stops as the figure appears to turn toward the camera, and I might add that the cameraman does what I would have done. He gets behind the tree and then ducks down, still trying to get what he can. And then there's a still photograph, which is quite good, of the lizard guy. Now, maybe this is a guy in a suit, but we were talking about this last night, and it seems to me the last thing you would want to do is put on a giant lizard suit and go walking around the woods, where there are hunters, right? You just wouldn't do that. You're going to get shot. That's what's going to happen. So this may be the real thing. Make sure you see the still photograph because it is quite graphic. Okay, so once again, just so that you listen to the words and know that I wasn't actually dedicating this to Donald Trump, it was tongue-in-cheek. It was actually about everybody coming to America. If you listen to the words, it's rather plain, actually. I say, nevertheless, Thursday's debate is going to be worth the watch. Worth the price if you listen to the words. It's rather plain, actually. I say, nevertheless, Thursday's debate is going to be worth the watch. Worth the price of admission. I have no idea what's going to happen. Anyway, listen a little bit, if you would, to the words and understand that I was trying to imply that the Donald or no Donald, baby, we're America, and they're coming. That's it, Keith. Let it roll.
We've been traveling far, without our home, but not without a star. Free, only one to be free. We huddle close, hang on to a dream. On the boats and on the planes, coming to America, never looking back again. They're coming to America. Oh, it's gonna seem so far away. We're traveling like today. In the eye of the storm, in the eye of the storm. All the wonder the shine.
Where going to get my medicine? Skies are your and gray of the lonely rain.
Want to take a ride? From the high desert and the great American Southwest, this is Midnight in the Desert, exclusively on the Dark Matter Digital Network. To call the show, dial 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
It's a beautiful night. Kind of strange, but beautiful in the desert. Hi, everybody. Away we go. Here we go. Stanton Friedman, Dr. Friedman, received his BSc and MSc degrees in physics from the University of Chicago in 1955 and 6. He was employed for 14 years as a nuclear physicist by GE, GM, Westinghouse, TRW Systems, Aerojet General Nucleonics, wow, and McDonnell Douglas, working in highly advanced, classified, eventually canceled programs like nuclear aircraft fission and fusion rockets, and various compact nuclear power plants for space and terrestrial applications. Now he is joined by Jay Widener. Widener is a writer. He's a filmmaker, called by Wired magazine an authority on the Hermetic and alchemic traditions. Widener has authored 2 books and produced over 25 documentaries. He is currently producing and programming for Guillaume TV. I think that's the way it's said, Guillaume TV. He just received his second feature film, or just released it, rather, The Last Avatar, cool name, on Vimeo for a bunch of glowing reviews. He's done very well. So let's bring them both on together and say, I guess, first, Stanton, welcome to the program. My God, it's been forever.
It's been a long time, and please don't call me doctor, because I don't have a doctorate, and somebody will give me a hard time.
All right. Well, when you're a nuclear physicist, it just sort of seems like you ought to be doctor. All right.
That would be nice.
Stanton. Stanton it is. Anyway, it's great to have you back. It's been really a long time, hasn't it?
It has been a long time, yeah.
All right.
Too long.
Too long is right. Now, Jay Widener. And Stanton, you're, of course, up in, I don't know, up north somewhere, right?
Well, east. Fredericton, New Brunswick, Canada, 73 miles east of beautiful downtown Holton, Maine. At the end of I-95 is Holton.
All right, well, that's east and north. All right, Jay Widener, welcome to the program.
Hey, thanks for inviting me.
I've never had you on, so this is a first, and we're happy to have you. Where are you located?
Boulder, Colorado.
Boulder, Colorado.
Oh.
Okay, so we're all separated pretty widely here, actually. All right, so let's get right to this. To me, our going to the moon is America's crowning achievement. It's the crowning achievement of the world so far, really, in my opinion. Would either one of you disagree with that?
No.
No.
All right, so see, we start with agreement. Now let's bust it up. Jay, I know you believe that we may have gone to the moon. You're not sure, I guess, right?
Well, I can't say, but I mean, I have sources who've told me that we've been to the moon many times.
Okay. Many times.
Yeah, my premise is that the space program is much further advanced than they were letting us in on.
Okay.
And that Kennedy knew that Kennedy was shown in '61 some of the very advanced technologies that they'd gotten from the Germans. And we know this from an FBI document that where Marilyn Monroe told Dorothy Kilgallen that she had seen the alien stuff. And I believe that John made his speech about going to the moon, John F. Kennedy. Mm-hmm. It was in order to force, he knew that standard rocket technology would not do the job, at least not in the time period that he put forth. And so, and he knew that they had very advanced technologies, and I believe he made that speech right after he saw the technology in order to force that technology out into the open but they had other plans. And so what they did was, and this is a newly released document just the last a couple of months, in 1965, in June 1965, the U.S. Information Agency began looking at film directors, the top 6 film directors in the world, for some reason. And one of them was Stanley Kubrick. And he was not a big director in June of 1965. He'd just done Dr. Strangelove, which did all right, but he'd never really had a breakout film, not until 2001: Space Odyssey. So I believe, and also I'll say this, of all the filmmakers in his time period, the only one that actually understood the technical aspects of filmmaking was Stanley Kubrick. He knew how to shoot, he knew how to edit, he knew how to light, he knew how to do everything. Whereas somebody like Billy Wilder was more of a theater director and didn't really understand the technical mechanics involved in making films. He had other people that did that. Only Kubrick in his time was the consummate filmmaker and understood all aspects of filmmaking. And he would be the guy that you would choose if you were going to fake this. Now, why would you fake it? And the answer is, well, one, national security reasons. You don't want the Soviet Union to see what you got. Two, what if something goes wrong? Do you really want the whole world watching 2 astronauts dying on the surface of the moon? All they would have had to do was clip a rock, and that thing would have tumbled and broke, and it could never have been repaired. So and also they didn't want people to see some of the artifacts that are all over the moon. And so they hired Stanley Kubrick. He used 2001: Space Odyssey as a cover and also as a research and development in how to do the faking. They hired Stanley Kubrick. He used 2001: Space Odyssey as a cover and also as a research and development in how to do the faking.
Okay,
and,
can I stop you for a second, please?
Yes,
if I was listening carefully, you're suggesting that the rocketry that we had at that time, the president knew, Kennedy knew, would not do the job. You did say that, right?
Yes, I did.
So that would mean then that the Saturn V that we saw lift off that took men to the moon, that was wrong. Wasn't real.
Well, I mean, just a few years before the Saturn V was finished, Werner von Braun told CBS, I believe it was, that the rocket would have to be the size of the Empire State Building.
Well, it was pretty big.
Well, it wasn't the size of the Empire State Building.
No, but all I'm asking is a straight-out question. The Saturn V that we saw lifting men ultimately to the moon, that was fake.
It was a real rocket, and it really went off and everything, but...
Where'd it go? V that we saw lifting men ultimately to the moon, that was fake.
It was a real rocket, and it really went off and everything, but...
Where'd it go?
Well, I don't know where they went. I'm not going to speculate on where they went. All I can do is not speculate and tell you that, about the filming techniques and also Stanley's confession in The Shining. Yeah, the entire
all right, I don't know about that, but let's get
well,
right.
You'll like it.
All right, well, I'll have to like it in a bit.
Okay.
The stuff we took on the moon, the photography on the moon, that was all fake.
Yep, it was all fake. It was all done.
Like it in a bit.
Okay.
The stuff we took on the moon, the photography on the moon, that was all fake.
Yep, it was all fake. It was all done in a studio using a technique called front screen projection, which is hardly anybody today understands what front screen projection is. Fortunately, I worked with it 30 years ago when I worked in Hollywood, and I know very well the fingerprints that front screen projection leaves behind, and every single Apollo image has the telltale fingerprints of front screen projection.
All right, Stanton, feel free to jump in anywhere here.
Well, yeah, I think I'm certainly in disagreement with a good chunk of that. I am not a filmmaker, and I am not going to pretend to be one. But there are several different questions involved here. A good chunk of that. I am not a filmmaker, and I am not going to pretend to be one. But there are several different questions involved here. One is technology. There's no question. My mantra is progress comes from doing things differently in an unpredictable way. And certainly when Kennedy made that speech, we hadn't yet built a big enough rocket. We hadn't spent the money. And one of the key things here is that there are a lot of stories going around about German technology, some of which I think are straight baloney. Partly because Hitler wasn't a nice guy. If he had figured out all this... Look, I'm saying flying saucers are real. I've been saying that for a long time. But if Hitler's people had figured out how to make stuff like that, he would have used it. He wasn't a nice guy who said, well, we don't want to give a hard time to these nice guys over across the water. Not at all. He'd have used it. And so it's very hard to separate out the mythology. And I think there's a key point here that I didn't really find out until yesterday. And that is that I have a friend who had business dealings with the people at NASA Houston. And he was admiring some of the pictures that were around the waiting room, so to speak.
Right.
And they made clear to him that, well, most of that talent isn't from what we got on the moon. It's what we did to it after we got the information back. And then it struck me that, I'm old enough to know how much technology has improved in our working lifespan. Compared today's computers with what we had in the 60s and early 70s.
So you're saying they did touch up? You're saying what? Touch up?
Well, yeah, enhancement, what do you want to call it? Compressing and all the technological stuff that we do today.
Okay, that's all right.
It is very much fancier, if you want to put it that way.
Of course.
And we take it for granted. The kids don't understand when I tell them, hey, I wasn't allowed to touch a computer when I was working in the industry. What do you mean? Well, you filled out an input data sheet. Somebody key punched cards, and a girl went with a big reel of tape and the deck of cards up to the computer facility that you weren't allowed anywhere near, which used a tremendous amount of air conditioning equipment because it was vacuum tubes and stuff like that. And the next day or two, you got back output. But you didn't touch the computer? Come on, that's specialists. So what I'm saying is that whole world has changed enormously. Call it Moore's Law, whatever you want to call it. But the capability of straight photography, if you will, a funny way to put it, has changed drastically. And remember, the last Apollo flight was, 1972. Can you imagine how much things have changed since then? So
I can, but there's a basic thing that we're working with here. One of you is saying these pictures are all fake, and Stanton, you seem to be saying, well, maybe they're touched up a little bit, but they're the real thing taken on the moon. And there's even a lot. It's a pretty damn big deal, in my opinion. Either those are real photographs of what we did that changed the world, or they're not.
They're not.
They are.
If you look at every art, if you go to any Apollo site where they have all the photographs, go to the photographs and begin looking, and you will see a telltale break in the horizon behind the astronauts. It's in every shot. The grain on the ground changes. It's a direct straight line right behind it, and you can see the granularity of the surface of the ground changes in every shot. That is a fingerprint, telltale fingerprint of the use of front screen projection. He perfected it in the 8 scenes in 2001: A Space Odyssey, which were all shot in a studio. Everybody in Hollywood agrees that nobody could do front screen projection like Stanley Kubrick. And
Jay, I'm not a photographic expert, but what about okay, I'll take that from you. What about what Stanton said? What if that is an indication of somebody who has enhanced or done a little something with the photographs? Doesn't mean they're totally fake. It means perhaps they've been upgraded.
Okay, so the way that
that's a good word. I like that.
Okay.
The way that front screen projection works is you have a stage, and then you have a screen that's behind the actors or the astronauts, and then you project an image that is front screen, not rear screen. Your rear screen is what they used to use in movies when they're driving the car and you'd see the streets going by in the window.
Oh, yes.
It always looked a little fake and a little off.
Right.
And Kubrick hated it. He just hated rear screen projection, and he perfected front screen projection because you don't get that loss of about a half an f-stop in the background. Everything stays the same luminescence. And so he perfected it, and the thing is that every single scene in 2001 that uses front screen projection has this telltale line between the stage and the screen, and every single Apollo photograph also has the telltale line between the stage and the screen.
So to you, that means it's all fake.
Yeah, it is all fake. I mean, if you take the astronauts bouncing around on the moon, and you just put them in a video editing thing, and you speed them up by about 40%, they're walking around regular. They're obviously being shot in slow motion. Now, here's the thing. Kubrick could not fake in 2001. He could not figure out how to fake slow motion very well, so he shot all the slow motion scenes in all the low gravity scenes in slow motion because he couldn't really figure out what zero G would look like.
Okay, can you answer this for me? Why would they fake it? If we actually... And you admit we might have gone to the moon. If we did go to the moon, then why fake the photography?
Because of several reasons. One, we didn't want the Soviets to see anything that we have or had. Two, if something went wrong, and we had 2 astronauts dying in front of the entire world on the moon from exposure. That would be very, very, very bad. Nixon was president. He would never allow that to happen. And, they just didn't, they were putting all of the money, I believe they were putting all of those billions of dollars, $40 billion into a secret space program, black op projects. Everybody that was working at NASA was really working. They were really building things that were being used. Everything was real, but they decided that they would just show the fake, and that way they wouldn't have to show the real equipment that they really had. And this is not rash speculation. I mean, we have not gone anywhere hardly at all. In all these years, we're still driving around in automobiles that use a combustion engine from 100 years ago.
Right.
There is a glass ceiling, and they've Ben Rich of Skunk Works, right before he died, he told everybody at this meeting that they were 50 to 70 years ahead of conventional technologies.
All right,
this was 20 years ago.
All right, hold tight. We're at a break point, Stanton. You get it when we come back. I guess you've heard what he's got to say, and I've got more questions. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell, rocking the night away.
You walked into the room. There was doo-doo in the bag. I was captured by your style, but I could not catch your eyes. Now I stand here helplessly.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. In the densely populated areas of New York City, one would never expect to find a tranquil, albeit creepy, sanctuary with a population of 0. Once populated, complete with a hospital, tennis courts, utilities, every modern comfort. This area is now completely abandoned. How could there be anything, especially an island, that is completely abandoned in New York City? The island is called North Brother Island and is located between Queens and the Bronx. One Reddit user came across the island in 2012 while kayaking with a friend from Connecticut to New York. The pictures he took of the abandoned island near New York City are absolutely amazing. The island was developed in 1885. It was originally used to build a hospital to quarantine and treat people suffering from smallpox and typhoid fever. In the 1950s, it was turned into a rehabilitation center for patients who were addicted to drugs such as heroin. The entire island has been abandoned since 1963. After the city closed down the hospitals, they tried to sell the island to private investors in the 70s, but the cost of construction, transportation to the island, installing a sewage system, and the noise from LaGuardia Airport discouraged anyone from buying it. In the 80s, they tried to build a prison on the island, but scrapped the plan because it was cheaper to build in upstate New York. Would you be willing to wander this abandoned island? You can do it safely by viewing the many images at darkmatternews.com. The head of Iran's Cultural Heritage and Tourism Organization believes that in addition to economic sanctions, the West is launching another kind of soft war on the Islamic Republic. Speaking at a ceremony to introduce the nation's new meteorological department chief, Hassan Mousavi, he said that he was suspicious about the drought in the southern part of the country. He went on to accuse the West of using technology to influence the nation's climate, saying sandstorms, droughts, and other extreme weather were the result of an unspecified method of war. Last year, Iranian President Mohammad Ahmadinejad accused Western countries of devising plans to cause drought in Iran. And Hassan Mousavi said European countries are using special equipment to force clouds to dump water on their own continents. Last night on Dark Matter News, we reported the sad news of the savage murder of the traveling robot known as Hitchbot. Hitchbot was traveling in Philadelphia after safely touring Canada, Germany, and the Netherlands. Today, footage of what is claimed to be the final moments of the traveling robot Hitchbot has been released. But there are suspicions of a cruel prank. Popular local vlogger Jesse Wellens, who was among the last people to see Hitchbot alive on Saturday, together with another vlogger, Ed Bassmaster, claimed Monday that he had acquired footage of the attack. Hitchbot, which was designed as a social experiment project to see if humans can empathize with a helpless, child-sized machine that needed their help to get around, was found decapitated last Saturday after a brutal attack in Philadelphia. The video uploaded to Snapchat shows a man in a backwards hat and a Philadelphia Eagles jersey, identifying him as number 12, Randall Cunningham, a quarterback for the NFL team in the 1980s and early 90s. The video shows someone having ripped off the robot's arm and stomping on something obstructed from the view twice. No motive for the attack was apparent from the footage. There is speculation that the video may have been made by Wellens himself as a prank. Bassmaster, who was with Wellens during the encounter, often wears an oversized number 12 Philadelphia Eagles jersey while acting as an alter ego character. Hitchbot was created by Canadian researchers Professor Frank Zeller from Ryerson University. It relied on its goofy appearance and limited means of communications powered by a special computer program to steal rides from humans. He stole plenty of hearts, too, along the way. Check out darkmatternews.com for a look at the videos in question and decide for yourself, fake or prank. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
Want to take a ride? Your conductor, Art Bell, will punch your ticket when you call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
I'll punch your ticket, all right. Don't call yet. We have a kind of a debate underway. Jay Widener.
1-952-225-5278.
I'll punch your ticket, all right. Don't call yet. We have a kind of a debate underway. Jay Widener, who's a film expert, says that everything we saw on the moon, everything was faked. And we've got Stanton Friedman, a nuclear physicist and a science guy for a long, long time. And there was much said, Stanton, about why we did it. And Jay Widener believes we did it because we were afraid of what failure would look like. I think that's a fair, that sums it up, Jay, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Stanton?
I think, remember, we lost 3 guys on the pad. 3 guys died, and Grissom and White, and I forget the name of the third one. Should do better, but it's late at night here. I think that we're leaving. I do have a question that maybe Jay can answer that's relevant here. The footage that you see on all these websites, supposedly from the Apollo missions, is that from film brought back by the astronauts, or was it radio transmission of images?
Well, the video, which is very crappy quality, is broadcast from the moon. There's a 4-second delay. And NASA then recorded over those 2-inch videotapes, so that footage is all missing and gone now. They didn't have enough money, so they reused the 2-inch videotape reels and shot other stuff over it, so we have none of the original footage is available.
You know, I actually heard that. And it's unbelievable to me.
It is unbelievable.
How could we possibly do that? Have you heard that, Stanton?
Yes, I have, and people change, and there have been a lot of dumb things done in the world, you know. Didn't on one of the space missions somebody used metric or not metric?
Yeah.
You know, things like mistakes happen.
All right,
I'm not saying that's good, but okay, so we're not
let me point
about
out something. Let me point out something that's very important here that I haven't ever really said in public before. If you take a long-term film production, like, say, Lord of the Rings, you'll notice, if you're an astute film watcher, you'll notice that the production values get better with each film. By the time the third film goes out, everybody who's been working together for like 3 or 4 years is all humming together, the well-oiled machine, and the production values are, by the third film, have skyrocketed, actually, over the first film.
Okay.
In every way. Okay, you can see the same. You can note it, and you can see the same exact thing in the Apollo footage. First, you have Apollo 11, which is they're just shot against a black background. There's no mountains. There's nothing. Then Apollo 12, they conveniently point the camera at the sun in the first few seconds that they land on the moon, destroying the camera so we have no footage. Apollo 13, again, it goes awry, and we have no footage from that because they never landed. Apollo 14, now the production values have drastically improved in the 2 years between 11 and 14. 15, again, a huge leap in production value. 16, again, and 17 is just spectacular. I mean, the production values in 17 are just amazing. Each mission, the mountains are getting more complicated. Everything is getting more complicated because the crew is learning how to do things. They're learning how to work together, how to make the thing work and function better. And as far as
and by crew, you mean the crew on the ground faking all this, right?
Yeah, they're learning how to do it. And you can see each production gets better.
The signal's back.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
from the moon.
Hold on. Let Stanton speak. Go ahead, Stanton.
Sorry.
Well, I'm just trying to sort out the signal's back.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
from the moon.
Hold on. Let Stanton speak. Go ahead, Stanton.
Sorry.
Well, I'm just trying to sort out. I started off by saying that technology is incredibly advanced over the years. You're saying they didn't get any better at transmitting the signals and better systems, better equipment, and all the rest of that?
Not really. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the lighting. I'm talking about the photography. I'm talking about the sets. I'm talking about the general production values. But
you're also saying, I think you're saying, aren't you, that all of the astronauts who were supposedly on the moon cavorting for the cameras are lying.
Well, that's a really good point. I will bring up 2 points which are very important in response to that. First off, Buzz Aldrin wrote a book when he got back called Return from the Moon. And in that book, he reports, and you can read the book, you can get it on Amazon, he says that on the 1-year anniversary on July 20th, 1970, he was in Vegas at a big celebration for the 1-year anniversary, and he stood up in front of a crowd for really the first time, and a reporter said to him, "Hey, Buzz, tell us what it was really like to be on the moon." And this, I'll paraphrase what Buzz says. He says, my stomach began to become nauseated. I got a gigantic headache. I could not speak. I started shaking uncontrollably. My wife had to take me into the alley where I shook for a half hour. I simply could not answer the question. Now, I will redirect you all to a Stanley Kubrick film called A Clockwork Orange, in which people were put in front of movies, given drugs, and every time that they would have a thought about something, they would get sick. Okay, that's the plot of Stanley Kubrick's movie after 2001. Second point. One of my good friends, was Dr. Robert Masters. He's a hypnotherapist. He's now deceased. He's a very famous hypnotherapist in his time. Edgar Mitchell came to Bob Masters. Bob Masters told me this. Edgar Mitchell came to him after he landed and came back from the moon and said, "Bob, you have to hypnotize me. I cannot remember anything about the moon." And Bob Masters put him into regression hypnotherapy, and he never, ever remembered anything.
I've got to verify that. I actually had him on the air.
Yep.
And I asked
Remember
him.
the show.
Oh, you do?
Yep.
This is true. And I asked him to please, if he could, close his eyes and think about what it felt like to be on the moon with any words that he could put together to get us to understand that. And there was this long pause.
Yeah.
And he said, you know, Art, it's a funny thing. I don't remember much of it. And it stopped me cold. So that much I can verify. Stanton, had you heard that?
I hadn't heard that. As a matter of fact, Edgar wrote the foreword to my book, Flying Saucers and Science. And certainly I don't consider him a liar. Now, you're not calling him a liar.
No,
I'm not calling anybody a liar.
Nor am I calling him a liar. Yes, I know he's spoken about many things like that, Stanton, but in terms of his memory of walking on the moon,
remember.
He doesn't.
And another point I would put forth is on YouTube is the press conference for the Apollo 11 astronauts after they got back.
Yes.
I think everybody should watch that. The body language of these three guys is not, high five and we did it, dudes. Let's celebrate. This very sober, sombering press conference. There's no joy in any of their eyes. Neil Armstrong will not even look up. He just looks down at the desk the whole time. It's very disconcerting.
Stanton, any comment on all this?
I think it's certainly unusual.
Hang on, folks. I'll try to get Art back.
And what I'm suggesting is that the Russians were certainly watching that footage and looking for any signs that this was fraudulent. Don't you think?
I do, but again, front screen projection is not it's a very esoteric art. Maybe 5 people in the 1960s even knew how to do it, and they were all working on 2001: A Space Odyssey. In other words, Kubrick had all of the front screen projection experts in the world working with him during. And let's point out some other things. 2001: A Space Odyssey begins production in 1964 and ends in 1968. Apollo begins in 1964, culminates in the landing in 1969. Fred Ordway is running the Apollo program, but somehow can find time to fly to London and be Stanley Kubrick's top scientific advisor on 2001: A Space Odyssey. At the end of 2001: A Space Odyssey, in its original projection, which has now been removed, we're credit after credit thanking McDonnell Douglas and all of these high-tech aircraft companies. I have the whole credits, and I saved them, and I have them, and they've been since removed. And you look at the internecine thing going on between the film 2001: A Space Odyssey and NASA, and it becomes fantastic. I mean, never in the history of filmmaking has anybody cooperated like this. And I'll end it with this. The head of MGM is quoted as saying, I kid you not, in 1968, at the beginning of 1968, he is quoted as saying, I have no idea what the budget for 2001: A Space Odyssey is, and I don't care. Does that sound like the head of a studio would say that?
I don't know the heads of any studios.
We're not giving enough substance to whether or not, the film on the moon was actually real. I mean, if the whole thing was faked, that would be a scandal of scandals. It would.
Yep.
I don't know what I'm going to say. It just would be. It would blow everything else away if it suddenly came out that all that was faked. Now, I've got a question for you,
well, remember,
Jay.
we did leave stuff. There is stuff on the moon that was left by astronauts. Seismographs. There were rocks that were brought back, which are certainly moon rocks and not Earth rocks.
Are you sure? I mean, the president of Denmark, he was given a moon rock, and now he's told that it wasn't even real. I mean, this over and over this is happening. How do we know they're really moon rocks? But by the way, I think they went to the moon, so that is really not indicative of what we're talking about. But
Jay, you think we went to the moon? How do you think we went?
I think we have very high advanced, and we have had for a while, very advanced ships that can get there rather quickly. And NASA I've talked to.
What are they using for propulsion?
Yeah, what are they using?
It's electromagnetic. That's what I was told almost 20 years ago.
Quite a jump.
Yeah, and furthermore, NASA, which is somebody in high up, I used to work with Richard Hoagland a lot back in the early 90s, and because he alienated everybody at NASA, I could actually get people to talk to me. I could actually get people to talk to me that were higher ups, and they told me that they had electromagnetic drives back in '94. I was told that.
Okay, Stanton, you're a nuclear physicist. If something like this was going on, wouldn't you have channels to know it too?
Well, it's kind of funny. In my congressional testimony at the hearings about UFOs in 1968, a written testimony, I hear on the radio that the program was canceled. So, you walk in, they say, you realize we just laid off 5,000 people. That's not a good way to start a new job.
No.
And one of the things I did in the 3 months that they were kind enough to keep me there was a survey on government documents, a collection of information, a bibliography, if you will, using one key word, magnetoaerodynamics. And much to my amazement, I got 900 references, and about 90% of them were classified.
Does that
collection of information, a bibliography, if you will, using one key word, magnetoaerodynamics. And much to my amazement, I got 900 references, and about 90% of them were classified.
Does that
abstracts.
Does that propulsion get us from here to the moon?
No, it doesn't. That's what I was, because it creates an ionized air plasma. Meteors do it all the time,
right. Right.
And so there was even a study showing if you went to Mars, when you came back, if you used magnetoaerodynamic control instead of retro rockets, you'd save weight. Of course, we haven't gone to Mars. Well, maybe somebody says we have. Well, I guess some people are saying we have.
Let's not take on Mars yet.
We built cities.
But Jay is saying we may have gone to the moon, but we did it with electromagnetic.
And I would
have
point out
technology. There's a difference between an artist's concept and a real photograph. And it's, in some ways, I guess that's what we're talking about, although I hadn't thought of it that way. And all kinds of proposals have been made for big money. And that's what they're looking at is artist concept, which is not the same as a photograph. And I feel that way about a lot of the so-called Nazi technology. They were looking at it, they were thinking about it. That doesn't mean they built it or were able to. There's a little thing called money in between and time. Maybe I should mention here that when I worked a long time ago at General Electric Aircraft Nuclear Propulsion Department in Cincinnati, in 1958, we spent $100 million. And that was the budget that year. And that was a lot of money in 1958. We employed 3,500 people, of whom 1,100 were engineers and scientists. Now, we're not talking 6 professors and 20 grad students. So there are a lot of, I'll call them huge programs that have gone on. The stealth aircraft, we spent $10 billion over 10 years, in secret, mind you. The ANP program, the data was secret, but the existence of the program wasn't. So there have been some huge programs out there. And as I say, there's a difference between what you're talking about doing. I can show you beautiful pictures of an aircraft nuclear propulsion system, but it's not real.
What's your reaction then to Ben Rich's statement that they're 70 years ahead of conventional technologies? Why would he lie like that?
All right, guys, hold tight. We'll get to that. We'll be right back. This is Midnight.
The victory walk on the show is always repeating itself. I was defeating you all.
Just across the window hides the light, but nothing hides the color of the lights that shine. Electricity so fine, look and dry your eyes.
Midnight in the Desert spans the world. To call us from outside the U.S. and Canada only, use Skype with a headset mic if on a computer, and call MITD 55. That's MITD 55.
All right, we had a little audio glitch. Sorry about that, everybody. I think everybody heard it, but it quickly got back. So anyway, we're rocking and rolling. And once again, back to Jay Widener and Stanton Friedman. Stanton, I believe... whatever you want to say, go right ahead.
Okay, the point was made that Ben Rich said something, and I've heard different versions of what he supposedly said, how many years ahead we are, and also that he said we could send E.T. home. And again, I would make the distinction between what I think we can do if we continue on this path and what we are able to do tomorrow. And having worked for major corporations, I know that we like to talk about, just give us the dough and away we will go, if you'll pardon terrible poetry. And I think we don't pay enough attention to that distinction. Did Ben mean that if we decided to open the money faucet that we could do this, that, or the other thing? Or did he mean that if you want a ticket, you can buy one tomorrow? And all kinds of projects that start and don't finish. A Cold War mentality was part of this.
Oh, yes. And then, actually, if you don't mind, Stan, that brings up another question. If we faked all the footage from the moon, Jay, I'd be very interested to know, the Soviets, now the Russians really have some pretty good technology that rivals a lot of what we do. They would know it. Why wouldn't they blow that wide open?
Well, they did, actually. They were Pravda was constantly saying that the moon landings were faked. Just nobody here was picking it up. I have the issues. Also, what people don't realize is that the Russians actually landed on the moon first, not us. Luna 4, I think it was, and it left behind reflectors for lasers and a bunch of equipment. And it wasn't manned, but it was there first, proving, of course, that you can go and land stuff without ever putting a human on the moon and get stuff and have it work. Yeah. So, but the Russians were, in some ways kind of I don't know. They were impressed by what we were doing, but they didn't quite know how we were faking it. In fact, it was secretly completely hidden until.
No. Wait. Do you mean they were impressed? Do you mean they were impressed with our film capability, or they were impressed that we landed on the moon?
They were impressed that they thought it was faked, but they were impressed, and they weren't sure how we did it. I mean, none of these articles ever say how they faked it. They just say, "Oh, look at the shadows; they're uneven," and they point out all these other things. But nobody knew about the front screen projection until I uncovered it, and only because I'm an expert in front screen projection, and that's when I found the tool that was used to create the fakery. And the lines are undoubt. There's no doubt. They're unmistakable. There's a line where the granularity of the ground actually changes along a straight line, and that is the telltale signal of front screen projection.
Well,
also,
all right. This is a little unfair to Stanton because he's not a film expert. If it gets right down to the technical aspects of the film, then we should have somebody on who could dispute that if you're wrong. But certainly I can't, and I don't think Stanton can.
Even the idea that you can take 70 millimeter Ektachrome film through the Van Allen belts and be on the moon when you can't even take it through an airport detector without it getting fogged, the whole idea is just kind of absurd. I mean,
Stanton, is that really true? I mean, could you carry films?
Well, no, because radiation shielding was what I worked on for a number of years, and The role of the Van Allen belts here gets to be a sticky one. You know, it depends on how long you're in and what you're inside of and all the rest of that. It's complicated. It's like some people, not tonight, but some people have made it sound to me as if they thought, gee, if you get exposed to radiation, you're going to die, you're going to get cancer right away, and all this kind of stuff. And people have a deathly fear of radiation. You can see that, incidentally. On the recent flyby past Pluto, I watched a lot of coverage, read a lot, didn't see anybody talking about the fact that the energy source was a radioisotope thermoelectric generator, a little small nuclear device using plutonium, no less. And it'll run for another 20 years. It's already run for 10 years. And that's a remarkable accomplishment. Think about that. And I heard nobody saying, hey, the energy for this whole Pluto business is coming from a radioisotope thermoelectric generator, and we've used dozens of them in our deep space mission. For people who are wondering, why can't you use solar energy? Well, because the further away you get from the sun, the lower the energy intensity is.
Sure.
And, Pluto is a heck of a lot further than the Earth is from the sun. But
I totally agree with you, Stanton, that people overestimate the effects of radiation. I totally think you're right on that. Their fear drives them, and I don't think that going through the belt is going to kill you. I don't mean that. What I'm saying is that sitting on the surface of the moon with your camera, with Ektachrome, film rolled into your camera, and it's 250 degrees in the sun above zero and 250 degrees below zero in the shade. How in the heck is that film going to maintain its stability? I mean, you can't put film into an oven at 200 degrees and it's just going to melt. And the whole idea is just, I don't know, just as a photographer.
Well, wait a minute, I thought you said that they sent back television signals. Television may be the wrong word in this case, but...
no, that's television.
Okay, so they were sent back, radio waves were sent back. And what happened with the film, supposedly, I don't know.
The film, there's two different things we're talking about. One is the Ektachrome film that's in the still cameras that they have on their breastplate. And then the video is sent back via, it's a video camera that sends the signal back to Houston, or actually to Australia. And so they're two different mediums, is what I'm saying.
Okay, but the motion picture footage that you're talking about is basically the TV stuff, right? Mm-hmm. The Kubrick stuff, if you will.
The very low-quality video stuff, yeah.
Yeah, so we agree it was low quality. I mean, after all, it was in the 60s and early 70s. And could we do better now, for example?
Oh, yeah, much better. That's the thing is, that's why it's so irritating that they erased the original tapes, because what we're looking at is second, third, fourth generation. And if I could get my hands on the first generation, then I can maybe prove that they did go even. But I don't have that proof now.
In my mind, I cannot picture anybody, who's got their hands on the moon landing film going, we don't need this anymore. Yeah, toss this one and toss this one. We need to clean this place out and toss that one. Mankind's greatest achievement, and they throw it away?
Yep.
I agree that is suspicious, and, there's no way around that, or stupid. I mean, maybe they go together.
Or maybe you agree a little bit that it is suspicious?
If they cut me...
I do agree that it's suspicious.
If I had that access to the first generation videotape, I would be able to, without any doubt, be able to tell you whether it was fake or real.
Okay, well, now maybe you're talking about motivation for throwing it away.
Exactly.
I really hate jumping over on your side, Jay, but I mean, why else? It's such a stupid thing to do. There's got to be a motivation.
Well, it is, and I had a friend, he was a rocket scientist named Bill Wood. I think he's still alive. I don't know if you're out there, Bill. Hey, a long time no see. And he told me that he was at a conference of rocket engineers, and they were putting forth this rocket that was going to soft land here on Earth. And they said, hey, this is the first time that we've ever done a soft landing. And Bill Wood's Dr. Wood raised his hand and says, "No, that's not true. We've done 6 soft landings already. What are you talking about?" And they didn't even consider that the Apollo landings were, credible even in this group.
I don't know what to say about that. And certainly I will try. I mean, I've met several astronauts, and I do have difficulty with saying that basically, remember, because part of your story now is that they had to be going through hoops here on Earth at a soundstage, right?
No, it wouldn't be. Because of the gold visor conveniently being used, we don't know who those people are in those suits. I mean, we don't know who they are. You can't see them. You can't see their faces. We don't know who they are. And again, why are they using the gold visor? What's that point of that? Except maybe to hide their faces, I mean, I don't understand.
Gold is a good reflecting material and all that sort of stuff, but
could be true. I mean, that point.
Stanton, it sounds like he's beginning to talk you into it.
Well, there's an old, not enough data. I have a big gray basket, a very large gray basket. Everybody wants, I get a lot of calls, they want a yes or a no on everything.
Right.
And not a maybe. And I often have to say, look, I don't know enough to be able to come down on one side or the other. It's up in the air or in space.
Yeah, I remember your gray basket. Indeed. So you're almost ready to put this into that basket?
Well, yes, because I have a lot of questions and I don't know how to get answers to many of them. And as Jay just said, there'd be a difference if we had the original footage. And, if you talk about bonehead plays, certainly, having that footage gone seems to be one of the worst that I'm aware of.
Well, then there was
the ones that we don't know about.
And then remember, there was the destruction of all the Roswell records too, right?
Yeah, somehow they got destroyed.
Well, hold on, you two. So we're having a general discussion about what happened. It didn't happen. It's not extra-chrome, but we've got a little chrome for you. This is Midnight in the Desert.
When I think back on all the crap I learned in high school, it's a wonder I can think at all. And my lack of education hasn't hurt enough. I can read the writing on the wall.
On film, and we've got Stanton Friedman here. Keep wanting to call him doctor. Sorry about that. So let's see where we agree and where we disagree. We seem to be.
Well, there's a point I'd like to make, Art.
Fire away.
To go back to Ben Rich and nuclear. When you talk about how far advanced technology is, I find that many people, a typical example is that we have nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. These exist now. They're operating out on the high seas there that can operate for 18 years without refueling. And people look at me like, what are you talking about? I say they're nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, and they operate without refueling. This makes an enormous difference on your tactics on the ocean if you don't need to worry about how much fuel you're using. That's an enormous impact. So that's part of what I meant about maybe it's technology that we are thinking about versus what we already have. In this case, many people are shocked. It's like people don't even appreciate the fact that nuclear-powered submarines, we heard an awful lot about German U-boats during the war, what a threat they were to the convoys in the oceans and so forth and so on. But they could stay underwater for maybe a day because you need air for the diesel engines. Taking care of the people is easy. Air for the engines is not. Now we have submarines that can go around the world underwater. And when they go past a beautiful island, they take periscope leave, as one guy put it to me. Which is a clever remark, but it's true that that's an enormous advance. over the past, and a lot of people simply aren't aware of it. And
what we're talking about here, Jay said we have jumped, even back then, we have jumped ahead to some sort of, electromagnetic drive, some sort of something that would get us from here to the moon, and we had it back then.
Well, I saw the recent article, and it really wasn't saying we have it. This is a study being done about a possible means of doing it.
I understand, Stanton, but he's talking about having had that back when we did the moon landings that he says were fake photographed.
Yeah, and I don't think we did, and to tell you the truth. Again, there's such a fine line, if there is any, between truth and half-truth and no truth when it comes to technology. I mean, I've seen all kinds of claims. I'm a flying saucer guy, and I hear all kinds of stories which turn out to be baloney.
So, Stanton, let me ask you a question. You don't believe that we back-engineered anything from Roswell or anything like that, right?
No, I didn't say that. Again, let me give you an example of something I did think we did learn from Roswell. I'm the original civilian investigator of the Roswell incident, and my view about what you would do when you got all the pieces of wreckage, you'd send them out to your best classified labs, and you'd say, what is this stuff? This fine foil-like material, very strong, very lightweight, etc. And the guy comes back and said, it's a combination of samarium and cobalt. Why would you put those two things together? Not your problem. You send it out to somebody else. What are the electromagnetic, thermal, nuclear properties of this stuff? And the guy comes, you don't tell him where you got it. He doesn't have a need to know for that. Maybe he thinks it came from a spy, see? And he comes back and says, the highest magnetic moment I've ever measured. What a wonderful permanent magnet material this would be. And pretty soon you're building ghetto blasters with samarium cobalt magnets in the speakers. That's real, incidentally. And I for a while, several years, did a weekly science commentary for CBC Radio here in Fredericton. And I did one, I read a lot, it was fun. And I did one on new and better permanent magnet materials, neodymium, boron, and iron. I'm not making these up, they're real. At the end of the article, it said the original work on samarium cobalt was done at Wright Air Development Center, at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and I just laughed my head off. In other words, I think that the basic idea came from somebody saying, hey, what is this stuff? A second, in my book, there's a picture of me with my hand on the Apollo 12 command module. I spoke to the NASA people there in Southern California, and they took me on a tour and took my picture with the command module and stuff. Strangely enough, they didn't want the North American Rockwell people to come to the presentation, only the NASA people. Don't ask me to explain that because I don't have an explanation for it. But and the point was that they were very interested on the one hand, and on the other hand, who knew what the real stuff going on was? And I didn't.
Well, all right. Again, we're closer to it. That, but we're in more agreement than disagreement. Do you both believe it is possible? This is a straight-out question that from the crash at Roswell, we built something that could take us to the moon and back real quick.
No, I don't believe that.
No?
I believe that it's that in combination with what else we had, yes. Not that alone, though, but in combination with the other technologies that we had discovered and also developed. Don't forget, Hitler was not just financing these guys to create exotic technologies. He was also sending expeditions into Tibet, into northern Africa, into Peru, looking for ancient advanced technologies. He admitted it. And these expeditions were run by the SS, the occult division of the SS. So he was making a major plan to try to recover as much of the past as possible and apply it. And when you take that and then you add the Roswell stuff, 1947, hey, by 1955 you could be really far advanced, especially with the backing of the United States, which was the richest country on earth.
Well, one of the problems here is that if you gave the smartest people on the planet a cheap digital wristwatch, say $25 wristwatch, back in the 30s, he would know it was a watch, and he'd know there's a battery there, but he had no way to examine the chip, and certainly no way to duplicate it. And so, it's like Christopher Columbus, I need a nuclear-powered submarine, and I've got unlimited money. Can you build one for me? And the answer would have been no. There's too big a gap between where we are and where we would have to be. And that's the point I was trying to make earlier about the difference between having good ideas and being in a position to build, create, duplicate, whatever you want to call it, that technology. Ideas aren't enough.
Okay, so you're saying we were not in that position, so we could not have had such craft.
So then we didn't go to the moon.
That's what I'm saying. And also, if we had such craft, why wouldn't we be using it instead of some of our airplanes that are currently, like how expensive they are? But
all right.
What I'm trying to say is, I don't think that if we had advanced technology that would be useful in the building of, call them bombers as a generic class of craft able to put destruction all over the place, I don't think that we would not do it. What bothers me is that the military budget on this planet this year is approximately $1 trillion. That's an awful lot of dough. That tells you something about the people on this planet. And I think if we had the kind of technology that would enable you to build a bunch of fancy vehicles, aircraft in particular, I think we would. And so, there's a disconnect, in other words, between the idea of, well, we've got all this technology, but we're not using it or we're hiding it.
But I don't understand, because the military for sure has advanced technologies, aircraft and things, and the two maxims of the military to win a battle is take the high ground and keep everything secret. And so perfecting this kind of technology would thoroughly, satisfy those two things that you need to have to win a war.
Why would you keep building the old stuff?
Because you want your enemies to all think that that's what you've got, so that when the time comes and you can strike quickly. Surprise and the high ground are the two most valued things in military operations, and this kind of weaponry gives you both of those advantages, but you have to keep it a secret, otherwise you lose your advantage. And
well, maybe it's mythological too. Maybe you want the other guy to think you've got this technology, even though you don't. That's good psychology too.
You remember Star Wars?
Except that I've actually seen some of this technology with my own eyes. I was out near Vandenberg Air Force Base 10 years ago, and I saw, a craft flying right over Vandenberg Air Force Base. There was nobody scrambling their jets. There was nobody going up to look at the craft. They had to have seen it. It was right over the base. I'm sure it was military.
Well, now you're off into different territory. You're off into ufology, and I think we're all with you here. That could have been why they didn't scramble something. I don't know.
Well,
maybe
all I'm saying is that it's in the military's advantage to keep these things a secret. I think we can all agree on that. How advanced they are, I don't know. If Stanton,
I had a clearance for 14 years, and I have. There are some limits on what secrets you can keep, even though there are plenty of secrets that have been kept. One of them is to cover up the mistakes you make. Well, isn't that true?
Yep.
You don't want people to know because, whoops, look what we did. Sorry about that, folks.
what I'm trying to understand, though, is you're saying that Philip Corso is not correct, and we didn't have all these...
Yes, I certainly am saying that Corso is not correct. I've written about Corso. I've got an article that I sent to people, Fraud in Ufology, and I focus on let me be specific. I don't want to just cast dispersions.
All right, gentlemen, before you get specific, we're out of break, so I don't want to start this and not be able to finish it. Okay. When we come back, the subject is going to be Philip Corso, so stay right there.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. Millions of locusts have descended on farmlands in southern Russia, devouring entire fields of crops and causing officials to declare a state of emergency in the region. A vast area of at least 800 hectares is currently being affected as the swarms of insects, each measuring about 8 centimeters long, annihilate fields of corn and other crops. It's been more than 30 years since this part of southern Russia suffered such a dense plague of locusts. Officials say at least 10% of crops have already been destroyed, and the locust feeding frenzy is far from over, threatening to devastate the livelihoods of local farmers. On state television, Russian news broadcasts are linking the plague to climate change, connecting the phenomenon to recent flooding and higher-than-average temperatures. Officials from the Russian Ministry of Agriculture have declared a state of emergency, but appear helpless to prevent the destruction. First NASA Chief Scientist Ellen Stofan openly admitted that alien life is imminent, and just last Tuesday, Dr. John Grunsfield of NASA's Science Mission Directorate announced the agency was on the verge of discovering life on planets other than Earth. Some say that Stofan and Grunsfield hide the fact that NASA has been lying to the public about known extraterrestrial life for decades now, and that ETs have likely been visiting Earth for centuries. Grunsfield told a House committee, "Are we alone? Many people on the planet want to know. We are on the cusp of being able to answer that question." And Stefan's recent comments were even more bold, saying, "I think we're going to have strong indications of life beyond Earth within a decade. We're on the verge of things that people have wondered about for millennia. Within all of our lifetimes, we're going to understand that there is life on other bodies in the solar system. We're going to understand the implications of that for life here on Earth." Her declaration is synchronized with the agency's recent discovery of water of 5 of Jupiter's and Saturn's moons. We were also told by NASA recently that their Kepler mission found another Earth in the habitable zone in our universe circulating around a star that resembles our sun. NASA defines habitable based on the ability of a planet to pool water ostensibly to support life as we know it. Dark Matter News. A massive sinkhole has swallowed up an intersection in Brooklyn, New York, snarling up traffic and causing waters and gas outages to nearby buildings. Local residents are already joking about turning it into a rent-controlled apartment. Dramatic images show the gaping hole in the corner of 64th Street and 5th Avenue, located just a short block away from the I-278. The crater appeared shortly after 7 on Tuesday morning. There were no injuries. Witnesses say there were cars on it just moments before, and rooftop surveillance cameras captured the cave-in. The fabled Bishopville, South Carolina swamp creature, known as Lizard Man, appears to have surfaced again Sunday afternoon. Sarah, a Sumter woman who says she went to church with a friend Sunday morning, stepped out of the sanctuary to see the Lizard Man running along the tree line. So she did what anyone else would do. She took a picture with her phone. She says they were just a mile or so from Scape Ore Swamp, the site of a similar spotting of what may also be the Lizard Man in May. A man who asked not to be identified submitted a short video of what he thought was the Lizard Man Monday morning. He said he took the video in May while coon hunting, but kept its existence quiet until he saw the reports of Lizard Man outside a church. Scape Ore Swamp is the area where most of the Lizard Man sightings over the last 30 years have been focused. Yes, there's quite a lot of local lore surrounding the reptilian humanoid, including the first sighting in the summer of 1988. There have been searches by Destination Truth and Mysteries at the Museum as recently as 2013. In a 2014 episode of Ancient Aliens, the Lizard Man was mentioned. The tales have been documented in a cryptology book titled Lizard Man, the story of the Bishopville monster. But the creature has not been seen in more than a decade, until now, possibly creating yet another ripple in the swampy waters around Bishopville. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
You fall out together, make nothing wrong. There's close, I know your time's going to let.
Take a walk on the wild side of midnight. From the Kingdom of Nye, this is Midnight in the Desert with Art. Please call the show at 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call Art.
Well, it is digital. Stanton Friedman, nuclear physicist, is here. Jay Widener, film expert, and more. And the subject would appear to be Philip Corso, and I'm good with that. I interviewed Philip Corso, actually in a series of interviews, and boiled down, his contention was, we took the information from the crash at Roswell and parceled it out to American industrial giants to build many of the things that we now enjoy. Do both of you agree with that premise?
I do.
But that's what he claimed, yes.
Okay, so that's not agreement. You think that's exactly what he did. You believed Philip Corso, Jay, correct?
Yeah, I listened to your interviews all those years ago.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, Philip, Philip was pretty convincing. Stanton, what do you have to say about him?
Well, I did meet him more than once, but I checked on him. And let me tell you some of the things I found. For one thing, he claimed in the book The Day After Roswell that he had been a member of the National Security Council under Eisenhower.
Right.
That's pretty high as far as advising to the president. You know, you don't get higher in the NSC. Well, I checked with the Eisenhower Library. I've been there many times, and they know me, so I told them what he had claimed, and they checked, and I got a letter back saying that he not only was never a member of the NSC, but he never attended a meeting. They keep track of that sort of stuff. And I sent a copy of the letter to the lawyer, Peter Gersten, to whom Philip had signed, for whom Phil had signed a sworn statement about his background.
Right.
And the lawyer showed it to Phil. Don't you think we should take that out, that claim? No. He didn't think so. A second example was that one of the things, remember that he wasn't saying that this was going on right after Roswell. Roswell happened in 1947, early July. He was saying that this happened after he started to work for General Trudeau, the Army Foreign Technology Division at the Pentagon. This is after 1960. So first of all, you have to think that, gee, what they left that wreckage lying around. He said he got a filing cabinet of Roswell materials, and that was his job to parcel it out. Right. A couple of things that he took credit for. There are no references in the book, which I find very frustrating, of course, were things. One, a guy got a Nobel Prize for work done years before Corso came along. That was clearly a lie. To put it bluntly. There were other things that we know the sequence of how those new technologies came into being, lasers and other things. And Corso wasn't part of it. Remember, he was not an engineer or a scientist. And remember that Strom Thurmond, who served, I still think he has the record for serving more years in the Senate than anybody, or close to it, if he's not still the record holder. He withdrew the forward that was used in the book because he thought it was for a different book about intelligence agency work kind of stuff. And when his people found out what the book was about, he withdrew it. So also he claimed that he, on July 6th, at Fort Riley, Kansas, his bowling buddy let him look into this crate, which there was a blue liquid in which there was an alien body. Now, I've heard some egregious violations of security, but that outdoes them all. There is no way that's going to happen. That's like saying you're driving around with nuclear weapons in the truck and you park outside a McDonald's and leave the truck open.
Okay, but you cannot prove that did not happen. The other stuff, I guess,
the dates are wrong. The dates are wrong. We know the date when Rancher Brazel came into Roswell.
Right.
And that was the 6th. And we also know that if there's one thing the 509th had at Roswell, the 509th bomb group, they're the guys who dropped the atomic bombs,
Yes.
If there's one thing they had was airplanes. Why would they put stuff on a truck? I mean, they put nuclear weapons on airplanes. They certainly trusted them enough to be confident.
Right. I'm just trying to make a distinction between what you have proven are lies and what you speculate just couldn't be. But if you can prove one lie or two lies, then you can call it all into question. That I agree with.
We did a radio program, about radio programs. I'm here, he's there, and the host is someplace else.
Yes.
Just like now. And I asked how he knew the date of July 6th. I asked, did you have a diary or a notebook? I was hoping he had something like that, because that would be great. Well, I know when I was transferred there. It turns out that was in March or April. The date makes no sense, and like I say, I worked under security for 14 years, and the idea of a bowling buddy in the military letting you look in a crate that has an alien body in it that is sitting around unguarded, it just doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, all right, but in terms of flat-out lies, his work with the government that you documented, that one does seem to be simply untrue. Jay, any comments?
Well, no, actually, it doesn't surprise me that he's caught fibbing a couple times. I read the book, and I wondered it sometimes when I was reading it whether it was all the truth or not. But I just want to get one thing clear here. You're saying that there's not really been much back engineering of anything, that all those statements are
well, no. He was saying Philip Corso didn't tell the truth. Now, look, if somebody lies, I'm sorry, but if I was an attorney and I was in court, I would have the whole damn thing thrown out successfully if I proved he lied.
Yep.
Well, there's another part of this, too. I started to say before about when I spoke to the NASA people, what I wanted to get at and didn't, my problem, was that the shape of the command module, and like it came home to me when I got my hand on it, it's a round, blunt body. I always thought, most people thought, that a high-speed aircraft has to have a plain nose, sharp wings, highly streamlined, like the X-15 or something like that. And we wind up with a round, blunt body coming back at 25,000 miles an hour. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, I checked and found that we did do wind tunnel tests in 47 of round, blunt bodies. So I think some smart person said, hey, if these guys are able to go this fast with something that looks like that, maybe we ought to look into it. So I think, and there may be other subtle things, maybe not so subtle, that have been done, in the course of the Cold War that we learned from. Remember, I'm giving as it happens, I'm giving a paper Saturday in Nova Scotia, Liverpool, Nova Scotia. Everybody's welcome. In which I talk about crash saucers from Roswell to Shag Harbor, which is also in Nova Scotia. I talk about 5 different events, and who knows how many more there were. They got better at covering things up. So I'm not saying we haven't been stimulated to look in new directions, that we haven't directly learned specific things that could be of interest. I certainly hope we did. If you got that much wreckage, there ought to be people. I mean, I think that was one of the functions of Operation Majestic 12. Is to coordinate the efforts that how do we find out useful stuff here? You don't parcel that out to 20 different places. So, and I've got a book, Top Secret Magic, that goes into that. And, I don't know if we, certainly Art, you and I never talked about this, I don't think, about General Carol Bolander.
No.
It's an incredible tale. He was an Air Force general, an engineer on the Lunar Excursion Module. Jay, bear with me. I said Lunar Excursion Module. And he was asked in 1969, after the Condon Committee people had recommended in early 69 that Project Blue Book be closed. He was asked, had no previous connection with Blue Book, Air Force Project Blue Book, what should we do about Project Blue Book? And he wrote a memo, which we didn't see until 10 years later, and I think then it was inadvertently released. On the surface, it didn't look spectacular until you looked at what it said inside. In the memo, he said, and his memo resulted in the closure of Project Blue Book at the end of the year. He said, reports of UFOs which could affect national security are made in accordance with JNAP, Joint Army Navy Air Force Publication 146, or Air Force Manual 55-11, and are not part of the Blue Book system. That's an extraordinary statement.
It is. It is.
And 2 paragraphs later, he says, if we close Project Blue Book, the public won't have a place to report UFO sightings. However, as previously noted, reports which could affect national security will continue to be investigated using the procedures established for that purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And yet the Air Force for umpteen years has been saying, Blue Book was it, that's it, no national security, nothing.
Oh, I know. All right.
Well, I decided I'd try to talk to him, so I located him. It's easier to find generals with unusual names than John Smith, for example. And I talked to General Bolender, retired by this time, and I said, it sounds to me like you're saying that there are 2 separate communication channels here. One for reports that could affect national security, and I just heard one, I told him, about a saucer going down the runway at a Strategic Air Command base where nuclear weapons are stored. By definition, that's a problem for national security. And then the other problem, if my wife and I are walking down the street and see a saucer go by, big deal, happens all the time. He agreed with me. 2 separate communication channels. And so that's extraordinary, and most people are totally unaware of Bolender's statement.
All right, you brought up
the New York Times.
Yeah, you brought up the LEM, right?
Lunar Excursion Module.
Yeah. Yes. A main argument of those who believe we never went to the moon is made that the astronauts in their suits could not fit into the LEM. Have either one of you heard that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah? As in you believe that, Jay?
Well, I mean, I've looked at the LEM that's at the Smithsonian, and what the conspiracy theorists on that front are saying is that with the backpack and the suit and everything, they can't get through the small opening.
That's right.
And I don't know if that's true or not. I'm trying to imagine 2 astronauts putting on those suits inside the LEM, because they'd have to be both have to be on before they open the hatch.
Right.
And I've been inside and looked inside that. And I can't imagine 2 6-foot men with backpacks in that room. I mean, it's so small. I can't even hardly imagine one guy, let alone 2. Yet they're telling us that they had 2. There's another thing about the Apollo missions which needs to be brought up, besides the improving production values and all that. And that is the fact that and Stan, you're going to appreciate this one, I know. I'm a former computer programmer. Besides being a filmmaker, I've always wanted to learn how to program computers. I learned COBOL and assembly and all this. And I know one thing
I've
about
learned a long time.
Yeah. I know one thing about technical things. They never go right the first time. I don't care what anyone says. They never go right the first time. The only incident that I can ever think of where everything sailed perfectly the first time is Apollo 11. We have over 500,000 technical things that had to be done between launch and the set down in the ocean, and all of them functioned perfectly. They all functioned perfectly on Apollo 12. They functioned perfectly on 14, 15, 16, and 17. No glitches, nothing. The only glitch in the entire thing was Apollo 13. And I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it. I work with technology all day long. I know it is prone to every kind of glitch possible.
So you're saying what? Just too amazing? Too amazing?
Wait a minute.
Okay. Too amazing. Too amazing.
The first atomic bomb worked. That was very complicated too. Never been done before.
Not as complicated as launching into Earth orbit, going from the Earth to the Moon, then going down and never tested, taking a soft landing. The only soft landing test that was ever tried was by Neil Armstrong in New Mexico, and he almost killed himself. And yet the next time they do the soft landing on a planet they've never been to, it goes absolutely perfect. It's unbelievable. I'm sorry, I just don't buy it. Not at all.
Well, as I say, the atom bomb worked. Admittedly, to some people's surprise.
Well, he is making a fair point. There's a lot more moving parts and things that had to go right once they figured out the atomic bomb. It was probably physically simple compared to going to the moon, setting down, walking around, getting back in, and coming home.
Yeah.
The number of technical issues that face you trying to just get to the moon and not miss by a 500 miles, it's astounding what you have to go through. And they did it. And they did it perfectly, absolutely perfectly. No glitches at all. And I can't buy it.
Remember, there was a fire that killed 3 astronauts, too.
In 1964, in 1964 there was a fire, and 5 years later they got to the moon. But even the fire itself is like, you talk about stupid. They've got open electrical circuits inside a pure oxygen environment, and no one can figure out that this may not be a good idea. I mean, that fire that killed those 3 astronauts is absolutely one of the most stupid things I've ever seen in my life. I cannot believe it's as stupid as taping over the tapes. And yet
you got another one.
and these are the guys that got us to the moon. And I don't know. I don't see a whole lot of intelligence going on.
We don't live in a perfect world, that's for sure. No, I think there are a number of remarkable things that we're talking about here. And I'm convinced we did go to the moon. And I've met several of the astronauts, and I'm convinced they weren't off on a soundstage someplace else. Because remember, it isn't enough to say that what the public was shown was fraudulent, but the astronauts had to be involved in that. You're saying we don't know who was in the suits.
No, we don't.
So even that means that it was a lie as well. I mean,
it's deeper than that, Stanton. It's deeper than that. That's why I brought up the incidences with Edgar Mitchell and Buzz Aldrin. There's some kind of psychological operation going on where these guys, there's no way in the world that I'm going to go to the moon and not remember it, period. I don't care what you say. I'm going to remember every second. I'm going to relive those moments my entire life. And neither Buzz Aldrin or Edgar Mitchell can even say it. They can't even talk about what happened to them on the moon. They just can't say it. Neil Armstrong never did an interview. He stayed on his ranch in Ohio and never went out, never did anything. It's over and over again you find these odd reactions by the astronauts. And again, I don't think they're lying. I think it's much more complicated than that. I think it's, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Brainwashing, if you will.
Well, I was at a party with a bunch of NASA people, and this is in '94 in Cody, Wyoming. And if Richard Hogan's listening, he knows what I'm talking about.
Got to be a quick story here. We're coming up.
Yeah, and I met the psychiatrist that debriefed the astronauts, and I was so happy to meet her. And I said, "So what was the debriefing like?" And she looked at me with this puzzled face, and she said, "You know what? I can't really remember what they were like."
That's a great line.
You know, there is a lot of this. There is a lot of unusual behavior on the part of the astronauts. And then there's this clown running around holding Bibles up in front of them. Yep. I think he's been clocked by astronauts a few times.
Buzz Aldrin clocked him. Yeah, he knocked his clock out. Yeah.
Buzz did, yes.
All right, you
Buzz
two.
got quite a temper, so you don't want to...
Hold tight, you two. We'll come back and we'll start to take questions from listeners, okay?
Yep.
I need another yup. Stanton, that all right?
Yes. I said yep.
Okay. All right. See ya. This is Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
To initiate a dialogue sequence with Art Bell, please coordinate your phalanges and call 1-952-225-5278. That's 1-952. Call-ART.
Well, okay. There it is. That's the public number. Let me read it to you again. We're going to open up the lines now. We have two very distinguished people here. Stanton Friedman, a nuclear physicist, and Jay Widener. Actually, anything you want to ask is fair game. Obviously, we've been concentrating on the moonshots. What an amazing story that is, huh? If you want to call in by Skype, we are in North America, MITD 51. Just put that in. MITD 51, you can call us. Outside the U.S., anywhere else in the world, you can call us at MITD 55. MITD, that's Midnight in the Desert. Gentlemen, we're back on again. There is just one thing before we begin taking the calls that I want to ask about, and this goes to you, Jay. You think that NASA has found out something about our sun. Now, that's something that I would think Stanton would be familiar with since he deals with things nuclear. It's nothing but a big nuclear fission reaction, I believe. So what fusion, I'm sorry. So what is it that we found out?
Well, this is actually how I got started on my whole journey. Years ago, I discovered a monument in the south of France, which I proceeded to decipher, which is actually in my first two books. And it appears to be about a 400-year-old monument in which a secret society or some group of men has inscribed a series of symbols, which no doubt, after you see my interpretation, say that there was a gigantic CME, or coronal mass ejection, at some point in the past, which killed a lot of people. And they're warning about it in the future. And, in fact, it's a... I believe it's a group of Freemasons, and that this may be one of the tenets of Freemasonry is to keep this memory of this outburst from the sun alive, and also pass it down into the people of the future. And when a first book came out in 1999, I was actually criticized by NASA for being a fearmonger, and I actually got in some debates with NASA. And then about 2004. All of a sudden, NASA changed their mind, and they began warning that there was this chance that we could be thrown into the 6th century BC, in the flash of an instant by a coronal mass ejection, frying everything up, which I had not really talked about. I was talking about the human part of it. And so now NASA's in full tilt boogie about coronal mass ejections and protecting nuclear power plants, because if they get fried, the radiation is going to go crazy, and which I'm gratified to hear and see, but at the same time, I think it's really a really big concern that we should have, and we're not doing enough to protect ourselves from this. It's going to happen. It happened in 1859, and it's going to happen again. And we're a wired society, and we're going to pay deeply when this happens. And I think we should take care of it.
All right. Here's somebody I think might agree with you from Cleveland, Ohio. Something about Freemasons. Hello?
Yes. Hi.
Hi.
I've heard various thoughts and conspiracy about Freemason being involved with the Buzz Aldrin thing and the flag being brought to the moon. I wonder what your guests thought about that.
Well, I don't know of any connection between Buzz and Freemasons. I've met Buzz, but I don't know whether there's a Freemason attribute or connection at all. Do you, Jay?
Well, actually, yeah. Again, this is Buzz's words, not mine. Buzz has admitted that he performed a Freemasonic operation when he was on the moon. Now, I don't believe he went to the moon, so I don't believe the story, but why would he be performing a Freemasonic operation if he wasn't already a Freemason? Why is he saying this? And I'm just telling you, this is widely reported. It's not some speculation or something.
Yeah, I'm a Freemason, and I'm so thankful for you guys' thoughts on that. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much for the call. And let's go to Jason on Skype. Hello.
Hello, Art. So I had a question about how the flags in the disturbance on the moon got there if we never landed there, and the fact that several countries also tracked the Apollo missions via radar to the moon. So if we never went, how would they be able to track that? And India's probe, China's probe, and Japan's probe all spotted the disturbance on the moon. So
I never said we didn't go to the moon. I said that we didn't. What we were shown is fake.
Right.
So there's a big difference.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I don't think we're going to get a big argument on that. There should be an argument, though, about whether we went to the moon as you suggest we did, Jay, or whether we went to the moon as we were told we went to the moon. I mean, were we lied to? Stanton, do you think we were lied to about all that?
I mean, about
the whole damn thing.
I don't think we had a different. No, I guess the simplest answer is no. Okay, I don't think we went there in a fancy electromagnetic propulsion system or an unspoken about system.
Right.
There's several different questions here. I do think we went there. I don't think the astronauts worked on a soundstage somewhere somebody impersonating astronauts, which makes it sound even worse, I guess. But
it does.
So there's a whole gray area here, if you'll pardon the expression.
Okay.
Well, speaking of gray, Stanton, I'd like to point something out. I'm glad you brought that up. When the Chinese sent the jade rabbit, to the moon a year ago or whatever, they took pictures of the moon's surface. You agree that's probably true, right? But the surface of the moon is brown in those pictures, not slate gray like it is in all the Apollo photographs. And I haven't heard anybody explain why is there such a huge difference in the color of the moon between the two operations, especially when you consider that the astronauts were shooting ectochrome, which is far superior to digital. So I don't know.
I'm glad to hear you say that last thing. I get people telling me we live in a digital world and everything's more advanced than it was before, and I say, hey,
no.
I used to use slides. They got better resolution than my PowerPoint does.
Film is so much better than digital. There's no way you can compare the two ever.
All right, very quickly, outside the country, Lee L. Hello. Hello? Lee L. High, or whatever your name is, you're on the air or you're not.
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. So go ahead.
Hi, pleasure to speak to you.
Good to speak to you. Where are you?
I'm actually in Coventry in the UK. It's actually my 40th birthday today, so it's really good to get through to you guys.
Okay.
Okay, so how about if I play sort of devil's advocate with what Richard C. Hoagland would probably say afterwards?
Sure.
And obviously we've got two problems here. We've got a lot of the pictures and video that they really look fake, and it's really difficult to say that the whole moon landing could have been faked, from the whole operation with NASA and such. So, how about when they landed, there was some talk of a conversation that they saw things following them around, and that it was cut at that point. And that was maybe where they cut to Stanley Kubrick's sort of, pre-film, just in case something happened.
Well, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. They pre-filmed it in the 60s, mid 60s, and it was just they pre-filmed it to ensure that if anything went wrong, they had this film. And then slowly, especially when I believe Nixon came in to the picture, he's like, I've just become president. I'm 1 year into my presidency. I'm damn well not going to have this kind of disgrace happen in front of me if these guys die on camera and I have to get up and do their eulogy. I'm not going to have that. So you can't assure me that this is going to go 100%. So we'll just go with the film. And if it goes 100%, then we're fine. If it doesn't, then no one will ever know. And this is the guy that did Watergate. And come on.
We got a double cosmic Watergate here, huh?
All right. Thank you, caller. I appreciate it. All the way from Great Britain. Well, if you two are going to sit here and agree that all this possibly
could have been faked, then who's to say that some of the other things that people like Richard Hoagland have said about things that are on the moon, he believes, might not be true?
Well, they are true. There's stuff all over the moon. And anybody who sits and examines the aerial photography of the moon, which is where Hoagland is right. When Hoagland is sticking with the lunar orbiter stuff, with the Apollo stuff from the air, wherever it was taken, with the stuff taken in orbit, that stuff is real. And what he's finding is, it's jaw-dropping. There's domes, there's square-shaped buildings, looks like even highways in some cases. So, I don't know where it's from. I'm not going to speculate. I think he's right. It's ancient, and it's been there for, maybe millions of years.
Stanton, are you ready to agree with that?
Well, I'm ready to say that the lunar orbiters, the recent ones, have shown footprints on the moon, implying that we had been there. Somebody had been there.
Somebody with shoes.
Tracks and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah.
Well, again, I totally agree that we went to the moon, so I'm not going to argue that point.
Okay.
Yeah, but how we got there is a big difference between you two.
Yeah.
I'm impressed with the Apollo, with the Saturn V. It's a big old monster.
Yes, it sure is.
Do you know that they actually got rid of all the blueprints to the Saturn V, and none exist at all to this day? You know that?
No, I didn't.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know it,
but the lunar orbiter, all of the videotape of the lunar orbiters, beautiful imagery of the moon, all that tape is rotting in a McDonald's in Pasadena, California, an old McDonald's that's been closed down. It's just rotting in there. There's no air conditioning. This magnetic tape is all falling apart. NASA doesn't care about these images. It's a crime. I'm sorry.
I'm probably giving cans of it out to people ordering quarter-pounders. On Skype, you're on the air with these two. Hello.
Hello, Art, and those two. Clarification, or actually a correction, the Apollo 1 fire was in January of 67, not 64.
Okay, get good and close to the mic on your computer, please.
Okay, the other thing, now let me understand it. We landed on the moon, but what we saw on Earth was fake. Is that the premise?
That's Jay's premise, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, earlier, I think it was Jay who mentioned something about Kubrick supposedly faking the footage.
That's right.
I sent you an email about a film called Room 237, which explores that, and it's on Netflix and Amazon if you want to check it out.
Jay, you know about that?
I'm the star of the film, so yeah, I know all about it.
Yeah, I guess you do.
Okay, well, check that out, Art. I think you'll be kind of fascinated by the questions that it raises and also the explanations that it offers.
All right.
So that's my 3 cents worth for tonight.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
He's got a great point because we never touched on it, and I don't think we should on this show, but maybe some other show. But in 237, what they do is they cover all of these people's opinions of the movie The Shining. And my opinion of the movie The Shining, which I believe it closes the case, is that every time that Stanley Kubrick deviates from the Stephen King book, he's telling you the story about him having to fake the Apollo moon landings. And I have the case I make is deadly. And even Christiana Kubrick wrote me and told me how impressed she was by my case. So there you go.
All right.
Yeah.
What did Vivian say?
Christina. Vivian, Vivian won't talk to me, and Vivian is a Scientologist living in Texas, and she won't talk to me. This is Stanley Kubrick's daughter, and she won't talk to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Johnny.
I haven't talked to her either.
Johnny on the international Skype, you're on. Hello, Johnny. Johnny Webb, it says. Are you there? Yes or no? Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I've got you now. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, the question to your panel is the Van Allen radiation belt. I understand, along with Gus Grissom, Van Allen was killed in a car crash with his wife. Can they explain how today we still get through the Van Allen radiation belt?
I don't think Van Allen was killed in a car crash. Was he, Stanton? I don't think.
I don't know, but again, the radiation levels, as long as you don't stay in the wrong place for too long. Unshielded, et cetera, are not deadly. In other words, it's something you have to take into account. is something. But I've worked around radiation for a lot of years, and you can tolerate a good amount of it. You sleep in the same bed with somebody for a year, you get a measurable dose of radiation from them.
Why they used suits in Fukushima, for instance? Why are these spacesuits so good for the Van Allen but not for Fukushima?
Entirely different situation. The kind of radiation, the energy levels of the radiation, and the duration of staying there, living there, I was going to say. But Fukushima is entirely different kind of situation. High energy gamma rays from nuclear fuel. That was a mess. No question.
Well, even then at Fukushima, there's a farmer that only lives 2 miles away. He's still there because he wanted to take care of his animals, and the animals are all still alive, and he's still alive. Just saying, he's only two miles
right.
away.
It's not totally deadly because there's an accident and a large release of radiation. Doesn't mean everybody keels over. This is not Hiroshima or Nagasaki. Entirely different situation.
All right,
I agree with you on the Van Allen belts, and I don't usually ever use it in any arguments that I make. So.
Good.
Okay. All right, you two, hold tight. We're at a break point. Stanton Friedman, Jay Widener, my guests. We're discussing now all kinds of things. At the moment, it seems, radiation levels. I'm Art Bell, and this is Midnight in the Desert.
Overnight, it's the world with delight. Ain't it good? In the day, nothing matters. It's the night, unslattered. In the night, no control. Through the wall, something breaking. Wearing white as you're walking down the street of the soul. And if it's bad the way it gets you down, you can take it. And if it hurts the way to see you cry, you can make it.
What's said in the dark stays in the dark. Call Midnight in the Desert at 1-952. Call Art. That's 1-952-225-5278.
Nuclear physicist Stanton Friedman and film guy and a lot more, Jay Widener, are my guests. If you have questions for them, you can come in by phone. You can come in by Skype. And I want to drop this on you. If you're on Skype and we answer and you hear audio, that means you have gotten through. Wait. Do not hang up. Wait. And your turn will come. So just want to let you know that if you suddenly start hearing audio, as in, you're hearing the program, bingo, you have made it through. So do not at that point hang up. All right. Back to our two distinguished guests. And I must say, you've both done a very, very good job this night. I've got a call for you from, I think, all the way on the other side of the world in Bangkok. Hello.
Wow.
Hello.
Hello, this is Charlie in Bangkok, and I've got a delay on one of the signals.
That's quite all right, Charlie. Proceed.
I'm with you. Real quickly. Two comments. Gus Grissom, the Lemon Man, was murdered. And two things that Art knows about. Many things Art knows that he's smarter than his guests. A lot of the time.
No, I'm not.
He keeps asking, why do the astronauts who went to the moon keep saying they have no memories? Last thing, question. Are you two gentlemen exasperated with people who will not just build a door the same size as the ship, put on the suit, and try to get through it?
All right, one at a time. You want to answer?
Yeah, well, I've actually asked myself that question. The problem is that you can't find a suit. I mean, there's one at the Smithsonian, but they won't let you use it, so you can't do a proper measurement on it. And it's amazing. You can't. All these suits have just disappeared. You can't find any of them. Just like the blueprints to Saturn V, you can't find them. They're gone. So
this is very frustrating, I must admit, Stanton.
Well, I feel the same frustration. My first thought is I want to talk to a bunch of astronauts, and they're going by the wayside too. And where do you get a straight answer? And it's hard to tell. Guys can do all kinds of strange things. There's some very crowded airplanes where you say, how the heck did the pilot get in there? Single-seater kind of things. And I don't know. People will work hard to get certain things done. And what we are dealing with here also is a failure of NASA to look at things from the public's viewpoint. I've felt that NASA has lacked leadership for a very long time. What they needed was an Admiral Rickover, the nuclear submarine, nuclear aircraft carrier, et cetera, who said, that's where we're going, folks. You don't want to go there? Get off the ship.
Richard's coming up next, and I can see him smiling right now.
I would like to address that, actually, what he just brought up.
Go ahead.
James Oberg was incensed by the 2004 documentary on Fox called We Never Went to the Moon. He was totally incensed. I think you guys know who James Oberg is. He's a science writer, really good science writer.
Yes.
And huge man, too, by the way, like 6'8". But yes, he went to NASA and he got a $25,000 advance to write a book proving that they went to the moon. He became exasperated because he kept asking NASA for this file and that file and this picture and that picture and this video and that video, and they would never help him. Finally, he returned the advance and gave up writing the book, not because he didn't want to write the book, but because NASA wouldn't cooperate with him. Think about that.
Stanton?
I'm not surprised. As I say, I've worked on the space program, and everybody I worked with thought we'd have a base on the moon before the end of the last century.
Boy, no kidding.
And it sure as heck hasn't happened. And so that's what I mean by leadership, guts, if you want to put it that way.
All right. Well, Jacob. Hold on, guys. We're in calls. Jacob on Skype. You're on the air.
Good evening. I had a question for Jay. If you believe that we had been to the moon, but what we were shown on video was not in fact what happened, then what would have happened with all the astronauts who actually went up there? Were they the same people, but under different circumstances? Or did they just kind of disappear out of history and never get heard from again?
I don't know. I'm not really much of a speculator, but all I have to do is look at that press conference on YouTube with Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins to know. I can read body language. I'm a former investigative journalist also. I can tell when somebody's lying, and these guys look like their dog just died. I mean, they don't look happy or elated or feel like they look successful. They look like they're kind of ashamed. And watch it and make up your own mind. Don't let me influence you.
All right. Columbus, Ohio, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. Awesome show. I'm finding it wildly entertaining. The two things I called about, one, you guys keep calling the alternative propulsion electromagnetic. It's actually electrogravitic.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, there's even argument about whether it exists. So whatever we call it.
If you go read any of Townsend Brown's work, it's all children's toys, basically. I mean, so much has been kept. But I'm a professional photographer, and my question, I saw a while back they sold one of the Hasselblads they claim went to the moon, and there was no shielding on that camera whatsoever. And, if you shoot a lot of film, you know that radiation obviously is a problem because the airports and X-rays, but heat also plays a big role, and unfiltered sun on a camera like that full of film would just nuke it. So did they have any kind of, I haven't seen any, but did they shield those cameras in any way when they took them up there?
No way. No, if you go to the Hasselblad site, Hasselblad provided the cameras. They actually show you the cameras. They're just regular Hasselblads and unshielded. And you're right. Unshielded cameras in 250-degree heat. Actually, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard as a photographer. I know there's no way that this can happen. But you bring up another point, which I really want to talk about, which I haven't yet, and that is the composition of the photography on the moon. Now, the astronauts had the camera on their chest. They could not look through the viewfinder. They were just clicking away. But if you look, and I've been to Houston, I've gone through the entire photo archives of NASA's Apollo missions, and you look, and it's one stunning photograph after another. It's just, and then you think about, Stanley Kubrick got hired by Look magazine to be their top photographer when he was 19 years old. And you look at these photographs, and there's no way. These are amateur shots by guys who aren't looking through the lens. These are carefully composed and lit shots. And as a photographer, they're just very well done. That's all I can say.
Well, I always wondered who set up the cameras to, initially, to show them getting out, and the thing tilted, to watch them go away. I always kind of wondered how they did that stuff. But like even now, there's a...
Well, you're bringing up a great point, because there's a 4-second delay between the video camera on the moon and Houston because of the miles between. And yet when the rocket takes off, the camera follows it perfectly.
All right. On that note,
4-second delay.
Yeah. On that note, we've got a break. Just about destroyed the entire American space program by now. It's only one segment left. Perhaps save it.
Imaginary lovers never turn you down. When all the others turn you away, they're around. It's my private pleasure, midnight fantasy.
For Dark Matter News, I'm Leo Ashcraft. A drone dropped a package of drugs into a prison yard while inmates were outside, sparking a fight. It contained almost 1/4 ounce of heroin, over 2 ounces of marijuana, and more than 5 ounces of tobacco. Smith said there had been instances of drones breaching security, and the agency is taking steps to increase awareness and improve drone detection. Video footage showed the drone over recreation yards immediately before a fight began. An investigation determined the drone dropped a package intended for an inmate on the north recreation yard, and it was then thrown over a fence to the south recreation yard. Last year, the Mansfield Post of the Ohio Highway Patrol increased efforts to watch and catch criminals who throw contraband over prison fences. Pitcher, Oklahoma. It's a ghost town and former city in Ottawa County, Oklahoma. Formerly a major national center of lead and zinc mining at the heart of the Tri-State Mining District. Over a century of unrestricted subsurface excavation dangerously undermined most of Pitcher's town buildings and left giant piles of toxic metal-contaminated mine tailings heaped throughout the area. The discovery of the cave-in risks, groundwater contamination, and health effects associated with the chat piles and subsurface shafts, particularly an alarming 1996 study which showed lead poisoning in 34% of the children in Pitcher. This eventually prompted a mandatory evacuation and buyout of the entire township by the state of Oklahoma and the incorporation of the town, along with the similarly contaminated satellite towns of Treese and Cardin. An F4 tornado, which destroyed or damaged 150 homes in May 2008, accelerated the exodus. The town ceased official operations on September 1st, 2009. A new comet is currently making its inaugural trip to the inner solar system from the Oort cloud, where it likely originated. New images show a tremendous amount of dust streaming away from it, along with strange blobs that have attracted the attention of astronomers. The comet, in addition to being unusually dusty, appears to be jetsoning weird clumps. Their explanation is since the clumps are moving directly away from the sun, it appears they are being driven by the solar wind. The fact that the clumps do not change in size as they blow away suggests they are being held together by a magnetic field of the solar wind. This means they are likely charged particles or ionized gas, which are sensitive to magnetic fields. Likely candidates are ionized potassium and sodium that have been roasted out of the rocks on the comet as it passes close to the sun. Another possibility is the clumps are dust in the process of exploding. If true, this could explain why comet tails have lines that make them appear as if they're combed. Surgeons in Manchester have performed the first bionic eye implant in a patient with the most common cause of sight loss in the developed world. Ray Flynn, age 80, has dry age-related macular degeneration, which has led to the total loss of his central vision. He is using a retinal implant, which converts video images from a miniature video camera worn on his glasses. He can now make out the direction of white lines on a computer screen using the retinal implant. Mr. Flynn said he was delighted with the implant and hoped in time it would improve his vision sufficiently to help him with day-to-day tasks like gardening and shopping. The images from his glasses are converted into electrical pulses and transmitted wirelessly to an array of electrodes attached to the retina. The electrodes stimulate the retina's remaining cells, which send the information to the brain. In a test 2 weeks after surgery, Mr. Flynn was able to detect the pattern of horizontal, vertical, and diagonal lines on a computer screen using the implant, with his eyelids closed. Macular degeneration can be a devastating condition, and many people are now affected as we live longer. These are early trials, but in time, this research may lead to a really useful device for people who lose their central vision. I'm Leo Ashcraft for Dark Matter News.
No one could save me but you. Strange world designed to make foolish people do. I never dreamed that I'd meet somebody like you.
Wanna take a ride? Your conductor, Art Bell, will punch your ticket when you call 1-952-CALL-ART. That's 1-952-225-5278.
You're on a ride, all right. I have these wormhole messages, and Jay, somebody named Lone Boy, says, what Jay said about not being able to find the Saturn V blueprints just simply isn't true. They're in Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh, really?
That's what he says.
Well, I went there and I asked, and they wouldn't give them to me or show me copies. So.
Okay, that doesn't mean they don't exist, does it?
Well, I guess it could mean that. Not sure. I know this. Bill Wood, the rocket scientist, told me that a guy was told he was working at NASA and he was told to destroy all the blueprints for the Saturn V, and he was really upset by the order. And he did destroy all of the blueprints of the Saturn V but one, and he kept it, and he took it home with him to keep it. And about 2 weeks later, he got a knock at the door, and it was the FBI telling him to give up that set of blueprints.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, we pretty well destroyed the space program tonight.
Well, but think about it, Stanton. The Russians are launching our guys into space. We don't even have a launch vehicle.
I am very well aware of that, and it bothers the heck out of me.
Me too. I'm sick.
Let me give you another example. I worked on nuclear rockets, and people think, oh, that's science fiction stuff. Well, Westinghouse Astronuclear Lab, Aerojet General, and Los Alamos each operated a fission nuclear rocket reactor propulsion system on the ground back in the 60s, mind you. The Los Alamos one operated at a power level of 4,000 megawatts. That's twice the power of Hoover Dam, incidentally. And we had our great test. It was my high point in my career, and they canceled the damn program. In other words,
did they take it dark? Did they take it dark? Yeah, that's what I'm contending.
I don't know. Well,
I'm contending that they're taking.
You're contending what? One at a time.
Well, Paul LaViolette,
yes,
a good friend of mine, and he worked in the patent office for a few years, and he kept noticing that he would approve a patent, and then it would not. People above him would stop it, and then he would notice that the patent would go dark. And I'm contending to you that every time one of these inventions comes up, it makes a brief flurry in the news, and then it goes dark. Everything seems to be happening like this, and I'm contending to you that that's exactly what's going on. They're going dark, and they're contributing to this overall mission of creating this kind of breakaway civilization, as Richard Dolan puts it, where they're 60, 70 years ahead of us, and that means a lot. Think about technology 70 years ago and now, and there was no transistors, no computers, and so if they are that far ahead, and the reports I get from my insiders is that this is the correct view, that they are that far ahead and that they're really advanced, and they have all sorts of incredible gizmos that, including a box the size of a shoebox that apparently can create energy out of nothing and run huge machinery machines, and they have free energy, and they have all these things, and they're hiding it, and I think it's time for this stuff to be released. I think the Earth, we don't need any more Fukushimas. We don't need any more oil burning. We can, if they really have this technology, I think we have to really start kind of forcing the issue. And that's one of the reasons I'm doing this whole thing about the moon and Stanley Kubrick, is I'm trying to get these issues forced out into the open, because my insiders tell me they have amazing technologies.
All right, we're supposed to be at the phones. Kokomo, Indiana, hello.
Hi, it's Steve from Indiana.
Yes.
And Art, it's a pleasure talking to you. And Mr. Friedman, I followed your career for years, and I'm entitled to agree with you. And the reason I say that is, how would you explain, if we had such advanced technology at the time and we were using it, how would you explain the Apollo 13 that Tom Hanks brought to light?
What do I have to explain? You got some smart astronauts doing clever things.
Okay.
I didn't say that wasn't real.
I didn't either. So.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Agreeing again. Let's see. Let's go to Tim on Skype. Hello, Tim.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going okay.
Awesome. Good to talk to you, Art.
Unless you're at NASA, they're probably ticked.
An asset. Yeah, I am an asset. Yes.
So?
Okay, so this question's for Jay. Jay, I know you're a filmmaker, and I'm aware of your stance in the world, which is amazing. We need that, actually. People need to hear what Jay has to say. He's got a lot of great things to say, and it's not just him. It's information that's on this planet that he has in him, and many people have in them, but they're keeping quiet.
Okay, do you have a question?
Yeah. How do we see your new film, Jay? The Last Avatar.
Oh, The Last Avatar? Yeah, Avatar opened yesterday on Vimeo, and you just go to thelastavatar.movie.com, or if you want to watch it, you just watch.thelastavatarmovie.com.
Okay, it is a story of what?
It's a story of a guy who is pretty much a failure in life, who realizes that he's actually a dynamic, special human being and he tries to change the world, which is what I think all of us should be trying to do right now, because the world's in pretty bad shape.
That it is.
Yep.
All right.
It's a good movie. I think people would like it. I think you'd like it, Art. I'll send you a free link, and you can watch it in your spare time.
All right. Montreal, Quebec, you're on the air.
Yes, hello. I'm looking at a Freemasonry page for British Columbia and Yukon, and they've got Buzz Aldrin belonging to the Clear Lake Lodge in Seabrook, Texas. And they also have Grissom, who died in 1967, as belonging to the Mitchell Lodge of Indiana.
And then what does that mean? What do you think that means?
They were all Freemasons, Art. Just like all the people that worked on Trinity were Freemasons.
Okay, no, my question was, what does that mean?
Well, it means that you'll keep a secret. That's really what it means. You take an oath as a Freemason to protect your brothers, and if you make everybody on the project a Freemason, then everybody has to be quiet.
Then you keep the secret.
Oath.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how they do it.
Stanton, you have any argument with any of that?
Well, there have been people keeping secrets for a very long time. Look, I don't know if you've had anybody on from NSA, but they have released 156 top-secret Umbra UFO documents, the problem pages of documents. The only trouble is you can only read one sentence per page. It hasn't had any impact anywhere. Are they lying to us? I mean, are they keeping secrets from us? No question about it. So it's not just Freemasons who keep secrets. It's NSA types and CIA types, blacked out documents, where you can read 3 words a page, and the media ignores it.
Redacted. All right, here's somebody on Skype. It says truth up there. Let's see what he's got.
Good morning, Art, to your guests as well. Roswell's from Virginia.
Thank you.
Michael.
All right. This has been an interesting, if disjointed program. I'm not entirely sure what Mr. Widener is getting at. So far as I can tell, he claims that NASA did in fact go to the moon, but the footage we were all shown was a fakery produced by, I guess, Stanley Kubrick.
Yeah, you've got it. That's right.
Okay. All right. So I got that covered. What I'm struggling to understand then is, for what purpose did NASA produce this cover-up? What was it they were trying to hide? Thanks, Art. Shout out to Belgab, and I'll take the answer off the air.
Okie-dokie.
They were trying to hide many things. One, they were trying to hide their real technology, I believe, from anybody and everybody. Two, they didn't want to. It was too chancy to take the photographs on the ground where they may actually get alien artifacts, which are all over the place up there. And three, they wanted to make sure that the news was always good and it was never bad. And so they faked it also to make sure that everybody in the space program looked good. And believe me, they do those kinds of things. Also, Edgar Mitchell told James Fox, the filmmaker, who's a friend of mine, he confronted Edgar. He's friends with Edgar, and he said, "Hey, Edgar, do you think there's any possibility that some of the stuff was faked, like Widener is saying?" And Edgar said, with a twinkle in his eye, I quote, he said, "Oh, well, we might have faked a few things."
Oh, did he really say that?
Yeah, that's what he was told me.
Do you have?
Fox told me.
I don't suppose you have that on tape.
No, but he'll say it. I bet James Fox will say it. I mean, he said it was just matter-of-factly to him. So,
We might have faked a few things.
Yep, with a twinkle in his eye.
Twinkle. Fort Smith, Arkansas. You're on air. Hello.
Yes, this is Mike from Fort Smith.
Right.
A couple things here. I just want to make a comment about the moon. Why isn't that none of these other nations have landed any of their astronauts or cosmonauts on the moon? And then I've got a short story here of something I've seen in 2011.
Okay, well, I'm sorry. I don't have time for the short story, but I do have time for the question, and it's a good one. Why?
Yeah, it is a good one.
Yeah, why haven't some of the other technologically advanced and advancing nations, we have many of those right now, landed somebody on the moon, or will they?
Well,
China expects to.
I know. China's working at it.
It's difficult.
And India, too, I think. And Japan.
Probably, but again, it's very difficult. The radiation problems, the solar radiation, the synchrotron radiation, there's a lot of problems being on the surface of the moon that no one is actually talking about. NASA has put out many papers recently warning about how dangerous it is out in outer space and on the moon and going to Mars, without actually ever considering that they actually went there and everybody was fine. So there's a great contradiction within NASA about the whole thing.
Okay, let's go to Ken on Skype. Ken, hello.
Hi, Jimmy. Hi, Stanton. I talked to you, the last caller last night. I hope I'm not the last caller tonight. I'm a retired aerospace engineer. I'm also a Mason. And well,
then you obviously can't talk to us, right?
Yeah, I can. And I'm also certified in metallurgy and aluminum non-ferrous alloys and optical emission spectroscopy. What I wanted to tell you is there's a connection. You mentioned about the 400-year CME warning that was on, Jay. Yeah. And I've come up with a premise I think that is really shocking. It's about the valve vortices. There's 12 of them on this Earth. And they're made up of aluminum alloy that is isotope 26. And they're placed around the globe at north and south hemispheres in an even pattern, almost like a stator on a motor. And I've been trying to correlate that with what we're seeing with the sun CME, the noises in the atmosphere and the grinding noises that Linda was talking about last week.
Yeah.
And
I don't get it. Everybody's talking about the sun. The sun is now going quiet. We're coming out of the sun cycle. You have to look really hard to see any sunspots at all, much less major eruptions. But
Well, the point is, what we're looking at here with this reduction of the magnetic fields of the Earth is a potential for a magnetic flip. And I think that those valve vortices were placed there intentionally.
Okay.
And it had to be created from a high-intensity gamma proton ray beam directed from space to coordinate that kind of pattern. So I believe that there was a civilization here before, and maybe still here, that we're dealing with the secret societies that we're talking about that are really directing humanity, and they may have actually placed them there to prevent a pole flip. I'd like to get some comments, Mr. Friedman, from you on that.
Okay, about a pole flip. I'm sure he's about to be killed for what he just said, but go ahead.
I worry about things like that, like CMEs and so forth, and also the fact that we've had a planet here for over 4 billion years, and our recorded history is really very short, and I don't see that we're any smarter than the Greeks were. We know some things they didn't know, but no more intelligent. Greek literature is not children's literature, for example. So I think we are living in a world in which we are quite ignorant about the past. And I think there may very well have been advanced civilizations here. Now, we may be somebody's colony, too. It's a penal colony. They dumped all the bad boys and girls here, and that's why we're so nasty to each other. I can't find another good reason for us to be so nasty. So I think we've got a lot to learn. And, you know, many of things that we accept today were rejected for a long time, not because they were wrong, but because people thought, well, I'm so smart, if that were true, I would know about it, and I don't. Kathleen Martin and I did a book on Science Was Wrong, 14 chapters, each one stimulated by some smart guy saying something stupid, like man will never fly, said a great astronomer. That was 2 months before the Wright brothers' first flight. The English astronomer Royal said space travel is utter bilge a year before Sputnik. The vaccination would never do anything about smallpox. You know, there are a whole bunch of these. The original title was supposed to be, It's Impossible, Isn't It?
Well, tonight's show's been more like man didn't fly.
Well, not really, because I'm saying that they did.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know, it's very frustrating because you two have agreed at least to the point that I'm a little depressed. Not depressed that you agree, depressed what it means. With what it means, you know, it means they lied to us.
Well, they do lie.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Yep.
Hey, look at the Air Force report on Roswell.
Yeah.
Hey, all the way up until Snowden.
None of which were launched until 6 years after Roswell. But they put a big fat report saying that explains the talk about bodies associated with Roswell. And they got away with it in the New York Times, too.
Stanton, you two, I've got to go. Thank you both very much. The show just ended way, way, way before I wanted it to. Stanton, I'll have you back. Jay Widener, I'll definitely have you back, too. So thank you both, and good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Good night, all. Wow. You know, when you do a program like this, you never know what to expect. And trust me when I tell you, I didn't expect any of this. But then again, that's live radio for you. From the high desert to the world, all of you, thank you, and good night.
Ooh, I listening to you.